In the waning years of the Great Sui Dynasty, the nation was embroiled in incessant warfare, leaving the populace in a state of despair. However, amidst this turmoil, an extraordinary incident transpired that captured the attention of various nations. It is indeed perplexing to contemplate such an occurrence in times of relentless strife. On the 13th day of the 8th month, in the 23rd year of the Great Sui, an astonishing event unfolded within the confines of Qingyun City, located in Tongzhou. This remarkable occurrence sparked widespread discourse among the people of all nations. On that day, the once clear azure sky was abruptly shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a suffocating gloom that rendered the air heavy and oppressive. Yet, this was merely the prelude, for the true marvel lay in the fact that the downpour fell exclusively upon Qingyun City, leaving the neighboring towns entirely untouched. This peculiar phenomenon raised eyebrows and ignited curiosity. Qingyun City, having been fragmented multiple times, no longer retained a uniform circular shape. Rather, from an aerial perspective, it resembled a winding dragon coiled in slumber. Consequently, when this event transpired, all the able-bodied citizens of Qingyun City knelt in reverence. Even the city's lord, Shi Qing, was not exempt. He too prostrated himself at the altar within the city. This is a divine miracle, likely a reward for the prosperity and tranquility of Qingyun City, he proclaimed. I, Shi Qing, on behalf of the citizens, express our heartfelt gratitude to the celestial deities. As he uttered these words, the throng gathered around the altar followed suit, kneeling in homage. Thank you, divine beings. Thank you, echoed the voices of the people. May Qingyun City thrive. Various jubilant exclamations filled the air, each voice contributing to the collective celebration. This was indeed a fortuitous event for Qingyun City, and the populace's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement. Yet, amidst the jubilations, one individual stood apart, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Where am I? Feng Haoyi pondered as he stood there, feeling the torrential rain pouring down, unable to suppress his internal grumbling. What a dreadful weather! Fortunately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts aloud, and luckily, he was alone, for otherwise, he might have faced the wrath of the crowd. Although the road was wide, it was deserted, as everyone had flocked to the altar to express their gratitude to the divine. As Feng Haoyi stood upon the road, he felt a sudden throb in his head and instinctively touched it, only to find a sticky substance upon his fingers, accompanied by a faint metallic scent. While such sensations might be unfamiliar to others, for Feng Haoyi, a seasoned warrior accustomed to the battlefield, it was all too familiar. Indeed, it was blood. In an instant, Feng Haoyi's mind sharpened, a survival instinct honed through years of facing life and death kicking in. Is there danger around? He mused, scanning his surroundings but finding nothing amiss. No danger? His brow furrowed in confusion. If there was no threat, why then was he injured? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, yet his eyes widened in shock as he scrutinized his unfamiliar attire. Having served as a special forces operative for over a decade, traversing countless locales across the globe, he found himself utterly baffled by the garments he now wore. This was indeed peculiar. His mind raced with questions. How had he arrived in this place? How had he survived? Who had come to his aid? He could not forget the explosion that had preceded his unconsciousness, an event far beyond the capacity of any mere mortal to withstand. Yet, he could not ascertain who had rescued him. After much contemplation, he muttered to himself, "Well, first, let me discern which nation I find myself in." At that moment, a surge of foreign knowledge flooded his mind. Had it not been for Feng Haoyi's formidable willpower, he might have succumbed to the overwhelming influx of information. Nevertheless, he was compelled to sit and process this newfound awareness. Thus, he sat upon the road, allowing the rain to drench him. Had it been any other day, onlookers would have deemed him a fool. Yet today was different today. Qingyun City was graced with an unusual rain, one that prompted not just Feng Haoyi, but others as well, to sit or stand in the downpour, welcoming the celestial blessing. To them, this rain was a divine gift. It was only by standing in the rain that one could receive the favor of the heavenly deities, a testament to their faith in the divine. Before long, Feng Haoyi opened his eyes, though they no longer reflected the wisdom and calmness they once did. Instead, they bore an expression of confusion and disorientation. Who am I truly? Am I the Special Forces operative Feng Haoyi from Huagua? Or am I the constable Feng Haoyi of Qingyun City in the Great Sui? Am I dreaming? Am I within a dream or outside of it? These questions echoed in his mind, repeated at least 10 times before. At last, a moment of clarity emerged. Regardless of my identity, I am Feng Haoyi, that truth remains unchanged. Yet, even as he declared this, the resolute glimmer in his eyes gave way to a sense of helplessness. With a hint of self-deprecation, he lamented, "Alas, what a predicament!" After pondering for a moment, Feng Haoyi decided to take action, reasoning that it was worth experimenting one step at a time. Surely one of his endeavors would yield the right outcome. Let's start from the back. Brother E, how are you still alive?" The words jolted Feng Haoyi from his thoughts. He turned to see a familiar face, and instantly, memories of their shared history flooded his mind. Were it not for the knowledge that this was his childhood companion, he might have suspected this individual to be the very assailant who had harmed him. With a smile, Feng Haoyi replied, "Baozi, do you really wish for me to meet the King of Hell?" Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's jest, the other man awkwardly scratched his head before responding, "Brother E, you have truly wronged me. I heard from others that you had been killed by that villain, so when I saw you, I was taken aback. Please don't misunderstand, Brother E. If you do, I might as well be condemned." Observing Bao Jun's demeanor, Feng Haoyi found himself unexpectedly making a joke. "Then you may as well go die." In response to Feng Haoyi's words, Bao Jun's expression remained unchanged, and he chuckled. "Oh no, Brother E, I still wish to live a few more years." Feng Haoyi, witnessing Bao Jun's reaction, realized that the previous incarnation of himself had likely been a cheerful, light-hearted individual. Otherwise, Bao Jun would not have taken his words so lightly. Chapter 2. Returning home, Feng Haoyi pondered for a moment, affirming to himself who he truly was in this present moment. He was now a constable in the Great Sui's Tongzhou Qingyun City, no longer the Special Forces soldier of the Huagua. Nevertheless, Feng Haoyi had gained a clearer understanding of his current circumstances, suspecting that he had undergone a rebirth. However, uttering such words would undoubtedly evoke disbelief. "Rest assured, brother, I would never wish for your demise. Otherwise, who would I confide in?" Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Bao Jun nodded in agreement. Yet, noticing Feng Haoyi's earlier shake of the head, he assumed something was amiss and inquired, "Brother E, what troubles you? Why the shake of the head? Is there something weighing on your mind? If so, you may confide in me. Although I am but a humble constable, have you not heard the saying? There is strength in numbers." Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi felt a warmth in his heart. However, he refrained from divulging his concerns to Bao Jun, politely declining. "What strength in numbers? It would be a blessing if you do not complicate matters further. Have you not heard another saying? It is not the godlike adversary one fears, but rather the pig-like companions." After saying this, Feng Haoyi glanced into Bao Jun's eyes, only to find him wearing a grave expression. "Brother E, do you think me foolish?" "Oh no, I may have spoken too harshly." Upon hearing Bao Jun's question, Feng Haoyi's heart sank slightly. However, Feng Haoyi, with a serious demeanor, spoke up. "Baozi, you must trust me. I have no intention of belittling you. It is merely that this matter is fraught with peril, and I do not wish for you to become embroiled in it. Rest assured, brother, I will not hinder you. I am capable of taking care of myself, and I can also be of assistance to you. Please do not disdain my help." Upon hearing these words, Feng Haoyi found it difficult to persuade him further and merely replied, "Very well. As long as I have need of you, I will certainly seek you out." As soon as Feng Haoyi finished speaking, the stern expression on Bao Jun's face vanished, replaced by a smile. He then said, "Brother E, I knew you couldn't do without me." "You silly Baozi, what nonsense are you spouting? Your words give me goosebumps. Please refrain from saying such things in the future. After this exchange, both of them burst into laughter. In the blink of an eye, the serious atmosphere between the two transformed into that of close friends. Meanwhile, on the altar of Qingyun City, the rain gradually subsided, and those present continued their sincere prayers. After a while, observing that the sky had completely cleared, he stood up, turned around, and addressed the crowd below the altar. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers of Qingyun City, as you have witnessed today, this rain is a divine reward for us, a recognition of our integrity in not stealing or plundering. I also hope that in these tumultuous times, the elders and villagers of Qingyun City will continue to labor and refrain from becoming bandits, and particularly, do not assist bandits in harming our fellow villagers. Let us cherish one another with mutual affection. Do you all agree? Upon hearing Shiqing's words, the villagers below expressed their unanimous agreement. Lord of the city, we shall labor diligently and refrain from causing trouble. We are grateful for your contributions to Qingyun City. We shall steadfastly adhere to your directives. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Yet all voices resonated with approval for Shiqing, and it was evident that their sentiments were genuine. Standing above, Shiqing observed the expressions of the people and smiled with satisfaction. I, Shiqing, harbor no grand ambitions. My sole desire is for the people under my care to live in peace and happiness. In ordinary times, Shiqing often communicated in such a manner. To outsiders, he has never exhibited anger, seeming like a natural target for venting frustrations. However, it is curious that no one, including the deputy lord and various officials, has ever dared to bully Shiqing. This fellow seems to live a rather constrained life, residing in such modest quarters. After all, he is a constable. Yet his circumstances are so meager that he lacks even a maidservant. Feng Haoyi does not lament the hardships of life. After all, in his previous existence, he encountered far greater adversities. Once, to survive, he hunted snakes in the rainforest, consuming them raw, and when parched, he drank their blood. In summary, the hardships Feng Haoyi has endured far surpass this current struggle, and he has never uttered a complaint. His present remarks are solely born of astonishment. After all, Feng Haoyi is at least a constable, and in a previous life, he would have been regarded as a civil servant. How could he be residing in such a dilapidated room? To put it plainly, this house is entirely constructed of wood, with thatched straw adorning the roof. Perhaps some clay lies hidden within the thatch, though it remains invisible from the outside. At the very least, Feng Haoyi lacks the ability to see through walls and cannot discern the internal conditions of the roof. With such reflections in mind, he stepped inside. To his surprise, the exterior of the house appeared somewhat acceptable, yet upon entering, he discovered that many areas were overgrown with grass. What kind of situation is this? Goodness, could he have taken a wrong turn? Nevertheless, there are indeed quarters available within the yamen. In fact, during ordinary times, the staff usually brought him meals and clothing. Overall, the majority of the people in the Qingyun City yamen are quite kind-hearted. Upon returning home, Feng Haoyi meticulously reorganized his belongings. He fetched 2 buckets of water from a nearby well and brought them back, feeling no unusual sensations in his body. At this moment, he felt invigorated, free from the previous fatigue and devoid of any lingering injuries. Although his soul now bears the weight of over 30 years, his body is still in its 20s. With the change in his physical form, the prior pains and injuries have naturally dissipated. After tidying up the courtyard, Feng Haoyi ventured to the communal well nearby to fetch more water. This time, however, he encountered an old neighbor. At that moment, a little girl called out once more. Upon hearing her words, Feng Haoyi, without a hint of annoyance, replied, "I have thought about it." With a warm smile, he continued, "Well then, how about I bring you some candied hawthorn sticks the next time I visit?" Upon hearing this, Pingo clapped her hands in delight. Just then, Pingo's mother, Nan Lian, interjected. "Here, why would you buy that for Ping? It can be quite costly." "Haha, it's no trouble at all," he replied. "Annie, let me help you carry that water over." "Oh, no need," Nan Lian declined. However, Feng Haoyi remained resolute, transferring the water from Nan Lian's shoulder to his own. Observing his actions, she refrained from further protest. Chapter 3. The Thief of Vegetables, new book-seeking collection and recommendations. Here, why not come to my house for a cup of tea? I can help tidy up your place afterward. Can you still stay there? After uttering this, Nan Lian suddenly felt she had misspoken, covering her mouth in embarrassment as she glanced at Feng Haoyi. Yet, he seemed utterly unconcerned and cheerfully remarked, "Oh, really?" Since Feng Haoyi had expressed such sentiment, Nan Lian naturally would not wish to diminish his spirits. She intended to say more, but Feng Haoyi anticipated her words and interjected, "Auntie, it's fine. I must be going." With that, he disregarded her attempts to keep him and made his way home. Observing his departure, Pinger politely called out, "Goodbye, Brother E. You must come again in the future." As Feng Haoyi departed, he gently acknowledged with a soft mm and continued his journey homeward. Observing his retreating figure, Nan Lian could not help but shake her head, letting out a slight sigh. This child, indeed, bears a heavy fate. Noticing her mother's sigh, Pinger inquired, "What troubles you, mother? Is there something amiss with Ego?" Nan Lian chose silence. Yet at that moment, Pinger boldly proclaimed, "Mother, may I marry Ego in the future?" Stunned by her words, Nan Lian quickly regained her composure and, with a hint of irritation, scolded her. However, Pinger, undeterred by her mother's rebuke, responded with a playful giggle. Recognizing her daughter's mischievous intent, Nan Lian began to understand Pinger's playful teasing aimed at alleviating her worries. Before long, it was time for dinner. With no maidservants to assist, they had to prepare their meal themselves. Upon entering the desolate kitchen and surveying its emptiness, she sighed in resignation. What does this fellow usually eat? Is there truly not a morsel to be found? And now, I cannot even go to Pinger's house to beg for food. With that, Feng Haoyi helplessly squatted on the floor. He then thought perhaps there were some valuable items or coins hidden away at home. With that notion, Feng Haoyi began rummaging through their modest abode, searching high and low. He turned the house upside down, yet despite his efforts, he could not uncover a single coin, nor any valuable possessions. Heavens! Was it not said that those who survive great calamities are destined for subsequent blessings? Yet, after enduring such tribulations, I find myself beset by further misfortunes. Am I to suffer the indignity of starvation immediately after my revival? After turning the house upside down in search of sustenance, Feng Haoyi could not help but voice his frustration. Unwilling to succumb to hunger, he ventured outside to seek any edible provisions. Fortune favored him, for upon glancing around, he discovered a vegetable garden not far off and felt an irresistible urge to approach it. Soon, Feng Haoyi stealthily arrived at the garden and surreptitiously gathered some greens. He muttered to himself, "This doesn't appear to be my own garden, but never mind, I must prioritize my next meal. Surely, the heavens are kind, and perhaps they do not wish to witness my demise by starvation, which is why they placed this garden nearby. Yet, the act of pilfering vegetables feels somewhat. Well, it shall have to suffice. I can always return these vegetables another time." As he reassured himself, a sense of anxiety lingered within Feng Haoyi. He had never engaged in such an experience as stealing vegetables before. To him, this was undoubtedly a skillful endeavor, as the act of thievery had induced quite a sweat. Reflecting on the countless lives he had taken with ease, he found it astonishing that this humble act of theft could provoke such exertion. Upon returning home, Feng Haoyi hastily prepared the vegetables, driven by an overwhelming hunger. The physical training he undertook consumed considerable energy, and combined with his robust physique and swift digestion, he found himself ravenously starved after just one afternoon. Soon, a pot of vegetables was boiled and served in a bowl. Feng Haoyi was about to relish this delicious dinner when suddenly a piercing scream pierced the air, followed by a cascade of foul curses. "Who is the scoundrel that has stolen so many of our vegetables? Ah, this wretched soul, this despicable thief." The tirade did not cease there. The curses continued. "You vile vegetable thief, may you bear children with no eyes." The neighbors, unable to tolerate the commotion any longer, emerged to inquire about the disturbance. "What on earth is happening, Wanner's mother? Why are you shouting at this hour?" one asked. "Indeed, Auntie, what troubles you? Please share, and perhaps we can assist you," another added. Wanner's mother turned to the eldest among them and lamented, "Auntie, I toiled tirelessly to cultivate those vegetables, and just moments ago, I discovered that a thieving scoundrel has made off with them. Do you not feel my plight?" Upon hearing her heart-wrenching tale, the crowd rallied to denounce the vegetable thief. How pitiful is Warner's mother, that her crops have been stolen. No one offered consolation to her any longer. As they departed, Warner's mother was left in astonishment. Humph. I hope that the vegetable thief plunders your gardens too." In an instant, the doorway was left occupied solely by a group of children. "I wonder who the heartless wretch is that dared to steal from Warner's family. If I find out, I shall certainly give him a beating. Hee, boasting and bragging. Do you know who that person is? What if you find yourself unable to contend with them? You rascal, all you can do is dismantle my support. Just wait until I deal with you. With that cowardly demeanor, you dare to challenge me? Have you forgotten how I bested you last time?" After uttering these words, he turned and fled, prompting the children behind him to pause in surprise before they swiftly took off in pursuit. Thus, a farcical episode of vegetable theft unfolded amidst the playful banter and angry shouts of the children. Observing the situation unfold from the safety of his home, Feng Haoyi wiped the sweat from his brow and expressed his concerns. "Indeed, that was quite terrifying. I shall never steal vegetables again." Chapter 4. The son of the county magistrate. Wholly after the commotion of the previous night, Feng Haoyi found his appetite for dinner considerably diminished. Perhaps he had been frightened to the point of losing his hunger. Ultimately, he merely consumed a meager meal before extinguishing the lights and retiring for the night. In these times, having a lamp was a luxury, and most people could not afford to use it for long due to financial constraints. The next morning, Feng Haoyi awoke early and did not partake in breakfast at home. Instead, he made his way directly to the magistrate's office. Upon arriving at the entrance, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. It must be said, the magistrate's office was indeed quite imposing, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, crimson enamel pillars, red bricks, and azure tiles, all set against the backdrop of clear waters encircling the grounds. Lost in thought, and about to step inside, he was suddenly interrupted by a shout. "Brother E, wait for me." "Baozi, what a coincidence. Have you eaten yet?" After an ordinary exchange of greetings, Feng Haoyi spoke. But before he could say anything further, Bao Jun had already rushed to his side. Without waiting for Feng Haoyi to inquire, Bao Jun eagerly asked, "Brother E, I've had breakfast. Have you eaten yet?" Hearing Bao Jun's words, Feng Haoyi inwardly acknowledged the truth and replied, "I haven't eaten yet." "What? Brother E, what did you just say? You haven't had a meal?" Feng Haoyi candidly opened his palms, clearly conveying his situation. Bao Jun understood. Yet he was curious about how Feng Haoyi had missed a meal. Could it be due to a lack of funds? Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Is it true?" Reluctantly, Feng Haoyi responded, "Yes, I indeed have no money." He then provided a suitable explanation, saying, "Do you remember the thief I aimed to catch yesterday?" "Yes, I remember, but I noticed you seemed rather displeased yesterday, so I refrained from asking." "What exactly happened?" Bao Jun inquired, as the crowd around them grew. Feng Haoyi suggested, "All right, let us find a place inside to rest, and then I will share the details with you." "Very well, let us go," Bao Jun agreed. Following Feng Haoyi into the yamen. Once inside, they casually located a spot to rest. Their relaxed demeanor as constables was largely due to the fact that incidents of theft and other legal transgressions in Qingyun City were relatively infrequent. Even if something were to transpire, a mere constable like Feng Haoyi would scarcely be of any significant aid. Take, for instance, the thief who killed Feng Haoyi yesterday. He had actually escaped from the very precinct itself, slipping away from a cadre of constables. Consequently, following the thief's departure, the precinct escalated the matter. This incident was no longer within the jurisdiction of those constables. Even Feng Haoyi himself believed that he had merely fallen victim to the thief's retaliation while in pursuit. The two found a comfortable spot to rest, and then Feng Haoyi spoke. "The truth is, I was indeed in pursuit of a thief yesterday. And then what happened? I followed that thief into an alley. Perhaps I was too hasty in my chase, for the thief suddenly halted. I trust you can guess the rest. I was struck by that thief, and my head still throbs from the encounter." As he spoke, He absent-mindedly touched his head, his expression one of subtle grievance. Indeed, it was quite unjust. Had Feng Haoyi's spirit not transcended into this realm, the original Feng Haoyi would have surely met his demise. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Bao Jun responded, "Brother Yi, is it that he then proceeded to beat you, leaving you incapacitated, after which he simply walked away? Then you awakened, stood up, and subsequently encountered me, and then—" Feng Haoyi retained none of the conversation except for the repetitive "then," which prompted him to interject, "Baozi, please cease with the incessant then, it's making my head spin." After Feng Haoyi expressed this, Bao Jun indeed refrained from continuing that line of discussion and shifted the topic, saying, "Brother Yi, rest assured, should we encounter him again, I will certainly handle him for you. How dare he lay a hand on you? It's utterly audacious for a thief to act with such impunity, disregarding our Qingyun city and showing no respect for our city's constable. He seems to think he can do as he pleases." Feng Haoyi was about to articulate further when an unexpected voice interjected, "Baozi, who exactly does not regard our Qingyun city's constable? Bring him forth so I may see who this is, as it seems he holds you, a mere meat bun, in little esteem." Ha ha. This remark was brazenly arrogant, completely dismissing Bao Jun unsurprisingly. Bao Jun's expression darkened upon hearing this, yet he managed to suppress his anger, for he recognized that this individual was beyond his capability to provoke, just as Feng Haoyi was. At this moment, Feng Haoyi could only hear a voice emanating from behind him, as he was facing away from the speaker and could not discern their visage. Meanwhile, Bao Jun spoke up as well, albeit in a tone of subservience. "Young Master Ho, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart." After uttering these words, he noticed Feng Haoyi displaying an air of indifference, and fearing that this might provoke Ho Li's ire, he tugged at Feng Haoyi's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Yi, it wouldn't hurt to lower your head a bit. After all, offending the son of the county magistrate would ultimately bring you misfortune." Upon seeing Feng Haoyi still in a state of bewilderment, Bao Jun assumed it was a sign of disdain. Growing increasingly anxious, he pulled at Feng Haoyi's sleeve once more. In truth, Feng Haoyi was merely processing information about this individual in his mind. At that moment, Bao Jun continued, "Brother Yi, heed my advice. If you bow your head this time, and he still dares to humiliate you, I shall stand by you against this Ho Yuanzi. Even if he is the son of the county magistrate, I hold no fear." It was evident that Bao Jun genuinely cared for Feng Haoyi's well-being. Coincidentally, Feng Haoyi was beginning to come to his senses just as Ho Li interjected, "Oh, who might this esteemed personage be? You dare to meet me without so much as a greeting?" His tone dripped with scornful mockery, clearly indicating his disdain for Feng Haoyi. Ho Li felt emboldened to act this way, convinced that anyone conversing with Bao Jun could not possibly be of any significance. Indeed, it is a fact that Feng Haoyi is not a significant figure. In Chapter 5, Iron Claw and Divine Arm, The Dream of Ru Guang. Upon hearing Ho Li's derogatory remarks, Feng Haoyi initially contemplated striking him. However, recalling Bao Jun's earlier words extinguished his ire. In Feng Haoyi's mind, friendship occupies a pivotal role in his existence. For the sake of his friends, he can endure insults and scorn. He is even willing to sacrifice himself. This explains why, in his past life, numerous brothers were willing to lay down their lives for him. His previous life was a tragic saga, yet it remains a life worthy of remembrance. The brothers who sacrificed themselves for Feng Haoyi number in the handful, underscoring the immense weight of brotherhood and responsibility he bears. Nonetheless, none harbor regrets, for their sacrifices were for the nation and the people, and they faced death without remorse. Thus, Feng Haoyi is eager to heed the words of his comrades. Although he has known Bao Jun for merely a day, he trusts his instincts. Bao Jun is a brother worthy of his confidence, and naturally, Feng Haoyi is inclined to listen to him. Consequently, Feng Haoyi turned and addressed Ho Li, stating, "Young Master Ho, it is I." When Ho Li later beheld Feng Haoyi, his face was a canvas of astonishment, and he stammered, "Feng Haoyi, you are not dead?" Upon hearing this, Bao Jun was somewhat perplexed. Did Ho Li truly wish for Feng Haoyi's demise, or was it merely a slip of the tongue? However, Feng Haoyi discerned a subtle issue from this encounter. His eyes gleamed with newfound insight, yet he remained silent, choosing not to draw attention to it. Casting a discreet glance at the guards behind Ho Li, Feng Haoyi made a significant discovery. Indeed, the two guards bore expressions of astonishment as well. However, their faces reflected different sentiments. The individual on the left displayed not only surprise, but also a faint glint of murderous intent, while the one on the right, aside from astonishment, exhibited a trace of relaxation. The contrasting reactions of the two piqued Feng Haoyi's curiosity, yet he chose to remain silent. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward Ho Li, who, at that moment, seemed to regain his composure and promptly remarked, it is Feng Haoyi. I heard you were injured by that thief yesterday. Indeed, young Master Ho, your network of informants is quite extensive. Even trivial matters such as this do not escape your notice. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's veiled jab, Ho Li merely chuckled, showing no sign of anger. However, a flicker of hatred and resentment crossed his eyes, accompanied by a hint of confusion. Feng Haoyi perceptively noted the shift in Ho Li's demeanor and pondered. It seems there are still unresolved issues regarding my near demise yesterday. I recall that it was the head of the left guard, who was aligned with Ho Li, that instructed me to pursue the thief. Such a coincidence is too peculiar. I was precisely targeted by that rogue. There is likely a deeper mystery at play here. But to uncover the truth, I must locate that thief. At this juncture, Ho Li interjected, "Oh, come now, Feng Haoyi, are you not overthinking things? You have sacrificed so much for us and endured injury. Naturally, I am aware of it." So that is how it is. Feng Haoyi chose not to engage in any debate with Ho Li, instead deftly shifting the topic. I wonder, young Master Ho, what brings you here? To an outsider. This inquiry might seem superfluous, as Ho Li, being a constable, would naturally have a reason for his presence. However, Ho Li's circumstances were unique. He was the son of a county magistrate, and his role as a constable served both as a means of personal development and as a strategy to silence detractors. The distinction between a constable and a regular officer is significant. The former holds a superior rank, with responsibilities that extend beyond mere apprehension of criminals. While constables engage in actual arrests and minor matters, the constable oversees operations and seldom intervenes directly. Thus, even with two bodyguards in tow, no one dared to comment on Ho Li's presence. These two bodyguards were not ordinary officers. They were specifically chosen to ensure Ho Li's safety, possessing formidable skills. Indeed, within this precinct, no less than 20 constables would be a match for these two protectors. This illustrates their exceptional prowess. I am merely here to see if any major cases have arisen, Ho Li proclaimed, striding confidently towards the inner hall of the office, with his two bodyguards following closely. Once Ho Li and his companions departed, Bao Jun finally reacted, exclaiming, "Brother E, how peculiar. Young Master Ho did not mock you at all. Could it be a stroke of fortune? I had already planned to confront them and operate independently outside, yet this unexpected turn of events has taken me by surprise." Although Bao Jun spoke lightly, Feng Haoyi could sense that Bao Jun was actually relieved. However, Feng Haoyi chose to remain silent, acknowledging that Bao Jun's ability to manage this situation was commendable, as most individuals would struggle to achieve even that. After hearing Bao Jun's words, Feng Haoyi remarked, "Ho Li is merely feeling guilty. Otherwise, why would he seize every opportunity to ridicule me?" Bao Jun, looking perplexed, inquired, "Guilty? Guilty of what? Brother E, please enlighten me. Hey, why are you walking so fast? There is no case today. Wait for me." Disregarding Bao Jun's subsequent comments, Feng Haoyi departed, intent on fulfilling his own mission. Meanwhile, once Ho Li exited the hall of the yamen, his expression darkened immediately. Upon reaching his chamber within the yamen, he angrily commanded, "Close the door." The two individuals who followed him remained silent. The one on the left quietly shut the door, mirroring the reticence of the one on the right. Once the door was secured, Ho Li could no longer contain his fury and seized a vase from the table, smashing it to the ground. Simultaneously, he exclaimed, "Can anyone tell me why that Feng Haoyi is still alive? Just yesterday, the Iron Claw told me he had killed Feng Haoyi. Yet look at this, look at this." The two guards were at a loss for words and remained silent. Look at that filthy visage of Feng Haoyi, which still dares to present itself before me. Just moments ago, Feng Haoyi was boasting right before me. Boasting? Did you witness that? It truly infuriated me. This iron-claw divine arm is hardly remarkable. Just yesterday, he assured me with unwavering conviction that Feng Haoyi was dead, rendering my substantial investment utterly futile. Upon uttering this, Holy felt his frustration was not yet satiated and continued. He Xinyang, go fetch that iron-claw divine arm for me. I wish to inquire how he achieved such feats. Upon hearing this, He Xinyang could not help but mentally scold Ho Li for his foolishness. He glanced at Ho Li, contemplating. Does he genuinely believe himself a significant figure? Seeking out someone from the death sentence manor? They wouldn't even bother looking for you. Do you really think they care about you? Nevertheless, He Xinyang dared not voice these thoughts aloud, instead saying, Young master, the iron-claw divine arm is not merely boastful. He is indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, Ho Li scoffed. How formidable could he possibly be? Is he truly superior to you? Yes, young master. The iron-claw divine arm is indeed more skilled than I, He Xinyang admitted, immediately regretting his words. Yet, his fear of the death sentence manor compelled him to speak without hesitation. Chapter 6. The manipulator behind death indeed. Upon hearing this declaration, Ho Li was seething with anger. Cursing, fool, imbecile. You cannot even defeat an iron-claw divine arm. What purpose do you serve? He Xinyang felt a pang of distress at these words, casting a venomous glance at Ho Li. However, he ultimately chose silence. Subsequently, Ho Li cast his gaze upon another guard and inquired, Wei Ji, do you believe you can best the iron-claw divine arm? As he uttered these words, Wei Ji adopted a demeanor that suggested he would lay down his life for his lord. This display brought great joy to Ho Li, who exclaimed, Excellent, excellent. Wei Ji, you truly possess talent. You are indeed my loyal guard, and your efforts deserve recognition. With that, he tossed a pouch brimming with silver coins to Wei Ji. The latter accepted it without hesitation, placing it into his own bosom. I shall endeavor to serve young master to the best of my abilities, in gratitude for your generosity, he proclaimed. While Ho Li reveled in his contentment and Wei Ji remained in high spirits, He Xinyang felt a deep discomfort. It was evident that Wei Ji was merely flattering his master. Considering Wei Ji's capabilities, it was implausible that he could surpass the iron-claw divine arm. Thus, He Xinyang, unable to contain his discontent, interjected, Young master, do not be swayed by Wei Ji's fanciful claims. He could never defeat the iron-claw divine arm. He is deceiving you. Upon hearing this, Ho Li's anger flared. What nonsense! Are you suggesting that because you cannot best the iron-claw divine arm, others must also be incapable? How ridiculous! After delivering this retort, he noticed He Xinyang's intent to speak further and, with a darkened expression, declared, Enough. I have no desire to hear your incessant ramblings. Should you fail to meet my expectations in the future, you may take your leave. At Ho Li's words, He Xinyang felt a surge of resentment. His fists clenched in fury, wishing he could strike Ho Li down right then and there, yet he dared not act upon such thoughts. He cast a fierce glance at Ho Li, then directed a similarly intense stare at Wei Ji, and spoke. Wei Ji, can you truly contend with the iron-claw divine arm? You merely deceive the young master here. Wei Ji, unfazed, replied coolly. Whether I can prevail or not is of no concern to you. It is far preferable to be assertive than to diminish oneself by fostering others' ambitions. After uttering these words, he disregarded He Xinyang's grim expression and followed Ho Li out. Once they had departed, He Xinyang released his clenched fist. With a sigh, he lifted his head slightly and followed suit. Since his encounter with Ho Li that morning, Feng Haoyi had spent the day preoccupied with this matter. Although he had once merely been a constable, he was known for his loyalty and generosity. Whenever he had food, he would share it with his comrades at the precinct. Gradually, others began to regard Feng Haoyi as their elder brother. Even when he later fell into misfortune, they would offer him assistance. In truth, Feng Haoyi had possessed considerable wealth in the past, typically carried on his person. However, after being slain by a thief the previous night, all his riches had been taken. Little did the thief anticipate that Feng Haoyi would miraculously return to life. The root of the issue lay in Ho Li's disdain for other superiority. As a captain of the constabulary with a father serving as a county magistrate, he could not bear the thought of being outshone. Should word of his defeat spread, it would undermine his standing and tarnish his reputation. Thus, Ho Li covertly opposed Feng Haoyi. Although Feng Haoyi was not easily intimidated, lacking a powerful background and formidable strength, he found himself unable to resist too fiercely. Just yesterday, a highly skilled thief infiltrated the government office. This thief was exceptionally formidable, managing to evade capture even as the entire squad of constables converged upon the scene. After the thief made their escape, the head constable, Zhuo, specifically ordered Feng Haoyi to pursue. However, it is noteworthy that Zhuo was closely allied with Ho Li, effectively serving as his subordinate. Nevertheless, driven by an overwhelming sense of justice, Feng Haoyi did not hesitate and set off in pursuit, oblivious to the fact that this thief, or rather, the entire incident, was orchestrated specifically against him. As anticipated, once Feng Haoyi dashed out, none of the others followed, for they had all been detained by Ho Li under the pretense of convening a meeting to devise strategies against the thief. When everything concluded, it was only then that someone fortuitously arrived with the grim news that Feng Haoyi had fallen victim to the thief. Thus unfolded the subsequent events. Alone in his pursuit, Feng Haoyi met with the thief's treachery, unable to muster any resistance. Coincidentally, in this modern era, Feng Haoyi also experienced a time-traveling event, leading to a series of subsequent occurrences. Ironically, Feng Haoyi found himself borrowing some silver coins from Baozi. "Lend me some silver. I find myself out of funds." "Ah, Igu, you truly have no money? I thought you were merely jesting this morning. How could you genuinely be out of funds?" "Ah, I must be a harbinger of misfortune, uttering words that inevitably come to pass." Upon witnessing the vexed expression on Bao Jun's face, Feng Haoyi spoke up. "Very well. Please lend me some silver. I still need to procure a few essentials." Upon hearing this, Bao Jun ceased his playful antics and promptly retrieved 10 taels of silver from his pocket, handing them over to Feng Haoyi. He then inquired, "Brother, is this amount sufficient? If not, I can fetch more from home tomorrow, rest assured." Feng Haoyi politely declined, saying, "Baozi, this amount is more than adequate. There is no need for you to acquire more." However, Bao Jun, having spoken, did not wait for Feng Haoyi to finish his words and departed from the scene. After walking a short distance, Bao Jun turned back and remarked, "I will remember this." Feng Haoyi, watching the retreating figure of Bao Jun, felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This was the essence of brotherhood. He murmured softly to himself. After a brief moment of contemplation, noticing that Bao Jun had vanished from sight, Feng Haoyi made his way toward a nearby shop. His home was devoid of any provisions, necessitating a visit to the local establishments to purchase supplies. At the very least, he ought to acquire some food. At a nearby shop, after engaging in a bit of haggling, Feng Haoyi spent 50 coins to purchase some millet. Subsequently, he used a portion of his funds to buy some pork, believing that his constitution required fortification. Naturally, he also bought a few skewers of candied hawthorn for Pinger. In Chapter 7, titled The Deathly Letter, Feng Haoyi delivered the candied hawthorn to Pinger, receiving a note of gratitude before taking his leave. Both Nan Lian and Ping Er made efforts to persuade Feng Haoyi to stay, yet he could not linger, for pressing matters awaited him. On one hand, Feng Haoyi needed to tend to his own affairs. On the other, he was determined to devise a means to apprehend the thief. After all, he had assumed possession of another's body, and this situation demanded resolution. Otherwise, he would be plagued by a restless conscience. Even if he captured the thief and spared his life, a conclusion must be reached. Moreover, judging by Ho Li's demeanor, it was clear that Feng Haoyi's survival today had left him quite despondent. Given Ho Li's character, it was inevitable that he would strike again. The most likely scenario was that the original thief would be sent to eliminate him. This presented an opportunity, a chance to capture the thief. After delivering the items, Feng Haoyi began his journey homeward. The reason for his haste was the unfamiliar presence he sensed within his abode, indicating that someone had visited his home today. Could it be another thief? Feng Haoyi pondered, finding the situation rather peculiar. In his mind, this thief was not the same as the previous one. Nevertheless, he paid little heed and continued towards his room, eager to discern who had intruded without so much as a greeting. Upon entering, he found no one within. Feng Haoyi mused, could it be that the intruder has departed, unaware of what they may have stolen? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head in a resigned smile. What could they possibly steal? He had nearly starved the previous day due to the absence of even a single piece of silver. With this realization, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. It is estimated that the thief arrived with great enthusiasm, only to depart in disappointment. Could not help but jest. If only this thief were the very brigand who had taken his life, it would make the pursuit so much simpler, rendering his capture a mere formality. Alas, I must devise a strategy to lure this individual out swiftly. I cannot afford to squander my time in a futile game of cat and mouse. A few drinks accompanied by some delectable snacks would indeed be a pleasurable experience. However, just as settled onto the bench, he discovered a letter upon the table, or rather, a mere piece of paper. Upon grasping it, his curiosity piqued. He eagerly examined its contents. The paper bore the following message. Is it? You are quite formidable, having caused me to lose a man and, moreover, tarnish the reputation of our bravo. Truly commendable. Upon reading this, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, this individual must be deranged. Naturally, I am quite exceptional. As for your reputation, humph. Continuing to read, he found the subsequent lines, since you have evaded my previous ambush, do not harbor any illusions of escape this time. Your chances have evaporated. I have observed your keen interest in the mother and daughter beside you. I wonder if they could serve as leverage against you. I will make it unequivocally clear. Should you attempt to flee, I shall undoubtedly slay them to accompany you in death. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test me. At this juncture, S. countenance darkened ominously. Never before had anyone dared to issue him such a threat. Moreover, threatening others' lives to coerce him crossed Feng Haoyi's bottom line. Although Feng Haoyi valued life and was reluctant to take the lives of others, he was prepared to exact a heavy toll on the individual, ensuring it would be a memory etched deeply in their mind. In his past life, the death of each brother brought him face to face with the heart-wrenching partings of life and death, witnessing the tragedy of a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one, and the sorrow of a child still learning to run, crying out for their father. Each time he encountered such scenes, even though Feng Haoyi was a man of iron and resolve, tears would inevitably spill from his eyes. These individuals were innocent, yet they were forced to endure the most excruciating separations this world could offer. This could be considered a weakness, but fortunately, no enemy had uncovered this aspect of him, nor had they exploited it against him. Otherwise, Feng Haoyi could easily find himself in dire straits. Now, that unfamiliar yet seemingly familiar thief dared to threaten him with the lives of Nan Lian and Pinger, a transgression that was utterly unforgivable. Since you are so eager to meet me, I shall oblige, hoping that you will not disappoint me. Feng Haoyi did not anticipate that he would take action merely the second day after arriving in this world. Yet, he felt no fear, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Feng Haoyi believed he would surely surprise that thief. He continued to gaze downward, where he saw 4 striking red characters inscribed. Iron Claw Divine Arm. Feng Haoyi had no knowledge of who Iron Claw Divine Arm was, but it seemed likely that this individual was responsible for his intended demise, presumably a type of assassin. Why, as an assassin, would one compose such a letter? Does this not suggest a certain level of preparation? Feng Haoyi found himself perplexed, perceiving the Iron Claw as exceedingly arrogant. It was evident that this act was a manifestation of disdain towards him, emboldening the Iron Claw to proceed in such a manner. Little did he know, the Iron Claw typically would not have penned a letter. Yet, an overwhelming curiosity regarding Feng Haoyi consumed the Iron Claw. He yearned to uncover the mystery behind Feng Haoyi's survival. This enigma lingered in the Iron Claw's mind. If it were merely an oversight, having completed his task without verifying Feng Haoyi's breath, Feng Haoyi's continued existence would be one matter. However, the peculiarity lay in the fact that the Iron Claw distinctly remembered checking Feng Haoyi's breath before departing and subsequently relieving him of all his silver and jewels, the latter significantly outweighing the former. Once this was accomplished, Feng Haoyi had taken his leave. To the Iron Claw's astonishment, Later that afternoon, Xingyang sought him out, revealing that Feng Haoyi had not perished. Initially, the Iron Claw was incredulous, confident in his lethal prowess. However, under Xingyang's persistent insistence, the Iron Claw began to entertain the possibility, although further investigation was warranted. This inquiry proved consequential, as the Iron Claw discovered that Feng Haoyi was indeed well, with his chamber evidently tidied just the day prior. Thus, a blend of embarrassment and curiosity compelled the Iron Claw to abandon his previous conventions and extend a letter to Feng Haoyi, seeking to engage in discourse. Until this matter was resolved, the Iron Claw found it exceedingly difficult to find peace of mind. Chapter 8. The arrival of the Iron Claw and Divine Arm. Since receiving that ominous letter, Feng Haoyi had adorned his table with an array of delicacies, indulging in solitary libations. It was not that Feng Haoyi was particularly idle, rather, he was biding his time for the formidable figure behind the threatening correspondence, the one known as the Iron Claw and Divine Arm. Though Feng Haoyi acknowledged the individual's formidable prowess, he remained unconvinced that this person surpassed his own capabilities, which was why he found himself in this situation. As the clock struck midnight, most souls were enveloped in slumber, yet Feng Haoyi continued his solitary revelry. The dishes had long been consumed, leaving him with nothing but his drink. Since his arrival in this realm, Feng Haoyi had discovered an innate ability to cultivate his internal energy, a process that felt instinctual and effortless, as if etched into his very bones. He paid little heed to the intricacies of this phenomenon. The enhancement of his strength was paramount, and he saw no reason to delve into the details, especially since it posed no threat to his well-being. Soon, the moon reached its zenith, and as boredom began to settle in, an unexpected presence emerged. As Feng Haoyi savored his drink, a peculiar aura enveloped him, and he surmised that the individual he awaited had finally arrived. Just as he exhaled a sigh of anticipation, the Iron Claw and Divine Arm made his entrance, bearing what appeared to be gifts. Feng Haoyi, seated upon his stool, turned his gaze toward the entrance, where several sturdy branches floated into the room, devoid of any malevolent intent. It is evident that the Iron Claw Divine Arm does not yet wish to eliminate Feng Haoyi. He is undoubtedly eager to uncover the secret behind Feng Haoyi's previous survival, which is why he refrains from immediately ending his life, merely intending to instill a sense of intimidation. Simultaneously, the Iron Claw Divine Arm proclaims his arrival, asserting his presence. Otherwise, he would not even be worthy to stand as Feng Haoyi's adversary. The Iron Claw Divine Arm did not anticipate that Feng Haoyi not only possessed martial prowess, but that his skills surpassed his own. When the branches hurtled towards Feng Haoyi, they not only failed to disrupt him, but were also deftly utilized by him. Upon seeing the branches approach, Feng Haoyi remained unperturbed, casting a disdainful glance at the incoming weapons, standing resolute and motionless. At this juncture, the Iron Claw Divine Arm felt a flicker of concern, exclaiming in ire, "Fool! Do you truly believe yourself strong? Why do you not evade?" After uttering these words, he resolved to rush forward to shield Feng Haoyi from the branches. Should Feng Haoyi indeed falter and perish beneath their onslaught, although he would accomplish his mission, the secret of Feng Haoyi's previous survival would forever elude him, becoming an enigma lost with Feng Haoyi's demise. While he expressed his disdain vocally, his legs moved with urgency. The Iron Claw Divine Arm deftly navigated the surrounding branches and walls, soaring through the air as if he were a being of the sky, propelling himself forward. What the Iron Claw Divine Arm failed to comprehend was that, halfway through his advance, Feng Haoyi had effortlessly obstructed the branches. His demeanor suggested an air of ease, devoid of any sign of exertion. At that moment, their gazes intertwined. Within Feng Haoyi's eyes, the Iron Claw Divine Arm discerned not a trace of panic, but rather a hint of disdain, an almost mocking undertone. Was he ridiculing his own prowess? In an instant, the Iron Claw Divine Arm found himself momentarily taken aback, for this was utterly astonishing. Reflecting upon the previous day, when he had engaged Feng Haoyi, he had not exerted himself fully, merely employing a fraction of his strength. And yet Feng Haoyi had perished. Yet today, it was evident that Feng Haoyi had not applied any significant force. As the Iron Claw Divine Arm stood in a daze, Feng Haoyi had already returned the branches to him, untouched. Upon witnessing the branches hurtling towards him, the iron-claw divine arm felt no trepidation. To him, the branches posed minimal threat. The true danger lay with Feng Haoyi himself. A genuine fear gnawed at the iron-claw divine arm. That Feng Haoyi might seize the opportunity to strike during the moment he reached for the branches. Consequently, as the branches approached, he allocated only a portion of his attention to them, while the majority remained fixated on Feng Haoyi. The iron-claw divine arm dreaded the prospect of an ambush from Feng Haoyi, for he surmised that he would struggle to withstand it. From the moment Feng Haoyi had concluded his prior movements, the iron-claw divine arm had recognized the perfection of his agility, a skill that remained inscrutable to him. Thus, he remained vigilant, anticipating a potential sneak attack from Feng Haoyi. However, the iron-claw divine arm gazed at Feng Haoyi, only to find that Feng Haoyi exhibited no inclination to move. It was as if he were genuinely incapable of taking action. Upon witnessing this, the iron-claw divine arm did not lessen his vigilance. Rather, he intensified his focus. In his eyes, Feng Haoyi was not refraining from striking. He was simply searching for a more opportune moment. Observing the iron-claw divine arm's demeanor, how could Feng Haoyi be oblivious to his concerns? Yet, he remained silent, merely allowing his gaze to grow increasingly contemptuous. He could not suppress a low chuckle, remarking, "Iron-claw divine arm, is that all you are? Do you truly believe that the gift I present to you can be so easily grasped?" The iron-claw divine arm, convinced that he had anticipated everything correctly, finally underwent a transformation in expression when the branch approached him. Earlier, when the branch was still distant, he felt no sense of foreboding. The formidable force emanating from it had gone unnoticed. However, as the branch drew near, he found himself somewhat stifled by its presence, to the point where movement became a challenge. Should this revelation be shared, most would likely deem him mad. At that moment, the iron-claw divine arm's countenance darkened profoundly. Yet, simultaneously, he made a prudent decision to cease paying attention to Feng Haoyi, resolving to focus entirely on catching the branch. As for the day's undertaking, it was likely doomed to failure. Having caught the branch, he would simply depart. In the balance between life and mission, the iron-claw divine arm remained acutely aware of the distinction. If his life were lost, how could he ever hope to fulfill his task? The ideals may be lush, yet reality is stark. As the iron-claw divine arm grasped a branch, he felt as though his own arms were on the verge of breaking. He yearned to make a move, but his arms were utterly devoid of sensation, as if they had never existed at all. Chapter 9. A weakling. It seems I was deceived by him yesterday. Yet, why would someone so powerful choose to toy with me? He could have simply dealt with me directly. With a heavy sigh, the iron-claw divine arm reflected on his own pitiable state, deluded into thinking he was invincible. Save for a few ancient masters. Little did he realize, his perspective was woefully narrow. For today, a person considerably younger than he had completely outmatched him. Unable to withstand even a single attack, how could he hope to defeat him? Moreover, he was not merely a mere assassin. Given Feng Haoyi's exceptional martial prowess, why would he linger in such a place? He possessed the qualifications to serve as a national figure, yet he chose to remain here, which was utterly astonishing. With these thoughts in mind, the iron-claw divine arm wasted no more time and hastened his steps to escape. As he fled, witnessing Feng Haoyi's swift movements, he could not help but curse. Indeed, a wolf in sheep-esque clothing. I knew he harbored ill intentions. Since Feng Haoyi had waited so long for the iron-claw divine arm, how could he allow him to leave so easily? Iron-claw divine arm, where do you think you are going? Upon hearing the voice of Feng Haoyi, iron-claw divine arm felt that the distance was still considerable, prompting him to turn his head to look back. To his surprise, this glance startled him greatly. In that tense moment, the sound of footsteps behind him suddenly ceased, compelling him to glance back once more. This time, confusion enveloped him, for there was no one behind him. Feng Haoyi had vanished from sight. Could it be that Feng Haoyi had been left behind? With this thought, iron-claw divine arm seemed to regain his confidence. It appeared he had overestimated Feng Haoyi. After all, how could he possibly keep pace with him? He was, after all, an assassin from the Broken Life Manor, renowned for his expertise in escape. So, you are an assassin? Ah, From the broken life manner, I shall remember this. The sudden voice startled Iron Claw Divine Arm, who initially thought he was imagining things. Yet, he instinctively turned his head again. As he did so, he was met with a face mere inches away. Recognizing it as Feng Haoyi. He could hardly believe that Feng Haoyi had managed to position himself in front of him, leading him to exclaim, "Ah, a ghost." Before he knew it, he fainted, collapsing to the ground. What a weakling! Witnessing this scene, Feng Haoyi felt a mix of embarrassment and exasperation, touching his face while muttering, "Do I really look that much like a ghost? I feel quite ordinary. How could I possibly appear so terrifying?" It seemed that Iron Claw Divine Arm's courage was woefully inadequate, as he had fainted at such a sight. How could he ever hope to be a killer? Subsequently, Feng Haoyi supported the faltering Iron Claw Divine Arm and deftly pressed upon its jade pillow acupoint. In that instant, regardless of whether the Iron Claw Divine Arm had previously feigned dizziness or not, it truly succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon returning home, Feng Haoyi did not hasten to sleep. For since he had taken up martial arts, his nightly repose had diminished significantly. This reduction was entirely voluntary. Should he desire slumber, he could easily indulge. Moreover, the brevity of his sleep did not detract from his vitality. Indeed, one could assert that even if he were to forego sleep this night, he would awaken unburdened by fatigue or drowsiness. His spirits remained high, brimming with energy, and he was unacquainted with the phenomenon of dark circles under one's eyes. To exaggerate slightly, Feng Haoyi had never even heard of such a thing, let alone witnessed it. Upon arriving home, he again pressed the jade pillow acupoint of the Iron Claw Divine Arm. However, to his surprise, the Iron Claw Divine Arm did not awaken. Observing the slumbering figure, Feng Haoyi discerned a hint of an issue. Yet, he chose not to reveal it directly. If the individual wished to feign, he would allow them that pretense. Nevertheless, he mused internally, this fellow is indeed pretending to be unconscious, aware that I have apprehended him, and is likely seeking a means to relax and subsequently escape. Alas, Iron Claw Divine Arm, you are most unfortunate to have crossed paths with me, and even more unfortunate that your ruse has been unveiled. While contemplating these thoughts, Feng Haoyi feigned regret and said, "Alas, what a pity. It seems he has truly fainted. I suppose we must wait until tomorrow. For now, I shall remain here to keep watch over him." Reclining on the bench, the Iron Claw Divine Arm felt a surge of joy upon hearing the first part of Feng Haoyi's words. Indulging in self-admiration, "It appears I am quite clever. At least I have successfully deceived him. But this fellow is rather easy to fool. Perhaps his youth renders him inexperienced. Poor chap. What good is high martial prowess without a sound mind? In the end, he has merely fallen prey to my whims." In truth, the Iron Claw Divine Arm was not particularly young, yet he consistently regarded himself as such, as he basked in his own self-adoration. The latter part of Feng Haoyi's statement caused a cold sweat to break out on his brow, filling him with dread. What am I to do now? He cursed inwardly. Damn it, Feng Haoyi, you rascal. You could have just left. What is the meaning of lingering here to watch over me? Just scram already. Despite the torrent of curses directed at Feng Haoyi in his mind, the Iron Claw Divine Arm dared not open his eyes. Observing the anxious demeanor and the cold sweat on the Iron Claw Divine Arm's face, Feng Haoyi felt an urge to laugh. However, he ultimately suppressed his mirth and quietly slipped away. With his eyes closed and the sound of Feng Haoyi's departure nearly inaudible, the Iron Claw Divine Arm remained oblivious, continuing to berate Feng Haoyi's ancestors in his thoughts. Had others overheard the words of the Iron Claw, they would undoubtedly presume that Feng Haoyi harbored a deep-seated vendetta against him, akin to a son avenging his father's death or a husband reclaiming his wife. After a prolonged period of internal cursing, Iron Claw found himself somewhat weary of the exercise. Though he chastised Feng Haoyi in his mind, the latter was oblivious to his sentiments. Ultimately, it was Iron Claw himself who would bear the brunt of his own ire. Growing wiser, Iron Claw resolved to cease his mental tirades. However, an insatiable curiosity now consumed him regarding Feng Haoyi's whereabouts. Yet, he was unable to open his eyes or utter a word. Should Feng Haoyi be present, any movement on his part would not escape the latter's notice. Thus, Iron Claw's heart was fraught with impatience, yet he could only endure in silence. In the midst of his agitation, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. Could it be that Feng Haoyi had visitors at such an hour? Iron Claw's curiosity piqued, yet he remained unable to open his eyes to discern the unfolding events. Instead, he strained his ears, intent on gleaning any information about Feng Haoyi. At that moment, Iron Claw felt an object hurtling toward him, and instinctively he attempted to evade it. Alas, his reflexes were sluggish, and he was unable to avoid the deluge of water that soon left him drenched and disheveled. Unable to contain himself any longer, he seized this opportunity to ascertain the identity of his visitor. With a swift motion, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Which scoundrel dared to douse me with water?" Iron Claw's audacity stemmed from his realization that Feng Haoyi had likely discerned his ruse of feigning unconsciousness. In that case, let us delve deeper into the matter. Chapter 10. An Unexpected Partnership. However, when the Iron Claw God Arm opened his eyes, he was taken aback. For before him stood only Feng Haoyi, and with no one else in sight, his awakening seemed utterly pointless. Consequently, the Iron Claw God Arm, who had initially approached Feng Haoyi with fury, fell silent at once. Then he heard Feng Haoyi speak. "Ah, so you are the Iron Claw God Arm?" The Iron Claw God Arm remained mute. Feng Haoyi was not angered. Instead, he continued, "Iron Claw God Arm, you are an assassin from the death sentence manor, are you not?" Though this inquiry appeared to be a question, it was evident that Feng Haoyi spoke with a tone of affirmation. Clearly, he was aware of the Iron Claw God Arm's identity. At that moment, a sense of urgency washed over the Iron Claw God Arm. Just how much does Feng Haoyi know about me? However, the next moment, he felt a wave of relief as he heard Feng Haoyi say, "Iron Claw God Arm, can we converse now? Since you have awakened, shall we proceed?" Disregarding those irrelevant matters, the Iron Claw God Arm's expression darkened to a shade darker than ink, yet he managed to reply, "I do not mind." Though he verbally claimed indifference, his tone reeked of concern. Feng Haoyi seemed unfazed. Even if the Iron Claw God Arm truly expressed his discontent, it would matter little to him. It was merely a polite inquiry. "Now, may I ask your name?" It seems that life in the death sentence manor is rather challenging, isn't it?" Feng Haoyi's words resembled a soliloquy, yet the Iron Claw God Arm listened intently. If Feng Haoyi were to inquire about any confidential matters, the Iron Claw God Arm would remain unperturbed. However, to his surprise, Feng Haoyi did not pose such questions. Instead, he chose to ask about trivial matters. This unexpected behavior heightened the Iron Claw God Arm's apprehension, suggesting that Feng Haoyi harbored grander ambitions. Unfazed by the Iron Claw God Arm's reaction, Feng Haoyi continued his monologue. "In truth, are you aware that you have been deceived by those above you? There are individuals who covet your life." Feng Haoyi's assertion was not unfounded. Typically, within any faction, various factions exist. Even though Feng Haoyi merely stated a fact without ulterior motives, the Iron Claw God Arm experienced a profound reaction. "Feng Haoyi, what do you truly mean?" The Iron Claw God Arm's countenance shifted, shedding its earlier disdain, composure, and mockery, now replaced by a serious inquiry. Feng Haoyi's statement implied he possessed certain information, prompting the Iron Claw God Arm to question him. Yet, Feng Haoyi remained silent, seemingly having concluded his thoughts or perhaps unwilling to engage further that day. "Feng Haoyi, do not approach. What is your true intention?" Nevertheless, his urgent admonition did not deter Feng Haoyi's advance. On the contrary, Feng Haoyi turned and approached him directly. At this moment, the Iron Claw God Arm spoke again. "Feng Haoyi, I implore you, do not take another step forward. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to take action." Feng Haoyi seemed to have heard a jest, and then chuckled. "You may attempt to see if you can defeat me. Should you succeed, not only will your task be accomplished, but you will also have the chance to escape." Upon hearing this, Iron Claw's divine arm realized that escape was no longer an option. Thus, he spoke in a subdued tone, "Feng Haoyi, very well. If your intent was merely to frighten me, I concede. I am indeed inferior to you. What is it that you truly desire? Please, enlighten me. Moreover, Feng Haoyi, what do you actually know? Can you share it with me?" At that moment, Feng Haoyi replied, I simply do not wish to be the weapon used by others for their own lethal purposes. As for whether you are willing to collaborate with me and divulge the information I seek, that is entirely up to you. Now, I wish to retire for the night, so I must bind you to prevent any attempts at escape." Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Iron Claw's divine arm seemed to have a realization, his expression darkening slightly. Then, he spoke again. "Feng Haoyi, I assure you, I will not flee. You need not bind me." Feng Haoyi flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, and replied, "Do you expect me to trust you?" Iron Claw's divine arm glanced at Feng Haoyi and could not help but respond, "No." "Very well, do not resist, for I am prepared to use force if necessary." Iron Claw's divine arm complied without protest. Yet, Feng Haoyi heard him inquire, "Feng Haoyi, what do you truly know? Would you be willing to tell me? I am genuinely curious." "Is that so? There are certain matters that pique my curiosity as well." "Alas, do not be hasty in your refusal. I possess neither the leisure nor the inclination to squander time in idle banter with you. Thus, I shall grant you the span of an evening to ponder this proposition. Once you have arrived at a decision, please convey it to me on the morrow. Of course, should you choose to abstain from collaboration, I shall not impose my will upon you. However, I harbor no qualms about becoming an instrument for another's ambitions, and then your fate shall be sealed." Having uttered these words, Feng Haoyi made a gesture reminiscent of a lethal strike, and continued, "Moreover, I surmise that certain individuals, whom you hold dear, may also find themselves ensnared in misfortune." Upon hearing this, the expression of Iron Claw divine arm paled considerably, starkly contrasting with his previously coal-black visage. Feng Haoyi, however, paid no heed to the transformation of his countenance, nor did he afford Iron Claw divine arm an opportunity to respond. Instead, he employed the same acupoint sealing technique to target the jade pillow acupoint on Iron Claw divine arm. Subsequently, he bound him with ropes, placing great faith in the efficacy of his own bindings. While he could not assert that there existed no one capable of untying his knots, he believed the number to be minimal. Naturally, his greatest concern lay in the possibility of someone severing the ropes with a blade, rendering them utterly useless. Had these ropes belonged to his previous life, he would have felt far more assured, for some ropes are indeed unbreakable. However, the cords in his possession now were not among those. Nonetheless, he deemed them adequate for restraining Iron Claw divine arm. "Ah, what a vexation it is! Having only just arrived, I am already embroiled in conflict and intrigue. Such a nuisance." After speaking, he brought the Iron Claw divine arm to the room where he slept, accompanying Feng Haoyi for the night. The following day, Feng Haoyi awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he felt the gaze of the Iron Claw divine arm upon him. Feng Haoyi remained silent, but approached directly to untie the ropes binding the Iron Claw divine arm. He then observed the bloodshot eyes of the Iron Claw divine arm. It was evident that the Iron Claw divine arm had not slept since awakening, preoccupied with Feng Haoyi's words from the previous night. As Feng Haoyi stirred, the first words from the Iron Claw divine arm were, "I am Ming Ruguang, and I am willing to collaborate with you. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. You have saved your own life and that of your friend. I will prepare the meal and inform you of this matter shortly." Ming Ruguang glanced at Feng Haoyi, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately nodded in silence. Subsequently, the two collaborated to prepare a meal. However, it was more accurate to say that Feng Haoyi was the sole cook, as Ming Ruguang had little skill in culinary arts, struggling even to assist. Chapter 11. Captain Wu Xianyuan. Once breakfast was prepared, Feng Haoyi and his companion sat at the table, neither of them picking up their chopsticks. No one initiated conversation, as they both appeared lost in thought regarding what to say next. Finally, Feng Haoyi broke the silence. "Let us eat first." However, the Iron Claw divine arm responded with a question of its own, fixing its gaze on Feng Haoyi. "I wish to know what you are aware of." Upon encountering Ming Ruguang, who seemed utterly unable to consume any food, Feng Haoyi felt an overwhelming urge to ascertain what knowledge he possessed. Thus, he spoke, "Do you know? Those above you are aware of my existence." However, Ming Ruguang, in a state of heightened agitation, retorted, "Impossible. You are lying, aren't you?" His intense reaction was not unwarranted, for acknowledging such a claim would unravel myriad unsettling truths. Observing Meng Ruguang's demeanor, Feng Haoyi found himself not in the least bit angered. Rather, he was filled with a sense of elation, for he had correctly surmised that Meng Ruguang indeed harbored enemies within the confines of Duomingzhuang. Alternatively, it seemed that Meng Ruguang's existence there was far from tranquil. Gathering his thoughts, Feng Haoyi continued, in truth, the reason I deceived you initially was entirely to avoid becoming a weapon for another. You speak nonsense, Feng Haoyi. How could you possibly know that you are someone else's tool? I anticipated you would pose such a question, he thought to himself, stifling a smile that threatened to surface. Instead, he replied, I have encountered that person before. Meng Ruguang appeared to seize upon this crucial detail, inquiring, which person? Yet, Feng Haoyi was himself unaware of the identity of Meng Ruguang's adversary. Nevertheless, he had indeed stumbled upon a stark truth. There were indeed individuals plotting to end Meng Ruguang's life. However, it was not Feng Haoyi who would be the instrument of his demise, but rather others who would fulfill that grim task. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Meng Ruguang seemed to unearth the truth behind his own peril. He gazed at Feng Haoyi, his eyes filled with sorrow. Why was that? Alas, we have grown up together since childhood. Sigh, I do not wish to meddle in your affairs, but I simply hope you shall refrain from provoking me in the future. Otherwise, I fear for your survival. I trust you comprehend my meaning. With that, Feng Haoyi rose to his feet, seemingly recalling something, and added, Very well. I shall heed your words. After uttering this, he departed, striding purposefully towards the government office. Feng Haoyi harbored no concerns for Meng Ruguang's well-being, for he believed that even in his absence, Meng could procure sustenance. As he ambled through the streets, he took in his surroundings. Soon arriving at the entrance of the government office, observing the throngs of people, he was overwhelmed by emotion. Most of these individuals were not locals. They had journeyed from other states or countries. The reason, of course, was the recent rainfall. Presently, all were engaged in discussions about this peculiar weather. Having come from afar to witness the phenomenon for themselves, it was evident that in the past couple of days, issues of public order had escalated. Yesterday was relatively calm, primarily involving minor disturbances. However, one could not predict what troubles today might bring. Reflecting on this, Feng Haoyi's previously buoyant spirits, buoyed by his counsel to Meng Ruguang, dissipated. Casting a glance at the crowd outside, he made his way directly into the inner hall of the government office. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of disputes. Chief, do you believe we will have any time for rest in the future? However, how could this be? How could such a situation arise? Captain Wu, have you made a mistake? In response to the crowd's skepticism, Wu Xianyuan displayed little patience and directly stated, What? Do you have any objections to my arrangements? If you feel my decisions are inadequate, I can assign you additional tasks to ensure your comfort. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their consensus. They regarded Wu Xianyuan's demeanor as entirely typical, for he was known to be a rather stern captain. Yes, Captain Wu, we have all taken note. He continued. Once everyone has arrived, I shall elaborate on this matter. Understood. Feng Haoyi arrived and registered his attendance, while others exchanged greetings. Brother E, you are rather late today. Indeed. Brother E, could it be that you have a new sister-in-law at home? Perhaps you have been so engrossed with her that you hesitated to emerge? How could you say that? Brother E is certainly not that kind of person. If I truly found you a sister-in-law, I would make sure to send you an invitation to the feast. What are you all thinking? I know precisely what you are contemplating. Yet you, sly one, always speak in riddles. Am I right? The crowd was eager to continue their banter when at that moment, Wu Xianyuan approached, observing their demeanor, and admonished. Do you all have nothing to occupy your time? Heed not, Chief Wu, for we have simply missed Brother E after such a prolonged absence. Upon hearing this, Wu Xianyuan could not help but retort, What nonsense! Did we not see each other just yesterday? Well, as the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 seasons, he began. But Wu Xianyuan interrupted with a swift kick to his rear. Hurry and be on your way. Should I catch you here prattling again, I shall double your tasks. And I am curious to see if you can manage. Oh, Chief, do not be angry. I shall take my leave and ensure I do not vex you further, he replied, even going so far as to massage Wu Xianyuan's shoulders. Yet, Wu Xianyuan was not genuinely upset and chuckled as he playfully scolded, "Be off with you. Quickly. Depart." The man, upon hearing this, acknowledged with a few grunts before taking his leave. Wu Xianyuan then turned his attention to Feng Haoyi. Noticing Wu Xianyuan's gaze, Feng Haoyi greeted him, "Greetings, Chief Wu. Indeed, you seem somewhat different lately. Perhaps it is merely my imagination?" Feng Haoyi felt no concern, for the events that had transpired in his life were so fantastical that, even if shared, they would hardly be believed. Thus, even if his demeanor had shifted, others would merely assume something had occurred, and nothing more would arise from it. With boldness, Feng Haoyi replied, "What change could there be? I remain the same. Merely eating, drinking, working, and then sleeping." "Ha, you rascal." At this juncture, Wu Xianyuan seemed to recall something and then, with a grave expression, inquired, "Haoyi, have you recently offended Holy? I must take a brief respite today, as I was delayed by social engagements and cannot produce an extensive amount of writing. I kindly request your understanding." The 12th chapter concerns the allocation of patrol duties. Feng Haoyi feigned ignorance and subsequently asked. Wu Xianyuan, upon observing Feng Haoyi's demeanor, could not help but exclaim, "You. Well, I shall not elaborate further. It is indeed true that Holy often troubles you, and I am aware of that." Feng Haoyi was at a loss for words. Merely responding with a soft Wu Xianyuan continued, "Haoyi, exercise caution lately. I have heard from others that Holy intends to harm you and might even hire an assassin. In any case, just be wary." As he spoke, Wu Xianyuan's voice was barely above a whisper. Had it not been for Feng Haoyi's keen hearing, he might not have caught the words at all. Feng Haoyi cast a glance at Wu Xianyuan and spoke, "Thank you." There's no need for thanks. After all, regardless of the circumstances, my connection with your father." He paused. "Never mind, just be cautious in the days ahead." With that, Wu Xianyuan took his leave. Feng Haoyi believed Wu Xianyuan's words, for Holy had previously dispatched an assassin to take his life. Feng Haoyi understood that Wu Xianyuan was a person of a cold exterior yet warm heart. Generally, it was rare to see a smile grace his face. Even Feng Haoyi could attest to this. Wu Xianyuan was evidently a stern and unyielding individual, and should he ever appear more vivacious, it would indeed signal a cause for concern. After a short while, as the gathering reached its peak, Wu Xianyuan assembled everyone and declared, "All right, now that we are all present, I shall assign your tasks. You will patrol the territories I designate. Should any incidents arise within your assigned areas, I shall hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, the crowd voiced their agreement. "Yes, Captain, we shall perform our duties diligently." Wu Xianyuan then proceeded to outline his distribution plan. As the crowd received their assignments, they responded affirmatively. "Understood. Very well. Now off you go to your tasks. But do not let me catch you shirking your duties." However, at that moment, a voice suddenly interjected. "Hold on, Captain Wu, your allocations seem rather unreasonable." Left Captain. "If you believe my allocation is unreasonable, I am all ears. Pray, share your thoughts." Upon hearing Wu Xianyuan's frosty tone, Left Guard felt a twinge of unease. After all, Wu Xianyuan was the most formidable captain, and everyone harbored a certain trepidation towards him. Nonetheless, despite his fear, Left Guard understood he must speak up, for it was the directive of young Master Ho to undermine Feng Haoyi through various means and from all angles. Thus, in the assembly, Left Guard voiced his opinion. "Captain Wu, do you truly think it wise to reassign Feng Haoyi to the Southern District? There is seldom any significant work there. Would that not be a disservice to his capabilities? You must understand that should Feng Haoyi be dispatched to such a place, he would accomplish naught, and his prospects for advancement would be severely hindered. After all, promotions are contingent upon merit, and in the Southern District, there is little opportunity to accrue any. Therefore, I propose we assign Feng Haoyi to a different location." Upon hearing this, the assembly buzzed with murmurs, a myriad of expressions surfacing, yet most gazes directed at Left Guard were laced with disdain. Though he too held the title of captain, he had been unceremoniously elevated by Holy and lacked the requisite prowess to occupy such a position. Consequently, Others regarded him with scorn. Yet, Left Guard brazenly continued to voice his opinions without shame. However, none dared to challenge him openly. After all, one must heed their master. Ultimately, Left Guard was but a pawn of Holy, and any dissent against Holy today would likely lead to dire consequences tomorrow. It was either oneself receiving a beating or family members facing intimidation. The most severe outcome was being compelled to resign, relinquishing the role of a constable. Once in such a predicament, they were left uncertain about their ability to secure another job to support their families, rendering them hesitant to speak out. Naturally, the protagonist, Feng Haoyi, remained silent, completely disregarding Zhuo Wei. Although Feng Haoyi was currently a constable, he had little desire to fulfill that role, feeling it was a misallocation of his talents. Moreover, being a constable offered scant opportunities for advancement. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he might remain in that position for life, a fate he did not wish to accept. Despite the unspoken discontent, Wu Xianyuan was the first to voice his concerns. Then, according to Captain Zhua, where should I arrange Feng Haoyi? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Wei appeared to genuinely contemplate Feng Haoyi's situation. After a moment's reflection, he replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Wei glared at the two, demanding, "What? Are you unwilling?" Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing, realizing their involvement was no longer necessary, silently cursed Zhuo Wei. Though they dared not voice their thoughts, they indeed aspired to work in the Eastern market, despite its multitude of influential figures, as any complications that arose would be challenging to navigate. Nevertheless, the potential for greater financial gain was undeniable, for the Eastern market was a thriving locale. At that moment, both men harbored resentment not only towards Zhuo Wei but also towards Feng Haoyi. In their view, it was entirely unnecessary for Feng Haoyi to offend Holy. Now, not only has Feng Haoyi attracted their animosity, but they too have found themselves ensnared in this predicament. Truly, the flames of the city gates have scorched the fish in the moat. What wrongs have they committed? They have done nothing amiss. Indeed, their primary shortcomings lie in their lack of strength and connections, rendering them vulnerable to oppression. At this juncture, Wu Xianyuan spoke up. However, remaining entirely passive would be unseemly. Thus Wu Xianyuan deemed it prudent to mediate the situation. Once his words were uttered, Zhuo Wei expressed his dissatisfaction, retorting, "But, yet." Zhuo Wei struggled to articulate a coherent argument, unwilling to let the matter conclude in such a manner. Casting a glance at the composed Feng Haoyi, a flicker of irritation crossed Zhuo Wei's face, and he was about to persist when Wu Xianyuan interjected, "Enough. Let us not dwell further on this matter. Captain Zhua, I have extended you a courtesy. Do not compel me to lose my temper, for even Holy would be unable to shield you." Zhuo Wei, seething with anger, found himself silenced by Wu Xianyuan's icy gaze. He swallowed his wrath and departed in silence. Once Zhuo Wei had left, Wu Xianyuan addressed the remaining individuals. Yet none dared to speak, all acquiescing to the unspoken consensus. Subsequently, Wu Xianyuan took his leave. Chapter 13. I am married after the assignments were made. Wang Duan approached Feng Haoyi and said, "Brother Yi, I sense that Zhuo Wei harbors ill intentions. He intends to transfer you to the East Market, undoubtedly for ulterior motives. You must exercise caution." Wang Duan and Feng Haoyi shared a reasonably good rapport. Thus, upon learning of the situation, he promptly came to advise Feng Haoyi. Feng Haoyi understood Wang Duan's words well. However, he felt no trace of concern. Yet, he could not allow this sentiment to surface, lest Wang Duan become anxious. The East Market, though rife with challenges, is often difficult to navigate due to the presence of numerous influential figures and their wayward offspring. When issues arise, they are typically beyond resolution, and one might even find themselves entangled in the fallout. Conversely, the East Market thrives with prosperity, offering ample opportunities for patrols to receive various compensations. These rewards are not insignificant, which is why Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing are reluctant to relinquish their stake in the East Market. As for Wang Duan's lack of complaints regarding his withdrawal, it is entirely due to his camaraderie with Feng Haoyi. In contrast, Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing's relationship with Feng Haoyi is rather superficial. They are merely acquaintances with little interaction. Thus, when this matter surfaced, It was only natural for them to harbor grievances against Feng Haoyi. Nevertheless, the outcome defied their expectations. They were not reassigned, which was indeed favorable news. At this juncture, Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing approached, casting a glance at Feng Haoyi and coolly remarked, "Feng Haoyi, why did you provoke young Master Ho? Now, it seems that the left constable is laying traps for you. This, however, is not the crux of the matter. The key issue is that it might implicate us as well." Subsequently, Lu Chunxing remarked, "Indeed, considering we have spent so much time together, I won't reprimand you. If possible, you might consider offering an apology to young Master Ho for those matters. It would surely ease your future circumstances." Feng Haoyi exhibited little emotional response, merely casting a calm glance at them before softly replying, "Thank you for your suggestions. I understand." With that, he departed without further ado. Upon witnessing this, Hu Hua's expression darkened. Despite their well-meaning counsel, Feng Haoyi remained ungrateful, displaying an air of indifference. After Feng Haoyi left, Hu Hua spoke. "No wonder this individual has offended young Master Ho. With such demeanor, it would be surprising if he did not." Sighing, he added, "Let us move on. Let us see what gains today might bring. Perhaps we shall reap considerable rewards." Clearly, Lu Chunxing was also displeased with Feng Haoyi's attitude, yet he refrained from further comment, instead shifting the topic. Indeed, as Lu Chunxing broached this new subject, Hu Hua's previously sullen countenance transformed into a smile. "Excellent, excellent. I anticipate a bountiful harvest today. I have heard that many outsiders have arrived in the past few days. We are likely to receive a substantial amount in consolation fees." As they spoke, both seemed to have forgotten the earlier incident, and together they proceeded toward their assigned tasks. Meanwhile, Feng Haoyi and Bao Jun exited the yamen and made their way directly to the East Market. "Ego, I fear that our journey may not unfold smoothly." Bao Jun and Feng Haoyi walked along the road, and then Bao Jun turned to Feng Haoyi and inquired. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi replied, "Indeed, I am aware. However, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, one must defend. When water arrives, one must dam it. We shall proceed step by step, for we remain unaware of what cunning plans Ho Li has devised." Listening to Feng Haoyi's words, Bao Jun found them to be quite reasonable. Nevertheless, despite this, he still felt a sense of unease in his heart, as if something significant were about to transpire. With this unsettling feeling, Bao Jun spoke again. "Ego, what do you suppose he might employ to counter us? I cannot fathom it either. He may summon assassins to eliminate me or orchestrate schemes to ensnare me. In any case, there are myriad ways he could target me, yet I am uncertain of the exact methods he will choose." Observing the smile on Feng Haoyi's face, Bao Jun was filled with questions and thus asked, "Ego, are you not the least bit afraid of his potential actions against you? After all, while one can evade a direct attack, a hidden strike is far more treacherous." To this, Feng Haoyi replied with a smile, "Baozi, you must understand that in the face of absolute power, all schemes are rendered futile." "Ego, have you truly become so formidable?" Bao Jun, having grown up alongside Feng Haoyi as childhood friends, believed he understood him thoroughly. Yet at that moment, Bao Jun realized that he had not fully comprehended the depths of Feng Haoyi. At least, I had never witnessed such confidence in Feng Haoyi before. Even though Bao Jun believed that Feng Haoyi was merely boasting at this moment, he still had never encountered such a version of him. Thus, as Bao Jun gazed at Feng Haoyi, he felt an irresistible allure that made it difficult to look away. Noticing Bao Jun's intense stare, Feng Haoyi couldn't help but shiver. A thought crossing his mind, could this fellow be grappling with issues of sexual orientation? As he contemplated this, he involuntarily shuddered again. Then, with a quivering voice, Feng Haoyi addressed him. "Baozi, are you all right? Why are you looking at me like that? I assure you, if you continue, I will inform my sister-in-law." Bao Jun, momentarily taken aback, failed to register Feng Haoyi's words and continued to fixate on him. At that moment, Feng Haoyi could no longer endure it and exclaimed loudly, "Baozi, I am not joking. I will tell my sister-in-law." After Feng Haoyi's outburst, Bao Jun finally reacted and inquired, "Ego, what's wrong? Why do you look at me like that? You don't have any issues in that regard, do you?" This left Feng Haoyi bewildered as he questioned, What do you mean by that regard? Bao Jun then stammered. Igu, you should consider finding a wife. I already have one, so you cannot. At this moment, Feng Haoyi finally grasped the meaning behind Bao Jun's words. He had misunderstood him. Feng Haoyi thought to himself, what a twist of fate. I initially thought he was referring to something else, yet he would dare say this about me. Forget it. As long as he has no issues in that regard, I shall not worry. At the same time, he spoke up. Baozi, what are you thinking? Do I resemble that kind of person? I still wish to find a wife. Please do not slander me like that. Oh, that's good, that's good. As long as you are fine and have no problems, it is all well. Otherwise, your younger siblings would be in tears. Feng Haoyi was left speechless. How could this fellow be so unreasonable? Today, I received the contract notification. However, as a newcomer with a new book, I am uncertain of the outcome. In these few days since the release, it has only garnered a handful of readers. Nevertheless, I feel a surge of excitement and hope that everyone might consider adding this book to their collection. The novel Guarding the World in Chaos has been signed today. I seek your support in collecting and clicking. I am currently typing it out. Please hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Chapter 14. An incident occurred. Let us hurry and leave. We are already late. If something happens, we will truly have no means of escape. Even Captain Wu will be unable to save us. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Bao Jun promptly interjected, we must hasten. For if we arrive late, the consequences could be dire. Bao Jun harbored greater concerns than Feng Haoyi, as he bore the responsibility of providing for a large family, including his wife and children, while Feng Haoyi was solely responsible for himself. Soon enough, the two arrived at the East Market. As they traversed the bustling streets, numerous acquaintances greeted them. Brother Bao, Brother E, are you both on patrol today? Indeed, we are patrolling this area. Hurry over to my place. Have you had breakfast? I'll prepare a meal for you. Rest assured, it's complimentary. Brother E, Brother Bao, come to my place as well. I'll take care of the food. No, come to my place. The food is delicious here. As they conversed, both Feng Haoyi and Bao Jun felt overwhelmed. While they could manage a conversation with one or two people, the sheer number of well-wishers was daunting. Nevertheless, they responded, thank you all, but I have already had breakfast. So there is no need to insist. Brother Bao has eaten, but what about you, Brother E? Would you like to join me for a meal? Feng Haoyi quickly interjected. I appreciate your kindness, but I too have already dined. Feng Haoyi spoke the truth, having taken his meal at the yamen earlier. Subsequently, Feng Haoyi remarked, esteemed guests, I have observed that your recent sales have been quite prosperous. Surely, you have accumulated a substantial profit. Naturally, with increased earnings comes greater wealth. Brother E, the fortune we have garnered is entirely due to your efforts. Were it not for your diligent maintenance of order here, we would not have been able to earn a single coin, and we might have even lost our lives in the process. His words were met with widespread agreement and support. Indeed, we owe a debt of gratitude to all of you. You are our benefactors. It must be said that the conditions in Qingyun City are remarkably superior to those in other locales. At the very least, the local customs are commendably simple, and even within the government offices, there are not many malefactors. This has been Feng Haoyi's impression of the place since his arrival a few days ago. Observing the enthusiasm of the people, he could not help but ponder what kind of virtuous official could foster such genuine villagers. Feng Haoyi has grown increasingly curious about the city's lord, Shiqing. Although he has yet to encounter Shiqing, the state of the populace and the prosperity of the Eastern market have revealed much to him. If the situation were governed by a corrupt official, the residents would certainly not exhibit such a demeanor. Even their expressions of gratitude would not be so devoid of pressure, such as inviting them to dine. At the very least, it appears that these individuals enjoy a measure of affluence. Were a corrupt official to oversee the management, the market in Qingyun City would likely decline to a lamentable state. With these reflections in mind, Feng Haoyi, under the guidance of Bao Jun, finally made his escape from the situation. As Igu remarked earlier, he was genuinely taken aback by the fervor displayed by the people around him. Observing the prosperity of the surroundings, Feng Haoyi could not help but exclaim, Baozi, it appears that under the leadership of the city lord, Qingyun City is thriving splendidly. At the very least, our patrols here rarely encounter any incidents. Indeed, this is all attributable to Lord Shi's resolute stance against those who instigate trouble. With stringent measures in place, Qingyun City has achieved a semblance of stability. How delightful! Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's sentiments, Bao Jun could not restrain himself from commenting. It seems we are unlikely to encounter any issues today. However, scarcely had he uttered those words when Feng Haoyi's gaze fell upon a particular area, prompting him to say, "Ah, that matter does not fall within our jurisdiction. Perhaps we should refrain from intervening." Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi neither rejected nor accepted the notion outright. He merely suggested, "Let us set aside other concerns for the moment and investigate. Should anything arise, we may be able to offer assistance." Bao Jun, feeling a sense of indignation, retorted, "Ego, that territory is overseen by Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing. Have you forgotten how they previously spoke of you?" Although Feng Haoyi was aware of Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing's discontent towards him, he also recognized that their misfortunes were likely a consequence of his own presence. After all, Zuo Wei had initially contemplated assigning Feng Haoyi to this very location. He harbored no illusions that Zuo Wei was acting in his best interest. Given his enmity with Holy, it was evident that Zuo Wei sought to undermine him. Moreover, during Feng Haoyi's period of misfortune, the two individuals had indeed provided him with some form of assistance. Regardless of the initial motives that led them to aid Feng Haoyi, he has always cherished this kindness. Perhaps they felt compelled to help out of a sense of obligation, or perhaps they were simply moved by pity for him, thus extending their support. In any case, despite the myriad reasons that could be proposed, the undeniable truth remains that they once aided Feng Haoyi. Consequently, in this lifetime, he could not remain an indifferent bystander. I recall this, yet I must proceed. With that, Feng Haoyi swiftly made his way forward. Upon witnessing his actions, Bao Jun felt a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, he decided to follow suit. Elsewhere, the constables Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing lay on the ground, besieged by a group of assailants who were mercilessly kicking them. It was evident that Hu Hua bore visible wounds, as the assailants showed no mercy in their assault. Not far off, two individuals were weeping, an elderly man and a young girl, who, upon closer inspection, appeared to be grandfather and granddaughter. The girl, who lay sobbing on the ground, was quite a beauty, while the old man displayed a disheveled appearance, likely a result of having been beaten. As the elderly man wept, he implored a young gentleman clad in fine garments and adorned in jade boots for mercy. "My lord, I beseech you to spare these two gentlemen. They are innocent." It was apparent that this young man was of considerable wealth and status, if not both. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so audacious. Aside from a few individuals who had confronted Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing, two elderly gentlemen stood behind this young scion. Were one unaware? They might mistakenly perceive these venerable men as feeble, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. Chapter 15. The arrogant young master Ouyang, perhaps wearied by the old man's incessant entreaties, the young man clad in fine garments, who had been leering at the weeping maiden, suddenly shifted his gaze, casting a malevolent look at the old gentleman who knelt before him in supplication. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the old man sprawling. The force of the blow was nearly full strength. Already frail, the old man was propelled a considerable distance, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. "How dare you meddle in my affairs? It seems you have a death wish. I have taken a liking to your granddaughter. Consider it a blessing for your family, a fortune for your granddaughter. Yet, you still have the audacity to refuse." Upon finishing his tirade, he could not suppress the urge to spit. The once weeping young woman, witnessing her grandfather injured and bleeding, rushed to his side, wailing, "Grandfather, please do not leave us. Grandfather, you must be all right. Yao's world cannot exist without you." Her voice was piercing, evoking sympathy even among the onlookers, who could scarcely bear to witness the scene. Yet, they did not dare to confront the man before them. Observing the situation, the crowd murmured in hushed tones, "Such a heartless wastrel. Why does someone like him escape retribution?" Indeed, he believed that a modicum of influence rendered him invincible. It is unclear whose family this individual belongs to, yet their malevolence is evident. Alas, who will advocate for us? The common folk just once. Although they are unfamiliar with the young nobleman in splendid attire, they all recognize Ho Li. In Qinyan City, Ho Li's father holds the position of second in command, which speaks volumes about Ho Li's standing. However, observing Ho Li's demeanor, it is clear he harbors a palpable fear of the nobleman, evidently seeking to curry favor with him. Witnessing the elder being kicked until he coughed up blood, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of a beautiful young girl, Hu Hua could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "Hey, if you are a man, do not bully the elderly and women. If you possess true courage, come at me instead. By your grandmother, if I am afraid, you shall be my grandson." Upon hearing this, the nobleman's countenance darkened, transforming from its originally fair complexion to a deep shade of purple-black. Standing by, Ho Li, perceptive of the boy's rising anger, seized the opportunity to flatter and scold Hu Hua, saying, "Hu Hua, do you even know who this young master is? Hurry and apologize. This is young Master Ouyang." The onlookers, upon hearing this, were struck with expressions of shock, mixed with a sense of confirmation. Young Master Ouyang is undoubtedly a person of great significance. Or perhaps the Ouyang family wields substantial power. In the Sui kingdom, the Ouyang family is one that none dare provoke. They are a formidable force, having produced 3 prime ministers since the establishment of the Sui kingdom. Without comparison, such stature might go unrecognized. However, upon comparison, it is evident that no other family within the Sui dynasty has ever produced 3 chancellors. In fact, not a single family has even managed to present 2 chancellors. Thus, when the news reached them, astonishment, shock, and fear enveloped them. Soon, those who initially expressed righteous indignation fell silent. Some even chose to withdraw, clearly apprehensive of potential retribution from the esteemed young Master Ouyang. Their meager status and influence rendered them incapable of withstanding even a mere breath from him. Upon arriving at the scene, Feng Haoyi was greeted by this very spectacle. Chapter 16. Hu Hua and his companion are beaten. Feng Haoyi beheld the grim sight, witnessing Hu Hua on the verge of being unrecognizable due to the thrashing he received. Meanwhile, Ho Li stood idly by, fanning the flames of discord, which ignited a fierce rage within Feng Haoyi. "Hu Hua, Lu Chunxing, you two must promptly apologize, or you may not survive this ordeal," he warned. "You fools. Bow before young Master Ouyang at once. It may grant you a reprieve, a mere chance to save your lives." Having uttered these words, he noticed that instead of pleading for mercy, the two merely glared at him with malice, which pushed Ho Li past his breaking point. "Hu Hua, Lu Chunxing, heed my words. If you persist in this defiance, your own families will suffer dire consequences because of your obstinacy." Indeed, these words struck a chord with Hu Hua and his companion. Upon hearing them, sorrow flickered in their eyes. Lacking the strength to protect their families, could they not even fulfill the most fundamental duty of upholding justice and maintaining peace in this realm? Subsequently, a look of frustration appeared in their eyes. Ultimately, though these two were not particularly fond of socializing, they possessed a genuine kindness at heart. Witnessing the young girl being harassed, they instinctively felt compelled to intervene. However, even Ho Li was now persuading them to disregard the situation. Despite their benevolence, a flicker of hesitation crossed their minds. Not everyone is as noble as one might imagine. Sacrificing oneself or loved ones merely to save another is a heavy burden to bear. Observing their silence, Ho Li felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Was there truly any room for doubt? Such indecision made him appear lacking in authority. He was already in a foul mood today. And now these two guardians of beauty had further provoked him, an unforgivable offense. Initially, he had intended to assign Feng Haoyi to this place, while he accompanied the lecherous Ouyang Zhenjiang. Ho Li was acutely aware that a captivating beauty awaited here. Once Ouyang Zhenjiang laid eyes on her, he would undoubtedly whisk her away, and Feng Haoyi, once stationed here, would surely take action. Ho Li had faith that should Feng Haoyi intervene, there would be no escape for him. Of course, this scheme had been orchestrated by his own machinations. Yet, in the end, the means to undermine Feng Haoyi had been thwarted by these two individuals, inciting his fury. Moreover, they had the audacity to oppose him. Thus, Ho Li declared, "In that case, prepare for the ruin of your families." Upon hearing this, Hu Hua and his companion found their initial resolve to rescue the girl waning, uncertain if they would even survive to leave this place. Upon reflection, they exhibited little reaction, seemingly resigned to their fate. Observing this, those around them appeared to foresee the outcome. Alas, it seems they were powerless, leaving the girl to endure the brunt of the situation. Let us depart. It appears this girl cannot escape, and no one can rescue her. However, at that moment, a sudden cry pierced the air. You fiend, do not approach. Do not come closer. With those words, the two who had previously resigned sprang into action, breaking free from the throng and rushing to the girl's side, sending the dapper young gentleman flying with a swift kick. This scene was truly unexpected. No one had anticipated that Hu Hua and Lu Chunsheng would charge forth at such a moment. The crowd was stunned, and even the young gentleman, having been kicked, wore a look of disbelief. Could it be true? In this city of youthful aspirations, there were still those bold enough to challenge him. Haoyi was taken aback. After all his words, such a turn of events had transpired, revealing the fierce resolve of Hu Hua and Lu Chunsheng. Ouyang Zhenjiang's guards were equally astonished. Having accompanied Ouyang for so long, they had never encountered such a scenario, particularly the two standing behind Ouyang, who had seldom engaged in conflict. Generally, upon hearing Ouyang Zhenjiang's name and recognizing his influence, people would refrain from provoking him. Moreover, they would go to great lengths to appease his ire. Such a situation had not arisen in years. They had nearly forgotten it. At that moment, Hu Hua and Lu Chunsheng spoke in unison. Young Master Ouyang, we sincerely apologize. But you are in Qingyun City now, and as long as I, Hu Hua, draw breath, I shall not allow you to proceed with this matter. Simultaneously, Lu Chunsheng added, furthermore, we shall not permit you to act in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhenjiang and his associates began to curse, incredulous that these young men dared to voice such defiance. The elderly man and his granddaughter were both moved to tears. And Muyu directly urged, Gentlemen Hu and Lu, you must leave at once. We are grateful for your kindness, but we cannot allow you to bear the brunt of our troubles. The old man gazed at his granddaughter, at a loss for words. On one hand, he wished for her well-being, yet on the other, he was reluctant to involve Hu Hua and Lu Chunsheng in this perilous situation. It was evident that Ouyang Zhenjiang and his cohorts were far beyond their capacity to confront. To entangle Hu Hua and Lu Chunsheng would undoubtedly lead to their demise, a thought that would burden the old man with guilt for a lifetime. Contemplating this, he could no longer restrain himself and uttered, Yaoer, I am sorry, my dear. I have failed you as a grandfather. Throughout your life, I have offered you little assistance. But today, I and Mingqi shall do something for you. It was this exclamation from Mingqi that jolted the previously dazed Ouyang Zhenjiang and his companions back to reality. Once the guards regained their senses, the realization that Hu Hua and Lu Chunsheng had dared to strike their young master ignited their fury, and they rushed forward to unleash a brutal assault upon the two men. Upon being abruptly awakened, Ouyang Zhenjiang immediately rose to his feet and exclaimed in anger. Upon hearing these words, Haoyi was so frightened that he promptly knelt before Ouyang Zhenjiang. Young Master Ouyang, you must believe me. How could I possibly wish you harm? This matter has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air. Grandfather. No. Ouyang Zhenjiang swiftly kicked Haoyi away and turned to see Mingqi charging towards him with a knife in hand. Witnessing this, Ouyang Zhenjiang felt a wave of terror wash over him. And Mingqi was merely an ordinary individual. How could he possibly contend with the guards surrounding Ouyang Zhenjiang? In the blink of an eye, Mingqi was struck in the chest by one of the guards, sent sprawling several meters away. When he finally came to a halt, blood flowed ceaselessly from his mouth. At this sight, Muyao rushed to Mingqi's side, crying out, Grandfather, please get up, please get up. Meanwhile, the two battered individuals, Hu Hua and his companion, witnessing the scene, cried out in unison, Ouyang Zhenjiang, you shall pay for this. Chapter 17. Going too far upon hearing Hu Hua's words. Ouyang Zhenjiang merely chuckled derisively, gazing at Hu Hua with a smirk. You claim to be quite formidable. Why not go and save him then? With that, Ouyang Zhenjiang advanced toward Hu Hua and delivered a swift kick. Hu Hua wished to move, yet found himself utterly without strength. having been beaten to a state where motion was rendered impossible. The muffled groans echoed throughout the space, and those present could discern the extent of Hu Hua's suffering and the pain he endured. Finally, and Muyao could no longer bear to witness the torment inflicted upon her benefactor. Thus, she spoke up, "Young Master Ouyang, please cease your actions. I consent to your demands, provided you release my grandfather and my benefactor." Upon hearing Muyao's plea, Ouyang Zhenjiang not only refused to relent, but delivered an even more forceful kick to Hu Hua. He then cast a disdainful gaze upon Muyao and proclaimed, "I have now altered my intentions. Regardless of your unwillingness, I shall possess you. Even in death, I will claim you as mine." As these words left his lips, a figure in a distant establishment known as the First Tower observed the scene unfolding from the third floor, leaning against the window. Following Ouyang Zhenjiang's declaration, a woman within the private chamber remarked, "Ouyang Zhenjiang has indeed crossed the line." This woman possessed bright, captivating eyes that sparkled with an enchanting vitality. Anyone who dared to gaze into her eyes would surely find themselves entranced, as if they were staring into the most brilliant of jewels or the entirety of the night sky, making it nearly impossible to look away. Her petite lips resembled cherries, evoking an irresistible desire to taste their sweetness, yet the icy demeanor she exuded dispelled any thoughts of impropriety. It must be said that this woman's allure to men was extraordinarily potent. At that moment, as she finished her statement, a man beside her spoke up, saying, "Indeed, Jia, you are absolutely right. Ouyang Zhenjiang has certainly gone too far." This man possessed a fair complexion, coupled with a subtle scholarly demeanor and a strikingly handsome face that could incite envy in the gods. Were he to speak so gently to any other woman, she would undoubtedly fall under his spell. Yet, when he uttered these words, the cold woman named Jia was filled with a hint of disdain in her gaze, a sentiment easily overlooked unless one looked closely. Subsequently, the man heard Feng Jia respond, "Zheng Yintian, I have already informed you that you should not address me as Jia. It is not a name for you to use. Such familiarity may lead to misunderstandings, especially considering that I have a fiancé." Initially, Zheng Yutian was already infuriated by Feng Jia's insistence on not allowing him to call her by that name. Now, with her mention of a fiancé, he could no longer contain his anger. With a darkened expression, he fixed his gaze upon Feng Jia and retorted sharply, "Feng Jia, are you referring to that constable, Feng Haoyi?" Upon hearing this, Feng Jia realized that Zhang Yutian had indeed investigated Feng Haoyi, which left her feeling quite displeased. She replied with unwavering seriousness, her tone grave and earnest. Chapter 18. Feng Jia's admirer. After Zhang Yintian finished speaking, he immediately realized that he had been overly emotional. Although he was subsequently reprimanded by Feng Jia, he still offered an apology. "Feng Jia, I am sorry. I spoke incorrectly just now." Feng Jia glanced at him, unwilling to engage further. However, taking his apology into account, she finally spoke. "It's all right. I merely hope you can be more mindful in the future. Please refrain from mentioning him again, and do not call me Jia. It is truly inappropriate." Certainly, despite the formidable influence of the Zheng family, they dared not offend the Feng family, a vast commercial empire spanning several nations. Moreover, the Feng family maintained their own security team, comparable to that of a national army. Zhang Yutian gazed at Feng Jia, harboring a desire to incapacitate her and take her away, yet he lacked the courage to act. Furthermore, success was beyond his reach, as Feng Jia was accompanied by two individuals, both women, whose strength was formidable. One was a maid, yet her capabilities were still impressive. The other was a dedicated bodyguard, whose prowess was beyond imagination. This woman, known as Feng Jia, was renowned in the martial world as a formidable protector. Anyone who dared to underestimate her would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Although Zhang Yutian felt a surge of anger within, he did not allow it to surface. In an effort to win Feng Jia's favor, he suppressed his frustration and began to speak. "Ji." Feng Jia interrupted him, saying, "Call me Miss Feng." "Yes, Miss Feng. Ouyang Zhenjiang's actions have indeed crossed the line. Should I intervene?" Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yutian would pay no heed to such matters, and at times, he might even partake in them himself. However, The situation is different now. Feng Jia disapproves of such conduct. By resolving this issue, Zhang Yutian could not only bring joy to Feng Jia but also demonstrate his own prowess. After some contemplation, Feng Jia spoke up. In that case, I must trouble young Master Zhang. Very well, I shall attend to it at once, Zhang Yuntian replied, hastily departing. Once Zhang Yuntian left, one of Feng Jia's maidservants remarked, Miss, do you not hold young Master Zhang in high regard? Indeed, you are correct, Xiaoyan. I do not harbor any fondness for him, Feng Jia responded. Following her words, Xiaoyan fell silent, her expression remaining unchanged. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the scene, Feng Haoyi found Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing utterly unrecognizable from the beating they had received. The sound of a woman's weeping echoed through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Haoyi charged forward, swiftly incapacitating the guards one by one. Holy, who had been apprehensive about Ouyang Zhenjiang seeking retribution, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Feng Haoyi's arrival. His exhilaration overshadowed any lingering fear. Feng Haoyi's presence was precisely what he desired. It was indeed fortuitous that the guards who had assaulted Ouyang Zhenjiang were being dealt with, for this would surely forge an indelible rift between Ouyang Zhenjiang and Feng Haoyi, ensuring that neither would rest until the matter was resolved. The outcome of the confrontation between the two was unmistakably dire. Feng Haoyi was destined to suffer a crushing defeat, perhaps even losing his life in the process. Thus, upon his arrival, Holy bellowed, Feng Haoyi, what are you doing? How dare you strike the servants of young Master Ouyang? You must be weary of living. Feng Haoyi cast a glance in his direction and offered a smile, a mere gesture that sent Holy retreating in trepidation. Undeterred, Feng Haoyi pressed on, continuing to engage the guards. The sight of Feng Haoyi's unexpected arrival, along with his intervention, filled the hearts of the two with profound remorse for their prior misdeeds. However, Feng Haoyi paid no heed to their thoughts. He had far more pressing matters at hand. Ouyang Zhenjiang, incensed by the audacity of someone daring to strike his guards, was utterly furious. The peculiarities of Qingdan City bewildered him. Had his stature diminished so drastically in this place? First, he was thwarted by Hu Hua and his companion from claiming the girl named in Muyao, and now, yet another individual had assaulted his servants. Were the people of Qingyun City truly so brazen? Of course, Ouyang Zhenjiang did not intend to confront the guards directly. The two individuals behind him cared little for the guards' fates. Their sole purpose was to safeguard Ouyang Zhenjiang, leaving all other matters to the wayside. Eventually, unable to endure the series of humiliations any longer, Ouyang Zhenjiang inquired, Who is that young man? How dare he lay a hand on my servants? Yet, Feng Haoyi chose to ignore him, intensifying his assault on the guards instead. Before long, all the guards were dispatched. It was then that Feng Haoyi turned his gaze towards Hu Hua and spoke. Brother Yi, I acknowledge my previous misdeeds and sincerely apologize. However, you should depart swiftly. The individual before us is Ouyang Zhenjiang, a man of considerable influence. We cannot afford to provoke him. As he spoke, he attempted to push Feng Haoyi towards the exit, but was unable to budge him in the slightest. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the defeat of all his guards at the hands of Feng Haoyi, Ouyang Zhenjiang felt a burgeoning admiration. He regarded Feng Haoyi with a sense of pride and proclaimed, Young man, I present you with an opportunity. Kneel before me and acknowledge me as your master. And not only will I spare your life, but I shall also welcome you into the Ouyang family. Following this declaration, one of the guards behind him attempted to interject, seeking to prevent Ouyang Zhenjiang from proceeding with his proposition. However, Ouyang Zhenjiang simply waved his hand, silencing the guard. Observing this, the guard chose not to voice further objections, contemplating that they could intimidate Feng Haoyi once he expressed a willingness to submit to Ouyang Zhenjiang, thereby ensuring no complications would arise. Yet, while ideals may be grand, reality often proves stark. After Ouyang Zhenjiang's bold statement, Feng Haoyi remained unperturbed, continuing to listen to Hu Hua's account of the situation. At this moment, Ouyang Zhenjiang was incensed. He had not anticipated that Feng Haoyi would exhibit such audacity, daring to disregard him entirely. It is utterly unforgivable. Thus, Ouyang Zhenjiang addressed a guard behind him, saying, "Uncle Nan, go and teach this reckless young man a lesson. Remember, do not kill him. He still holds some utility." Upon hearing this, Uncle Nan promptly stepped forward, then spoke, "Young man, hasten to apologize. Perhaps I might spare your life." Chapter 19 now? Apologize. Unfortunately, he misjudged Feng Haoyi. Despite the call, Feng Haoyi remained silent. Initially, Uncle Nan approached merely to administer a simple reprimand, but now he was thoroughly provoked by Feng Haoyi's indifference. Did this young man deem himself too worthy to acknowledge his opponent? Meanwhile, on the third floor of the renowned Tianxia First Tower Tavern, Feng Jia observed Feng Haoyi and couldn't help but feel a mix of pity and disdain. It was a pity that such a young man possessed remarkable martial prowess. Yet he was now at risk of being rendered powerless. The disdain stemmed from Feng Jia's perception that Feng Haoyi was undeniably arrogant, and more critically, he lacked the strength to justify such arrogance. Thus, witnessing this situation, Feng Jia felt a growing aversion towards him. Concurrently, Xiaoyan remarked, "Miss, this person is exceedingly arrogant. Indeed, rather presumptuous. Let us go and see," she replied. With that, the trio who had been lingering there vanished from sight. Xiaonan, who was equally disregarded by Feng Haoyi, became infuriated and shouted loudly, rushing to confront Feng Haoyi. "Apologize now. How dare you display such arrogance? Today, I shall teach you what it means to respect your elders." However, Feng Haoyi did not even deign to glance at him, completely ignoring his words. Meanwhile, Hu Hua continued narrating the earlier events to Feng Haoyi, oblivious to Xiaonan's actions. Yet, as observers, Lu Chunxing and An Muyao noticed the commotion and shouted in unison, "Brother E, danger. Quick dodge. Young Master Feng run." An Muyao, being particularly direct, uttered a single phrase before swiftly positioning herself behind Feng Haoyi, intent on shielding him from the impending strike. Although Feng Haoyi was engaged in conversation with Hu Hua, he was acutely aware of what transpired behind him. He comprehended the nature of Xiaonan's impending attack, but chose to remain unfazed. Likewise, he was fully cognizant of An Muyao's actions. Thus, as Xiaonan lunged forward, Feng Haoyi pivoted, wrapping one arm around An Muyao, while his other hand met Xiaonan's palm head-on. Moments later, a shocking scene unfolded. "What? I must be seeing things. Is this for real? Did I just witness that?" The onlookers were astounded that Feng Haoyi had indeed blocked the attack. However, someone nearby interjected, correcting, "What are you saying? You're completely mistaken. That individual, he didn't T-block Feng Haoyi at all. He was the one who was struck, and he has spitting blood." As he spoke, his body trembled involuntarily. The person he addressed had yet to retort when they noticed Xiaonan retreating a few steps, a faint trace of blood evident at the corner of his mouth. Of course, it was not easily seen unless one looked closely. Ouyang Zhenjiang stood behind Xiaonan, observing only his retreat, unaware of the injury sustained. Thus, everyone heard Ouyang Zhenjiang declare. Once he uttered those words, those who witnessed Xiaonan's injury could not help but scoff inwardly. How could Xiaonan, who was unable to contend with others, dare to teach them a lesson? It was a mere fantasy. Ouyang Zhenjiang was truly foolish, thinking he could admonish anyone. It would be remarkable if he were not the one being admonished instead. The thoughts of the onlookers were largely aligned. Yet none dared to voice their sentiments for fear of Ouyang Zhenjiang's retribution. Feng Haoyi, however, remained unafraid, while the others trembled at the prospect. Chapter 20. The arrival of Feng Haoyi. Oblivious to the mockery surrounding him, Ouyang Zhenjiang continued unabated. He then turned his gaze toward Ho Li and spoke. "Ho Li, it seems that your Qingyun city is quite formidable. Was this orchestrated by you? I have not been here long, yet I have encountered such an incident. I surmise that they would not have acted thus without your consent. Pray, tell me, did you incite them to do so?" Indeed, none from the prominent families could be considered fools. However, this did not imply that Ouyang Zhenjiang had accurately discerned Ho Li's intentions. Deep down, Ouyang Zhenjiang understood that this incident could not have been instigated by Ho Li. He lacked the audacity for such an act. Moreover, Ouyang Zhenjiang could discern Ho Li's animosity towards Feng Haoyi. Nevertheless, Ouyang Zhenjiang continued with his actions and words. Driven by a desire to preserve his own dignity while simultaneously extracting some advantage from Ho Li, Ideally, he aspired to draw Haoyi, particularly his father, into his faction. Ouyang Zhenjiang was acutely aware that, despite being the eldest son, his family had long sought to bequeath the status to his younger brother. At this moment, he seized the opportunity to sway those behind Haoyi, compelling him to choose sides. This would yield the most favorable outcome. Upon hearing these words, Haoyi immediately knelt down, pleading, "Young Master Ouyang, this was truly not my arrangement. You must believe me." Witnessing Haoyi kneel, Ouyang Zhenjiang swiftly interjected, casting the entire matter onto Haoyi's shoulders, thereby defining the situation. This incident vividly illuminated the intricacies of the capable individuals within a prominent family. Upon hearing this, Haoyi, who had just risen, felt compelled to kneel once more to explain. However, upon seeing Ouyang Zhenjiang's countenance, he refrained from speaking further. "How unjustly I am treated! It was clearly not my doing. Why must the blame fall upon me?" he thought, seething with resentment towards Feng Haoyi. He attributed all fault to Feng Haoyi. Devoid of any justification, purely out of disdain for him, Haoyi would unreservedly place all blame on Feng Haoyi. Of course, Feng Haoyi remained oblivious to Haoyi's thoughts. In truth, even if Feng Haoyi were to become aware, he would merely dismiss it with a smile. Haoyi, devoid of cunning and acting impulsively, is nothing but a reckless fool. Such is Feng Haoyi's assessment of Haoyi throughout their interactions. After Ouyang Zhenjiang resolved the matters at hand, his mood improved slightly. He turned his gaze towards the standoff between Feng Haoyi and Xiaonan, and spoke, "Xiaonan, teach this young man a lesson. I wish for him to submit to me. Be swift, for I have other matters to attend to." At this moment, Ouyang Zhenjiang remained oblivious to any anomalies, casually addressing Xiaonan in this manner. However, one of Ouyang Zhenjiang's other attendants, having discerned something amiss, hastily approached him and whispered, "Young master, we have encountered a formidable opponent today. Xiaonan will likely find it challenging to overcome Feng Haoyi." The statement was artfully crafted, refraining from directly declaring Xiaonan's impending defeat, but rather suggesting it in a subtle manner. As for Ouyang Zhenjiang, it was uncertain whether he grasped the underlying message. After this exchange, Ouyang Zhenjiang scrutinized the confrontation between Xiaonan and Feng Haoyi. He observed Feng Haoyi, who held an muyu with an air of disdain directed at Xiaonan, while Xiaonan remained silent. Faintly, he could see blood trickling from Xiaonan's right arm, pooling onto the ground. Although Xiaonan did not promptly execute his command, Ouyang Zhenjiang chose not to utter another word. He recognized that Feng Haoyi was superior to Xiaonan. At this moment, it was as if time stood still. The crowd exchanged wide-eyed glances, awaiting the next course of action. Finally, Muyao emerged from her state of shock, still cradled in Feng Haoyi's embrace, standing there. Then, Muyao's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to the hues of a fiery sunset. The realization that she was being embraced by another man left her pondering how she could possibly marry in the future or navigate her own existence. With this troubling thought, Muyao struggled momentarily. Sensing her movements, Feng Haoyi suddenly remembered that he was holding someone and promptly released her. Simultaneously, he offered an apology, saying, "I beg your pardon. Dear lady, it was not my intention." Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Muyao merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, leaving others puzzled about its true meaning. Was it an expression of indifference or a refusal to forgive? However, the attention of the onlookers was not fixated on this exchange. Noticing that Xiaonan hesitated to take action and that Ouyang Zhenjiang did not reprimand him, but instead addressed another guard, he instructed, "Uncle Mingyuan, both of you should engage together and teach this man a lesson. I desire his allegiance." Upon hearing Ouyang Zhenjiang's command for them to confront someone significantly younger than themselves, there was a hint of reluctance. Yet, understanding it was the order of their young master, compliance was inevitable. The unfortunate lad was to be blamed for having crossed their young master, though he was also fortunate to have attracted such favor. With this in mind, Lu Mingyuan ceased his hesitation, approached Xiaonan, and said, "Xiaonan, let us join forces and teach this arrogant young man a lesson." Although Xiaonan held disdain for such an action, he recognized that without collaboration, they would stand no chance against Feng Haoyi. Thus, when Lu Mingyuan's words reached his ears, He hesitated for a brief moment before joining Lu Mingyuan in action. If one were to quantify the prowess of the world's foremost experts at this moment as 100, then Feng Haoyi's strength could be measured at just over 70. In contrast, Xiaonan's capabilities were at most around 65. Upon Lu Mingyuan's assault, his might was evidently superior to Xiaonan's, yet it barely reached 67 or 68. Therefore, even when they collaborated, they were no match for Feng Haoyi. To Feng Haoyi, they were merely individuals who could compel him to exert a modicum of seriousness. After Feng Haoyi released her, and Mu Yao felt an unusual sensation stir within her heart. This was her first intimate encounter with a male, and she could hardly articulate the feelings that engulfed her. At that moment, upon witnessing both Lu Mingyuan and Xiaonan launching an attack on Feng Haoyi, and Mu Yao's heart skipped a beat, prompting her to involuntarily exclaim, "Young Master Feng, be careful." Once the words escaped her lips, she seemed to realize her own indiscretion and quickly covered her now crimson face with her hands. Observing Mu Yao's state, and Mingxi felt a slight sense of relief. He understood his own condition better than anyone else, being frail and aged, having already endured a beating. It was likely that he would not survive much longer. Now, with the impression that his granddaughter had found a semblance of stability, he should feel reassured. After all, Feng Haoyi did not strike him as someone devoid of responsibility. Just as this thought crossed his mind, and Mingxi coughed softly. Upon hearing this sound, and Mu Yao, who had previously been blushing, instantly turned pale. And Mu Yao hastily rushed to her grandfather's side, her expression fraught with anxiety as she spoke. Grandfather, are you all right? Please do not frighten me." And Mingxi looked at his granddaughter and could not help but sigh. He then reassured her, Yao, do not worry. I am quite fine. Grandfather, please refrain from speaking. I shall take you to see a doctor shortly." And Mingxi shook his head. In another part of the scene, while Mu Yao conversed with Mingxi, Feng Haoyi was engaged in an intense skirmish with Lu Mingyuan. The reason it was described as fervent was that Feng Haoyi had yet to unleash his full potential. At this moment, he required the expertise of masters like Lu Mingyuan and Xiaonan to refine his skills. Only through continuous combat could Feng Haoyi better acclimate to his body, achieving a harmonious union between his soul and physique. Before long, Feng Haoyi managed to repel the two opponents. Initially, he intended to continue the bout, however. Upon hearing Mu Yao's cry, he realized that something must have happened to her grandfather, and Mingxi. Consequently, he concluded the fight prematurely. After being pushed back by Feng Haoyi, Lu Mingyuan and Xiaonan coughed up blood. Nevertheless, they refrained from launching another assault. Had they not evaded swiftly, they would likely have sustained severe injuries from Feng Haoyi's blows. It was evident that Feng Haoyi was now markedly more ruthless and struck with greater force than before. Thus, they chose not to engage in what could only be described as a suicidal charge. Despite their inaction, they were ensnared in a state of shock. Feng Haoyi is truly formidable. Even when they joined forces, they could not match a single Feng Haoyi. Moreover, he is remarkably youthful. At this moment, a vague suspicion began to dawn upon them. It seemed likely that Feng Haoyi belonged to one of those powerful factions. The realization sent a chill down their spines. They had inadvertently offended a member of a force that even the Ouyang family dared not provoke. What were they to do? Consequently, they turned their gazes toward Ouyang Zhenjiang, eager to discern how he intended to resolve the situation. Upon looking at Ouyang Zhenjiang, they found him equally stunned. Like Lu Mingyuan and the others, Ouyang Zhenjiang had also contemplated those factions. Unable to suppress a gulp, he pondered, could he be one of them? At this juncture, Ouyang Zhenjiang no longer regarded Feng Haoyi lightly. He resolved to forge a strong alliance with Feng Haoyi, should he succeed in gaining the support of the forces behind him. No one would dare oppose his ambition to become the family head. Would anyone in the Ouyang family dare to voice their objections? Once Feng Haoyi concluded the battle, he swiftly approached Mu Yao and inquired, "My lady, how's your grandfather?" As for Hu Hua and Lu Chunqing standing nearby, Feng Haoyi felt no concern. After all, despite their seemingly dire circumstances, they were not in any grave danger. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Mu Yao began to weep softly, saying, "Young Master Feng, my grandfather. He is injured. What shall we do now?" Feng Haoyi examined Mingqi's condition and discovered that he was indeed gravely wounded. Although he was confident in his ability to address minor injuries, he found himself powerless in the face of such a grave affliction. Thus, Feng Haoyi lifted Mingqi, preparing to depart from this place. Upon witnessing Feng Haoyi's actions, Mingqi spoke, "Young Master Feng, I am aware of your good nature. I understand that my time is limited, and no one can save me. My fate is sealed, so there is no need for you to exert further effort. Grandfather." Muyao attempted to interject, but was silenced by Mingqi's gesture. He waved his hand, urging her to refrain from speaking any further. Though anxious to voice her thoughts, Muyao was deterred by Mingqi's demeanor and remained silent. Subsequently, they heard Mingqi continue, "Young Master Feng, may I request one final favor of you?" Feng Haoyi did not acquiesce and replied, "Old sir, you shan't perish. I will save you. I know of a certain Tang shopkeeper nearby, a skilled physician, who should be able to revive you." However, Mingqi remained unyielding, maintaining his gaze upon Feng Haoyi, and ultimately stated, "Very well, I will entrust the care of my granddaughter to you. Her name is Muyao. You may call her Yao Yao." It was evident that Mingqi had resolved to place Muyao in Feng Haoyi's custody, yet Feng Haoyi refrained from responding. With Mingqi upon his back, Feng Haoyi prepared to leave. Just as he was about to step away, Ouyang Zhenjiang suddenly positioned himself before him. Feng Haoyi was on the verge of expressing his ire when a voice interrupted, "Brother Zhenjiang, would you do me the kindness of letting them go?" Feng Haoyi and Ouyang Zhenjiang turned their heads to look at the speaker. Upon seeing him, Ouyang Zhenjiang could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "No way, Zheng Yutian. What brings you here? Zhenjiang, do me a favor and spare them the trouble, will you? Release them, and I will owe you a favor." As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Feng Haoyi and the others, as if they were hardly worth mentioning, and his actions were merely a casual suggestion. At this moment, Feng Haoyi discerned that this individual was not a person of integrity. He likely acted out of some unavoidable circumstance. After all, if his actions were truly motivated by disdain for Ouyang Zhenjiang's behavior and sympathy for Feng Haoyi, then Zheng Yuntian would not have exhibited such a contemptuous demeanor. Hearing Zheng Yuntian's words, Ouyang Zhenjiang found himself caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation. He never intended to obstruct Feng Haoyi and his companions. Moreover, he lacked the courage to confront them. Should he agree outright, it would spell disaster for him. Ouyang Zhenjiang was acutely aware of this reality. The moment he uttered a word, it would imply that he had indeed considered detaining Feng Haoyi and his associates. If Feng Haoyi misconstrued his intentions, it could lead to dire consequences for the Ouyang family, even risking their very existence. Thus, after Zheng Yuntian finished speaking, Ouyang Zhenjiang remained silent. Noticing his prolonged silence, Zheng Yuntian grew somewhat irritated. "What does this mean? Although you are the scion of the Ouyang family, your status pales in comparison to mine as the second heir of the Zheng family." Having already spoken, Zheng Yuntian felt slighted by the lack of respect shown to him, prompting thoughts of indignation. It was utterly disheartening to be treated with such disdain after personally intervening. The more he pondered, the more discomfort he experienced. Nevertheless, he suppressed his anger and inquired pointedly, "Young Master Ouyang, what loss would it entail for you to release these individuals? Surely, you can extend this courtesy." The shift in his address signified a growing estrangement. Observing Zheng Yuntian's rising ire, Ouyang Zhenjiang found himself in a perplexing predicament, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Just as Ouyang Zhenjiang was becoming increasingly flustered, Feng Haoyi, who had remained silent thus far, finally interjected, "Step aside, do not obstruct our path." This was not typical of Feng Haoyi, who, regardless of the circumstances, had initially recognized Zheng Yuntian's intent to rescue him and others. However, upon hearing the disparaging term waste, he understood that they were not of the same ilk and felt no obligation to extend any courtesy to Zheng Yuntian, prompting his sharp retort. A tense silence enveloped the scene as all eyes turned to observe the unfolding confrontation between Feng Haoyi and Zheng Yuntian. Initially, Zheng Yuntian believed he had misheard. Yet upon scrutinizing the expressions of those around him, he realized he had not erred. Feng Haoyi had indeed directed the insult at him. "Waste, What did you just say? If you possess the audacity, utter those words again, he demanded, his voice tinged with fury. Feng Haoyi ignored him, shoving him aside as he attempted to pass. However, there was no escape for Feng Haoyi. Chapter 22. The kind-hearted wind girl. Just moments ago, the guards behind Zheng Yutian refrained from taking action. Not due to their lack of will, but because Zheng Yutian had issued no command, and similarly, Feng Haoyi had remained passive. However, the circumstances have now shifted. Feng Haoyi has taken the initiative to strike. Regardless of Zheng Yutian's instructions, the guards are compelled to act, for they possess justifiable grounds to intervene. Consequently, Feng Haoyi finds his path obstructed once more. As he prepared to incapacitate the two men before him, a suddenly ethereal and melodious voice resonated through the air. Wait, do not act just yet. In truth, Feng Ji had initially been disinclined to assist Feng Haoyi upon witnessing his earlier behavior, yet ultimately, her compassion prevailed, prompting her to speak. Upon hearing her words, Zheng Yutian's two guards ceased their independent actions and turned their attention towards Zheng Yutian, seeking his counsel. The moment Zheng Yutian registered Feng Ji's voice, the dark clouds that had shrouded his countenance dissipated, transforming his expression from brooding to bright in an instant. A change so swift it was almost unfathomable. The two guards trembled slightly at the sight of Zheng Yutian's now serene smile, unable to fathom that this gentle young man bore a heart capable of such cruelty. Though Zheng Yutian remained silent, his expression conveyed a clear directive on how they ought to proceed. Thus, the guards positioned themselves behind him. Shortly thereafter, Feng Ji approached. Having overheard Feng Haoyi's earlier remarks, she arrived with an unwelcoming demeanor, casting a frosty glance at him before articulating, "How can you be so ungrateful? While others extend their aid, you not only fail to show gratitude but also disregard their goodwill." Instead of expressing gratitude, he spoke disdainfully. "Do you even comprehend the essence of gratitude?" Upon hearing such words, Feng Haoyi realized that further discourse would be futile. Engaging with him was akin to playing the lute to a cow. Just moments ago, a young master had arrived, and now, another young lady had appeared. Since words had proven ineffectual, he decided to depart without hesitation. As for Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing, although they felt that this course of action was improper, they too did not dare to voice their opinions, gingerly supporting each other as they made their exit. Bao Jun, who had been attending to Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing, also took his leave. Witnessing this, the young lady's companion, Xiao Yin, could no longer contain herself and lamented, "Miss, look at that person. How rude he is. You saved him, yet he shows you nothing but disdain. Miss, wait here. I shall confront him." Feng Zia intervened, saying, "Let him go. We never expected his gratitude. It is likely we shall not cross paths again." Xiaoyan wished to protest further, but Feng Zia swiftly interrupted, "I understand your sentiments, yet what purpose would it serve? Our acquaintance with him is but a fleeting moment. We have aided him once, and thus, our connection ceases here. Therefore, refrain from further arguments today and allow him to depart." Nearby, Zheng Yutian, upon hearing Feng Zia's words, nodded in agreement, regardless of right or wrong, and praised. Miss Feng truly embodies kindness. Originally, Zheng Yutian intended to address Feng Jia as Jia, but upon meeting her gaze, he refrained from doing so. In Chapter 23, the turning point after Feng Haoyi departed, Zheng Yutian resumed his pursuit of romantic interests. "Miss Feng, we haven't finished our meal yet. Shall we indulge in another round?" Upon hearing this, Feng Jia replied, "Young Master Zheng, I am quite fatigued and cannot eat any longer. I must beg your pardon for not accompanying you this time. I shall treat you next time as a form of atonement." "Oh dear, that simply won't do. How could I allow you to treat me?" Zheng Yutian exclaimed. "If the opportunity arises again, I would be honored to host you for a delightful meal." Initially, Feng Jia contemplated declining the invitation, but she did not wish to squander time with Zheng Yutian. Yet, after some reflection, she realized that such refusals could lead to endless entanglements, so she acquiesced, saying, "Very well." With that, Feng Jia turned her attention towards Ouyang Zhenjiang. After all, the Ouyang family represented a formidable force, holding significant influence within the Sui kingdom. Those engaged in commerce often treasured the cultivation of friendships. This occasion allowed her to extend a small gesture of goodwill towards Ouyang Zhenjiang. Thus, she felt the need to adopt a considerate demeanor. Approaching Ouyang Zhenjiang, she politely expressed, "Young Master Ouyang, I truly appreciate your assistance earlier." Ouyang Zhenjiang, somewhat at a loss for words, could only smile, recognizing that he dared not confront Feng Haoyi, especially after grasping the gravity of his status. With Feng Jia approaching, Zhang Yutian felt compelled to follow suit. Initially, Zhang Yutian was reluctant to attend, especially since Ouyang Zhenjiang had previously dismissed him, showing him no regard. Had it not been for Feng Jia's arrival, his dignity would have been utterly compromised. However, with Feng Jia approaching for certain reasons, he felt compelled to join. Once present, it was unseemly to maintain a cold demeanor, so he remarked, "Young Master Ouyang, you certainly possess a remarkable sense of entitlement. I find myself utterly devoid of respect." Ouyang Zhenjiang was well aware of Zhang Yuntian's underlying meaning, yet he was at a loss for how to respond. Should he disclose Feng Haoyi's identity? That would surely offend Feng Haoyi, who had not even revealed his true identity in Ouyang's presence. It was likely that such reticence stemmed from Feng Haoyi's own desire for discretion, as well as a customary rule among those from that particular circle, which forbade revealing their affiliations. Ouyang Zhenjiang understood the immense power wielded by such factions, and their actions were undoubtedly intended to cultivate their disciples. Contemplating this, Ouyang felt a wave of regret wash over him. How could he have acted so thoughtlessly? Ultimately, if this individual could be cultivated, he would endeavor to do so. If not, then with that thought, Ouyang Zhenjiang nodded firmly, only to see Zhang Yuntian's expression darken ominously. Zhang then spoke, "Ouyang Zhenjiang, what do you mean by this? Do you truly hold me in such low esteem?" Ouyang Zhenjiang recognized that he had momentarily lost focus, likely making some misinterpreted gesture, and thus felt compelled to clarify his intentions. However, before he could utter an explanation, Zhang Yuntian interjected, "All right, you are formidable. Let me tell you, Ouyang Zhenjiang, you shall never aspire to be the head of the Ouyang family. I will undoubtedly thwart your ambitions." Upon hearing this, the previously contrite Ouyang Zhenjiang, who had intended to apologize, was incensed. "What? Do you think my demeanor is too amiable, that I am somehow easy to bully?" Ouyang Zhenjiang pondered inwardly, yet outwardly he retorted, "Zhang Yuntian, if you possess any capability, feel free to test it. Matters concerning the Ouyang family are not for an outsider like you to meddle in. To speak frankly, do you truly believe I am easy prey? I warn you, should you dare to employ any underhanded tactics, I will ensure you regret ever stepping foot into this world." With that, Ouyang Zhenjiang turned on his heel and declared, "Uncle Nan, Uncle Mingyuan, we are leaving." In the end, Ouyang Zhenjiang did not even extend a greeting to Feng Jia, revealing his displeasure. Feng Jia watched Ouyang Zhenjiang's retreating figure and addressed Zhang Yuntian, "Young Master Zhang, it is getting late. I too must take my leave." Observing Zhang Yuntian's demeanor, Feng Jia felt a pang of sympathy, reflecting that he had been reduced to a mere frightened creature by intimidation, a disservice to the reputation of the Zhang family's second young master. Nevertheless, she refrained from further comment. After all, one must maintain a semblance of dignity. Voicing such thoughts could obliterate even the most basic of social interactions. Additionally, the Feng family required the support of the Zhang family to conduct business in this region and within the Sui nation. In confronting Ouyang Zhenjiang, Zhang Yutian still had much to learn. As soon as he departed, he immediately ordered someone to investigate Feng Haoyi. "Holy, do you know who Feng Haoyi is? Today, I need you to gather all the information about him. Ensure that you present everything to me by this afternoon. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Holy promptly expressed his loyalty. "Yes, my lord. Do you intend to take revenge on him? I can assist you in this matter." At these words, a cruel glimmer flashed in Ouyang Zhenjiang's eyes, and he replied, "If you continue to babble, you will no longer hold any value of existence." Witnessing Ouyang Zhenjiang's gaze and hearing his words, Holy immediately knelt down. He began to harbor resentment. It was all Feng Haoyi's fault. Had it not been for Feng Haoyi, how could Ouyang Zhenjiang have unleashed his fury upon him? Certainly, he held some resentment towards Ouyang Junjiang as well, but he dared not voice it. As Holy gazed at Ouyang Junjiang's silhouette, he thought to himself, Feng Haoyi, await your fate. You are soon to meet your demise. And I shall ensure that they employ the most brutal methods to end your life. Even at this moment, Holy believed that Ouyang Junjiang sought Feng Haoyi's information with the intent to kill him. However, Ouyang Junjiang harbored a measure of distrust towards Holy. The reason being that Holy had been exposed to too little of the world and was entirely unaware of the existence of that powerful force. Thus, even if he were to investigate Feng Haoyi, it was unlikely that he would uncover anything of substantial value. In truth, Ouyang Junjiang held no expectations regarding this information. After all, the individuals associated with that force were exceedingly mysterious and tyrannical. Should they discover his intentions, it was likely that his entire family would face dire warnings. Or worse, obliteration. Uncle Nan, please look into that person's information, said Ouyang Junjiang. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan opened his mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. Observing his hesitation, Ouyang Junjiang encouraged, Uncle Nan, you may speak freely. I assure you, I will not take offense. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaonan finally replied, Young master, that individual can only be courted, not offended. The Ouyang family cannot afford to provoke him, otherwise. He left his statement unfinished. Fully aware that Ouyang Junjiang grasped his implication. Upon hearing Xiaonan's words, Ouyang Junjiang felt a tremor in his hand, contemplating that his suspicions were indeed correct. The man was affiliated with that faction. Even Uncle Nan recognized it. I understand now, Uncle Nan. Subsequently, Uncle Nan departed, leaving Ouyang Junjiang alone in a pensive state. Chapter 24. The son-in-law. Upon returning home, Feng Jia turned to her companion, Xiaoyan, and inquired, Xiaoyan, have you managed to uncover the details I asked you to investigate? Oh. Is it regarding the son-in-law? I've gathered all the information. At this, Feng Jia interjected, What son-in-law? I have not consented to that. Please refrain from mentioning it in the future. Understood. Very well, let us pay him a visit this afternoon. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuntian found himself abandoned in the Eastern market. Consumed by rage, yet acutely aware that he could not afford to offend Ouyang Junjiang or Feng Jia. Thus, Zheng Yuntian addressed the guards behind him, saying, I am assigning you a task. Investigate who dares to oppose me. I would like to see who this individual is. Zheng Yuntian had already resolved that upon locating Feng Haoyi, he would certainly make him aware of his standing. As he pondered, he noticed someone nearby seemingly stifling a laugh. With no hesitation, he approached and kicked the person to the ground, delivering several more kicks before finally relenting and departing with a few guards. Unbeknownst to Feng Haoyi, he had already caught the attention of several individuals. At that moment, Feng Haoyi was in Tong Jiao's medical establishment, tending to Mingqi's ailment. Inside the clinic's main hall, Feng Haoyi and Muyao anxiously awaited the outcome of the situation. Feng Haoyi fervently prayed for Mingqi's safety. Meanwhile, Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing were in the infirmary, attending to their injuries. Despite their robust physiques, they still required care for their superficial wounds. Feng Haoyi sat on a bench in the hall, occasionally glancing towards the room wherein Mingqi was being treated. And Muyao, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with grief to the point of fainting. As Feng Haoyi wrestled with his worries, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Brother Feng, how is my grandfather? Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi realized that Muyao had regained consciousness. He replied, This young lady is still inside and has not yet emerged. However, I am confident that with Manager Tong attending to him, your grandfather will surely recover. Hearing his words, Muyao's tears flowed once more, and she introduced herself, saying, Brother Feng, my name is Muyao. Please call me by my name. After speaking, she turned her gaze towards Feng Haoyi, eager to discern his reaction. However, to her dismay, Feng Haoyi exhibited little response. In Muyao's heart was a tumult of emotions, leaving her uncertain of her thoughts. Originally, she ought to address Feng Haoyi as her benefactor, yet inexplicably, she felt a deep sense of familiarity with him, prompting her to call him Brother Feng. The first time she uttered those words, she felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might object to such familiarity. Yet ultimately, he remained silent, seemingly indifferent. Even now, After her declaration, Feng Haoyi displayed no reaction. Did I truly lack charm? And Muyao's mind began to spiral into unfounded thoughts. But she quickly remembered her grandfather was still undergoing treatment, causing her complex emotions to dissipate entirely. What remained was a profound sense of worry. Noticing the palpable concern and urgency etched on Muyao's face, Feng Haoyi sensed her deep anxiety and felt compelled to offer words of comfort. And Muyao, you should find a reason to be joyful. Even if your grandfather is here, he would not wish to see your tear-stained visage. You must be strong. In doing so, you will ease his mind, increasing his chances of recovery. Upon hearing this, Muyao grasped Feng Haoyi's hand in excitement and inquired, Is that true? Brother Feng, do you truly mean it? As she felt the warmth and dampness of her palm in his grasp, her hope began to rekindle. Feng Haoyi suddenly found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to deceive Muyao. Such a kind-hearted girl deserved to live a life filled with happiness, not one shrouded in deception. Yet, Feng Haoyi was at a loss for words. Ultimately, he resolved to offer her some solace. In Muyao, rest assured, fortune favors the brave. Your grandfather will be fine. Instinctively, Feng Haoyi raised his hand, longing to caress Muyao's head. In both of his lifetimes, he had never had a sister or anyone who depended on him in such a way. This feeling captivated him, leaving him entranced. However, reason prevailed, and he lowered his hand once more. Muyao, seemingly oblivious, maintained her stance, though the tears in her eyes had diminished. Time passed, and Muyao appeared to realize something, promptly releasing her grip on Feng Haoyi's hand. She stammered, Brother Feng, actually, I didn't mean to. She hesitated, wishing to continue, but Feng Haoyi interjected, No need to worry, Muyao. I am perfectly fine. Upon hearing this, Muyao fell silent, her cheeks still adorned with a bashful hue, resembling a ripe apple. Then, Feng Haoyi inquired, Muyao, it's already noon. Are you hungry? I can fetch us some food. Muyao stood up and replied, Brother Feng, there's no need. I'm not hungry. Feng Haoyi found it difficult to believe her words. However, he chose to express himself differently, for he could discern that Muyao was still somewhat bashful. At that moment, a series of guguga sounds emanated from Muyao, which elicited a slight urge to chuckle from Feng Haoyi. How should one describe it? It was simply, exceedingly awkward. Muyao, upon hearing the sound, felt even more embarrassed. She had just claimed to be unhungry, yet her stomach betrayed her as she turned away. Understanding Muyao's sensitivity, Feng Haoyi smiled gently and exited without jesting further, genuinely concerned that she might succumb to her embarrassment and act in an unpredictable manner. Upon returning to Tongjiao's pharmacy, Feng Haoyi found Muyao still seated in her original spot, with the only noticeable change being the absence of her earlier panic. Perhaps she had found some comfort from somewhere, or news had reached her that Mingxi had already been cured. Thus, Feng Haoyi approached her and inquired, Muyao, how is your grandfather faring now? Has he been rescued? Hearing Muyao's sweet voice lifted Feng Haoyi's spirits, and he continued, I do not know. They have yet to emerge, and I am still unaware of the outcome. As he spoke, a flicker of worry crossed his face, only to vanish in an instant, as if some unseen force had bestowed upon him immense confidence. Although Feng Haoyi was filled with curiosity, he refrained from inquiring further. Unbeknownst to him, the inexplicable confidence that enveloped Muyao stemmed from his very presence. Had Feng Haoyi been aware of this, he might have been left astounded. He then continued, It's all right. Trust that your grandfather will recover. You needn't worry. I understand, she replied. Subsequently, Feng Haoyi took out the meal he had purchased and handed it to Muyao, saying, Here, eat this. However, after a brief moment of waiting, he noticed that Muyao did not take the food from her hands. He raised his gaze and discovered that her eyes were brimming with tears. She was crying. Feng Haoyi initially assumed that Muyao was distressed over her grandfather, so he gently reassured her, Muyao, please have a little to eat. You needn't fret about your grandfather. If you neglect your own nourishment, you will only exhaust yourself, and then there will be no one to care for him. Unexpectedly, a surge of courage welled up within Muyao, prompting her to ask, Brother Feng, why are you so kind to me? Feng Haoyi was at a loss for words. His intentions were purely motivated by compassion for their plight, a desire to offer assistance. Yet, how could he articulate such sentiments without it sounding like mere charity? Nevertheless, he found it difficult to dismiss her question without an answer. And Muyao continued to gaze at Feng Haoyi, her eyes fixed upon his face in quiet contemplation. Feng Haoyi could discern that Muyao was resolutely in need of a reason. Thus, he spoke, "Well, the truth is, you bear a striking resemblance to my sister, which compels me to offer my assistance." Upon hearing these words, tears streamed even more rapidly from Muyao's eyes. "Brother Feng, your kindness overwhelms me. You have already covered my grandfather's medical expenses, and now you are also providing for our lodging and meals. I am at a loss as to how I can repay you. Brother Feng, you." Witnessing in Muyao's heartfelt expression, Feng Haoyi reassured her. "You need not worry. Consider this a loan from me. When you find success, simply return it then." Feng Haoyi would never foolishly suggest that she need not repay him. This was not out of a concern for money, but rather a profound respect for a person's dignity, particularly in Muyao's. For Feng Haoyi, who bore the soul of a past life, dignity was of paramount importance. While some may perform good deeds with a condescending attitude, he believed that such a mindset could transform benevolence into a burden, shackling one's spirit and stifling their future. Feng Haoyi would never engage in such actions, nor had he ever done so. Chapter 26. A man's tears are not shed lightly. Seemingly comprehending Feng Haoyi's intentions, and Muyu laughed through her tears, leaving him utterly perplexed. Feng Haoyi had never encountered such a situation. He was at a loss as to how to console a young girl, especially one as astute as Muyao. Soon after, Feng Haoyi heard Muyao speak. "Brother Feng, I understand your intention. Rest assured, I will find a way to return this money to you. If, by chance, I truly lack the means to repay you, Feng Haoyi listened intently, puzzled by Muyao's hesitation, as she struggled to articulate her thoughts clearly. "And Muyao, what is it you wish to convey? Please, speak plainly, if possible. I would be glad to assist you." Upon hearing this, Muyao blushed, stammering as she spoke, and finally said, "Brother Feng, perhaps you could call me Yaoer. My grandfather used to address me that way." After a brief moment of contemplation, Feng Haoyi responded, "Very well, I shall call you Yaoer." Upon hearing this, Muyao's face lit up with a satisfied smile. The remnants of tears still lingered on her cheeks. It added an enchanting touch to her beauty that evoked a sense of tenderness. Subsequently, Muyao took the pastry from Feng Haoyi's hands and joyfully sat down to enjoy it. Feng Haoyi gazed at her peculiar behavior in bewilderment, yet soon snapped back to reality and found a spot to have his own lunch. At that moment, two individuals unexpectedly entered the scene. Feng Haoyi looked up and was surprised to see Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing. And Muyao noticed them as well and promptly greeted, "Benefactors, you have arrived." Indeed, Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing exchanged glances at Muyao, giving a gentle nod before turning their attention to Feng Haoyi. Feng Haoyi had already surmised what they were about to say. However, he refrained from addressing it directly and instead inquired, "You haven't to eat neither, have you?" "Coincidentally, I have an abundance of lunch. Why don't you join me?" Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's casual words, Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing felt a deeper sense of guilt. Subsequently, under the gazes of Feng Haoyi and Muyao, Lu Chunxing and Hu Hua abruptly knelt before Feng Haoyi. Hu Hua then spoke, "Brother, I sincerely apologize for my previous actions." As he bowed his head, Lu Chunxing mirrored his gesture. "Brother, you saved our lives. I entrust my life to you. From this day forth, wherever you direct me, I shall follow. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Brother. If you command me to chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken." Hearing these words, Feng Haoyi found himself in a state of amused disbelief, while Muyao stifled a soft laugh nearby. Though she dared not laugh loudly, the tremor of her shoulders revealed her delight, and in that moment, her laughter illuminated the atmosphere. It was a smile that could render the world in awe, leaving Lu Chunxing and Hu Hua momentarily entranced, even causing Feng Haoyi to lose his focus for a brief instant. It was breathtaking, this smile, so exquisitely beautiful, struck at the very core of one's being. Perhaps her spirit was as pure as her smile, akin to the snow lotus atop Tian Shan, utterly untainted. Despite this, Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing remained enraptured by the enchanting smile they had just witnessed. As Feng Haoyi observed the gazes exchanged between the two individuals, he could not restrain himself from speaking. Hu Hua, Lu Chunxing, you need not concern yourselves. My act of rescuing you stems solely from the bond we once shared as comrades in arms, and remains unaltered to this day. With these words, he stepped forward, offering support to each of them, assisting them to their feet. Brother E, we speak no falsehood. Our lives belong to you. If it pleases you, I shall call you elder brother henceforth. Noticing Hu Hua's unwavering insistence, Feng Haoyi interjected, enough, I acknowledge your resolve. However, we are brothers, and it is only natural for us to assist one another. Must we indulge in such excessive formalities? After conveying this sentiment, when Hu Hua seemed poised to speak again, Feng Haoyi preemptively adopted a stern demeanor and admonished, enough. If you continue, I shall grow reluctant. I have made it clear that should I require your assistance in the future, I expect no refusal. With that, he fell silent. Both Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing felt a swell of emotion at his words, yet within Mu Yao present, they restrained their outward displays of sentiment. A man may shed tears, yet he does so sparingly, only when truly moved. Feng Haoyi, perceiving that the two before him had momentarily set aside their earlier concerns, extended an invitation. Now, I presume you are both hungry. Let us sit down and dine together. However, Hu Hua and Lu Chunxing were quite astute. They glanced at Mu Yao, then at Feng Haoyi, and thus spoke. Brother E, it seems we are just right. It would be unwise to indulge in a meal, especially since we are not hungry at the moment. Don't you agree? Although Lu Chunxing was not very talkative, he understood Hu Hua's implication. Fortunately, Feng Haoyi did not perceive their expressions. Otherwise, he would have accused them of overthinking. Feng Haoyi, not contemplating further, heeded their words and promptly bid them farewell. Instantly, the room fell into tranquility, leaving only Feng Haoyi and Mu Yao. Feng Haoyi remained indifferent, continuing to enjoy his meal, while Mu Yao felt rather constrained, as it was her first time dining alone with a relatively unfamiliar gentleman. Initially, she managed to suppress her discomfort, but as time passed, she became increasingly uneasy, feeling quite out of place. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Feng Haoyi inquired, what is the matter? Yaoer, is everything all right? Upon hearing his voice, Mu Yao fell silent. It's nothing, she replied. Observing her expression, Feng Haoyi found it peculiar, but chose not to dwell on it. Mu Yao ate sparingly and soon finished her meal. Afterward, she remained silent, merely gazing at Feng Haoyi. He, however, felt no discomfort whatsoever. Once he completed his meal, he intended to check on Mingqi's condition when, at that moment, Tong Jiao emerged from the room. Upon seeing Tong Jiao emerge, Mu Yao rose from her seat and approached, inquiring, Doctor, how is my grandfather? Chapter 27. The Last Request Before Departing, Part 1. At these words, Tong Jiao's expression darkened considerably. Feng Haoyi, perceptive as he was, discerned the gravity of Tong Jiao's demeanor and surmised that the situation was dire. However, he quickly recovered, suggesting, Yaoer, why don't you go check on grandfather? I'll stay here and converse with Manager Tong to ascertain the situation. Indeed. Mu Yao had also noted Tong Jiao's expression and had already formed a grim conjecture in her mind. Her desire to hear Tong Jiao out stemmed from an unwillingness to surrender hope. Yet, with Feng Haoyi's unexpected prompt for her to visit Mingqi, she felt a surge of trust towards him, despite their first meeting. She found his words reassuring and chose to comply without hesitation. Without further ado, Mu Yao entered the room. Meanwhile, Feng Haoyi guided Tong Jiao to the doorway before asking, Manager Tong, what was the outcome? How is Mingqi faring? Upon hearing this, Tong Jiao, who had consistently worn a smile, revealed a countenance of helplessness and distress. He then spoke, Shaoyi, I fear this time it is beyond hope. I truly find myself powerless. With my abilities, I can only extend his life for a maximum of 5 hours. Beyond that, I am utterly incapable. His age was already considerable, and now he had endured a severe beating. Were it not for the flicker of willpower remaining in his heart, I suspect he would have succumbed long ago. At this moment, Tong Jiao glanced at a pair of couplets by the door and promptly took them down, sighing softly. It seems I am undeserving of my reputation. The saying, as long as there is breath, the king of hell will not claim you, is sheer arrogance. With that, he covered his head, clearly in distress. Just then, Enmuya rushed over from behind, inquiring, "Doctor, is what you said true? Does my grandfather truly have only 5 hours left?" Upon seeing her, Tong Jiao realized that Feng Haoyi wished to shield Enmuya from the truth, and he felt a twinge of panic. However, upon observing Feng Haoyi's expression, he cast aside his reservations, nodded, and replied, "You must have heard what I said." At these words, Enmuya fainted, her body toppling forward. Had it not been for Feng Haoyi's quick reflexes, she would have fallen to the ground, the consequences of which are unfathomable. Witnessing Enmuya's state, Feng Haoyi felt an inexplicable agitation rise within him and spoke, "Master Tong, is there truly no hope for Enminchi? Is there no one else who can help?" Contemplating this, Tong Jia responded decisively, "No need to ponder, I can assure you. In this world, my medical skills claim the second position, and no one dares to assert they hold the first." Hearing this, Feng Haoyi's expression darkened significantly. Cradling the delicate form of Enmuya in his arms, there was not a trace of lascivious intent within him. Lowering his gaze to observe Enmuya, whose complexion appeared unnaturally pale, Feng Haoyi's concern deepened. He then inquired, "Master Tong, how is Yao Yao? Is she in any danger?" Upon hearing this, Tong Jiao took Enmuya's pulse and reassured him, "There is no need for alarm. She is merely exhausted, compounded by her frail constitution and the shock she has experienced. She likely fainted momentarily. A brief period of rest will suffice for her to regain consciousness." Feng Haoyi, upon hearing these words, felt a slight alleviation of his previous anxiety. He held Enmuya tenderly and proceeded to an unoccupied chamber. As he prepared to lay her upon the bed, Enmuya suddenly cried out, "No, mother and father, please don't leave." As she uttered these words, her hands clutched Feng Haoyi tightly. With no alternative, Feng Haoyi continued to embrace Enmuya. He then entered the room of Enminchi. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of a pair of large eyes fixed intently upon him. Enminchi had awakened. After stepping inside, Feng Haoyi managed to utter, "Old master, you..." But before he could complete his sentence, Enminchi interjected, "Young Master Feng, thank you for saving us." "Old master, you flatter me," Feng Haoyi replied modestly. "There is no need for gratitude. I did this solely to rescue my brother. If you wish to express your gratitude, then direct it towards my 2 brothers, for it is they who have saved you." Enminchi nodded and then spoke, "They certainly deserve thanks, but you must be acknowledged as well." Upon uttering these words, the room fell into silence. After a moment, Enminchi continued, "Young Master Feng, could you assist me with a favor?" Feng Haoyi did not decline. "Please, speak your mind. If it is within my power, I shall certainly oblige." Hearing this, a smile graced Enminchi's face as he replied, "Young Master Feng, I would be grateful if you could look after Yaoer. She is still young and unable to fend for herself. Moreover, she possesses a certain charm, and without assistance, she may fall prey to undesirable individuals." Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi reassured him, "Rest easy, old sir. You will surely live for many more years, and there will be no need for me to care for Yaoer." A cough escaped Enminchi, and blood was coughed up. Witnessing this, Feng Haoyi furrowed his brow, realizing Enminchi's health was worse than he had anticipated. However, Enminchi appeared unfazed by his condition, his demeanor unchanged. "Young Master Feng, there is no need for further comfort. I am well aware of my own body." Glancing at Enmuya in Feng Haoyi's arms, Enminchi added, "Yaoer has been unaware of this matter. I have refrained from telling her for fear that she may not withstand it. However, all is well now. She has you by her side, and thus, I need not fear any foolish actions on his part." Upon hearing these words, Feng Haoyi could not help but interject, "Old sir, but Yaoer." Enminchi raised his hand, interrupting Feng Haoyi's words, and then spoke, "Do not be hasty in your rejection. I am well aware of Yaoer's disposition. If she harbored no fondness for you, she would never allow your touch, nor engage in such lengthy conversation. Old sir, I truly..." Presumably, Mr. Tong has already informed you. I have less than 5 hours remaining. "Ah, even he has conveyed that to you?" Noticing the astonished expression on Feng Haoyi's face, Enminchi continued, Young Master Feng, do not blame him. It was I who compelled him to reveal this to me. At this juncture, he cast a lingering glance at Muyao and then said, Young Master Feng, I entrust Yao's future to your care. Chapter 28. The Final Words Before Departure, Part 2. Yet, Feng Haoyi, at this moment, harbored no such feelings for Muyao. Thus, he replied, Old sir, let it be this way. I shall regard her as my sister. I do not yet have a sister, and I yearn for one. Observing the resolute gaze of Feng Haoyi, and Mingqi sighed, though he refrained from further insisting on the matter. He then spoke, Young Master Feng, as a token of my gratitude for your vigilance over Yao, I present you with this book. I am uncertain of its purpose, yet I am aware of its substantial worth. Ah, why do you say that? This relates to an incident from my past when I saved a person named Guangu Yan. He revealed to me that he hailed from the Wen Nation and wielded considerable influence there. He once extended an invitation for me to visit the Wen Nation, but I could not bear to leave my home. Subsequently, he bestowed upon me this book, declaring it priceless. At that moment, I sensed its significance and contemplated refusing it. Yet he insisted on leaving it with me, though he did take a copy for himself. Hearing this, Feng Haoyi felt a sense of the fantastical. Yet he refrained from interrupting Mingqi, cradling Muyao, and listening attentively. And Mingqi continued, Now, I entrust this book to you, hoping you will cherish it dearly. Furthermore, I implore you not to let my Yao down. She possesses a truly kind heart. If you can assure me of this, I believe I can depart in peace. Old man, is there anything improper in this? There is nothing improper at all. After conversing for about half an hour, Mingqi remarked, Shaoyi, do you remember what I just said? Under Mingqi's earnest insistence, Feng Haoyi began to address him as grandfather, and naturally, Mingqi referred to Feng Haoyi as Shaoyi. Grandfather, I remember everything. What have you decided regarding that matter? I. Feng Haoyi stammered, unable to reach a conclusion. Then, Mingqi sighed and spoke, I can no longer endure. Perhaps it is for the best to depart this way. For at least I shall not witness Yao's sorrowful countenance. However, just as he uttered these words, a voice emerged, Grandfather, you must not leave me. I cannot allow you to abandon me. Immediately, a figure leaped from Feng Haoyi's embrace and rushed to Mingqi's side, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Upon seeing this figure, Feng Haoyi realized that certain truths could no longer be concealed. As Muyao awakened and clung to him, tears streamed down Mingqi's face. He then spoke, Yao, you shall live with Master Feng from now on. Your grandfather no longer possesses the strength or capability to care for you. Grandfather, please do not say such things. Yao cannot be without you. You cannot forsake me. Feng Haoyi, witnessing this poignant scene, felt a pang of sorrow. Having arrived in this world with nothing, familial bonds always seemed to elude him. Perhaps for Feng Haoyi, the genuine affections of humanity were what he truly sought. And Mingqi then continued, Yao, your grandfather has raised you with great care, but now I truly lack the means to support you any longer. I am weary and must rest. Mingqi wept softly, Grandfather, you will be all right. You truly will be. As she cried, she pondered whether she could survive without her grandfather. Since her childhood, she had always lived by his side. Now, she has grown accustomed to the idea that life without her grandfather is truly unimaginable. Subsequently, Mingqi remarked, Yao, you must never seek revenge for grandfather. Those individuals are beyond your reach, and do not invite trouble for yourself with young Master Feng. As he spoke, Mingqi began to cough, his frail body clearly struggling. The very act of uttering these words indicated the extent of his suffering. However, mere endurance is not a remedy for illness. Only by addressing the root cause can one hope for recovery. Witnessing her grandfather cough up blood, Muyao was utterly alarmed, unsure of how to proceed. In her desperation, she turned to Feng Haoyi, seeking his assistance. Observing the tear-streaked face of Muyao, Feng Haoyi felt a surge of compassion. He spoke soothingly, do not worry. We shall surely find a way to save your grandfather, or rather, to save our grandfather. Midway through his sentence, he recalled something and shifted his phrasing. Though Muyao found it peculiar that he referred to him as our grandfather, she refrained from commenting given the gravity of the situation. Nonetheless, Feng Haoyi's words did bring her some solace, alleviating her sorrow somewhat. And Mingqi then turned to Feng Haoyi and said, Xiaoyi, I hope you will look after Yaoer and ensure no one takes advantage of her. She is too kind-hearted and easily deceived. Once I am gone, Yaoer will be left all alone, and I must rely on you. And Mingqi repeatedly conveyed the same sentiments to Feng Haoyi, while others might have felt exasperated. Feng Haoyi perceived a distinct sentiment, the profound love that Mingqi held for his granddaughter. The entire afternoon unfolded amidst such dialogues. In Qingyan City, at Feng Haoyi's residence, Meng Ruguang languidly awaited within the confines of the house, yet he dared not venture outside. This was due to Feng Haoyi's prior admonition to maintain a state of feigned death, a strategy intended to lure the serpent from its lair. Meng Ruguang, however, remained steadfast, honoring Feng Haoyi's wishes by staying put. On the path to Feng Haoyi's abode, a horse-drawn carriage ambled forward at a leisurely pace. Miss, why must we endure such a dilapidated carriage? Look, we are crawling along and it is hardly comfortable. Oh, you impudent girl, having grown accustomed to that splendid carriage. How dare you complain about this one? Perhaps you ought to remain here, for then you would not have the luxury of voicing discomfort. Hee, I was merely jesting. Miss, why take my words so seriously? I shan't disembark, even if you insist. Xiaoyan, you are far too mischievous. What shall become of you? I truly wonder who would take in such a playful little miss. That cannot be. Xiaoyan shall always accompany the miss. At this juncture, Xiaoyan recalled something and spoke up. Miss, have you ever met that gentleman? Feng Gongzi? Xiaoyan had intended to refer to him as son-in-law. But after receiving her mistress's gentle reprimand, she opted for the more formal title of Feng Gongzi. Indeed, Xiaoyan is a truly commendable young lady, albeit heavily influenced by the pernicious effects of feudal ideology. In her eyes, the words of a matchmaker and the commands of parents are sacrosanct and cannot be contravened. Since her young lady was betrothed without the consent of the master, it is an absolute transgression. However, as the young lady harbors a strong aversion to her intended, Xiaoyan merely refers to him as young Master Feng, refraining from calling him son-in-law. On another note, Xiaoyan possesses an extraordinary kindness. Aware of her young lady's distaste for young Master Feng, she never voices her own opinions, but often offers solace to Feng Jia. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Feng Jia replied, I have never encountered him. In fact, I've never seen him throughout my life. To which Xiaoyan responded, Oh, if you've never met him, you cannot ascertain his character. Indeed, Feng Jia continued, but do you truly detest young Master Feng? At this inquiry, Feng Jia hesitated momentarily before confessing. It's not that I abhor him. Rather, I cannot tolerate that my father arranged this engagement without my consent. Xiaoyan displayed an expression of understanding, prompting Feng Jia to smile. Although Xiaoyan is no longer a child, her demeanor remains delightfully youthful. Ah, I see, she remarked. At this juncture, Xiaoyan inquired further. My lady, if young Master Feng is indeed a commendable individual, would you still oppose this union? Upon the conclusion of Xiaoyan's words, Feng Jia fell into deep contemplation. Observing her mistress's demeanor, Xiaoyan could not restrain herself from speaking. Mistress, have I said something amiss? Please do not harbor any anger toward Xiaoyan. Perhaps, if Feng Haoyi truly possessed merit, I would no longer oppose the dissolution of the engagement. Feng Jia's sentiments were indeed astute. She was aware that her expectations were exceedingly lofty, and individuals worthy of her stature were exceedingly rare in this world. After all, Feng Jia currently owned 5 shops, 2 situated in Sui Nation and 3 in Feng Nation. Among them, 1 was a family establishment, while the other 4 were enterprises she had founded through her own diligent efforts over the years. It was her astute intellect that enabled her to achieve such accomplishments. In this realm, it is almost unimaginable for a woman to reach such heights. Feng Jia's father, Feng Jiangwen, had often lamented, if only Jia were a son. How splendid it would be. Our family would be free from worry, and our lineage would naturally prosper. Alas, Feng Jia was destined to be a daughter, and eventually, she would have to marry. After her marriage, her remarkable abilities would no longer serve the Feng family's interests. Thus, had Feng Haoyi possessed even a modicum of merit, It was conceivable that Feng Jia might reconsider the dissolution of their engagement. After Feng Jia spoke, Xiaoyan immediately inquired, "Mistress, do you truly harbor feelings for him? If that is the case, wouldn't that bring you anguish?" Feng Jia, too, is aware of her circumstances. Yet she has yet to encounter anyone capable of captivating her heart, nor has she found someone she holds affection for. Ultimately, does it truly matter whom she marries? At the very least, it would be acceptable to wed someone she can regard with a modicum of esteem. Perhaps, for her, that would be the most favorable outcome. I cannot say for certain, but if he does not provoke my disdain, that would indeed be a remarkable start. The fate of women cannot be dictated by our own choices, and therein lies our sorrow. Perhaps all we can do is beseech the heavens for a sliver of opportunity to encounter someone we genuinely cherish. What say you? Xiaoyan, upon hearing this, nodded in confusion. Although she did not fully grasp her mistress's words, the sorrowful glint in her eyes conveyed that this matter was likely not a positive one. In Xiaoyan's view, her destiny should naturally be determined by her parents. Otherwise, how could she possibly decide for herself? Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken. Perhaps her mistress was indeed correct, for she is undeniably more formidable than Xiaoyan. Chapter 30. The Meeting with Feng Haoyi, Part 2. After Feng Jia finished speaking, Xiaoyan exhibited no particular reaction. Rather, it was Feng Ya who displayed a shift in demeanor, clearly having comprehended her mistress's sentiments. Feng Jia noticed Feng Ya's expression but chose to remain silent, aware of Feng Ya's mysterious nature and her evident prowess. She must have her own tale to tell. At that moment, Xiaoyan interjected, saying, "Mistress, we have arrived." In the room of Feng Haoyi, the dreamer Ru Guang heard the sound of a carriage outside and instantly took flight to perch upon the beams. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside. "Is anyone there? Hey, is anyone there? My lady has arrived." After 2 unanswered calls, Xiaoyan grew increasingly irate and declared more loudly, "Feng Haoyi, are you home?" Noticing the continued silence, Xiaoyan's anger dissipated, and she turned to Feng Jia, suggesting, "Miss, it seems Feng Haoyi is not at home. Shall we return another time?" However, upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Feng Jia hesitated, poised to acquiesce. Yet, at that moment, Feng Ya, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Miss, there is someone inside." Her statement was brief, and after uttering it, she fell silent once more. Nevertheless, Feng Jia and Xiaoyan clearly heard her words. They had grown accustomed to Feng Ya's reticence and did not press her further. Exchanging glances, Xiaoyan boldly proclaimed, "All right, since Feng Haoyi ignores us, let us enter directly." Feng Jia remained silent, yet it was evident that she too was vexed. Observing her lady's expression, Xiaoyan refrained from further comments and began to pound on the heavy door. Upon hearing the commotion, the occupant inside did not come to open the door but instead fled. Feng Jia and Xiaoyan felt little, but Feng Ya sensed that the fleeting moment of qi within was rapidly evaporating. Clearly, the individual had already departed, moving further away from them. Thus, Feng Ya began to speak. "Miss, that person has left. He is likely not Feng Haoyi, but perhaps a thief." After her words, Feng Jia and Xiaoyan had yet to respond when a tender voice emerged from nearby. "Sister, are you looking for Brother Yi?" Upon hearing this, Feng Jia was momentarily baffled, unable to discern who the girl referred to as Brother Yi, and thus replied directly, "Little sister, we are not searching for your Brother Yi." After hearing Feng Jia's response, it was Pinger who became perplexed. She tapped her small head and curiously inquired, "Oh, since you are not looking for Brother Yi, then why were you knocking on his door? Are you perhaps attempting to steal something?" At this juncture, Pinger seemed to recall something and promptly called out for help. "Mother, come quickly. Someone is trying to steal from Brother Yi's home." Although Pinger was quite young, her voice was indeed loud, given the close proximity of the neighboring houses. Her call immediately drew out more than 10 individuals, both men and women, including Pinger's mother, Nan Lian. As the crowd approached, they encircled Feng Jia and her companions. With Feng Haoyi absent from home, the notion that someone might attempt theft prompted the neighbors to take action. One man, addressing the young girls, inquired, "Little ones, you are so young and do not appear to be impoverished. Why would you come here to steal? The man refrained from directly confronting Feng Jia and the others, motivated by a genuine desire to safeguard their futures. In his perspective, these young ladies must have their reasons. After all, they are dressed quite well, and it seems implausible for them to resort to theft, especially so brazenly. One must concede that he possesses a certain degree of intellect. Noticing the silence of Feng Jia and her companions, his gaze turned somewhat menacing. Their lack of explanation ignited genuine suspicion within him. Feng Jia, meeting his gaze, spoke up. Sir, we are not here to steal. Before she could finish her sentence, Pinger interjected. Mommy, don't believe them. I distinctly saw them trying to break into Brother Yi's room when I arrived. Besides, they don't even know Brother Yi. Upon hearing this, a palpable tension enveloped the group. They were inclined to trust Pinger, convinced she was not deceiving them. In response to Pinger's statement, Xiao Yin chimed in. Little sister, we truly are not here to commit theft. Just look at our attire. It is certainly more refined than what one might find here. What could we possibly steal? Pinger was at a loss for words, yet she remained skeptical of Feng Jia and her friends. After Xiao Yan's remark, she continued to scrutinize Feng Jia with wide eyes. Then, Feng Jia spoke again. Little sister, the brother you mentioned must be Feng Haoyi, correct? How did you know that? Upon witnessing Pinger's endearing demeanor, Feng Jia couldn't help but chuckle. She then continued. In fact, I am Feng Haoyi's fiancé, and I have come today to discuss a matter with him. Upon hearing Feng Jia's words, most individuals were taken aback, unaware that Feng Haoyi had an fiancé. Is what you say true? How can we trust your words? Indeed. What if you are deceiving us? The crowd buzzed with disbelief, casting doubt upon Feng Jia's claims. Xiaoyan, feeling indignant, addressed the assembly. How can you all behave this way? Why would Our Lady lie to you? What benefit would she gain from such deceit? Her tone was filled with fervor, and the crowd, already skeptical of their claims, grew even more disenchanted upon witnessing the maid's audacity. Just as someone was about to speak, the previously outspoken middle-aged man interjected. Very well, Uncle Tong. Please proceed with your inquiry. Feng Jia called out to Uncle Tong, which momentarily brought a smile to Tong Xinghan's face, prompting him to inquire. Pray tell. What is your surname? What is your name? Without hesitation, Feng Jia replied, My name is Feng Jia. Upon hearing this, Tong Xinghan murmured a quiet acknowledgement. He then addressed the surrounding neighbors, and although they found the revelation astonishing, they began to disperse. Even Nan Lian departed with a disbelieving Pinger. It was evident that Tong Xinghan held a measure of authority in this gathering, as everyone heeded his words. Chapter 31. Purchasing daily necessities after addressing those individuals. Tong Xinghan turned to Feng Jia and spoke again. Upon hearing his words, Feng Jia initially contemplated visiting Tong Xinghan's residence to inquire about Feng Haoyi. However, recalling the presence of a thief in Feng Haoyi's household, she declined, saying, Uncle Tong, I shall not go. I prefer to visit Feng Haoyi's home instead. After pondering for a moment, Tong Xinghan replied, Very well. This will also allow us to learn more about Xiaoyi in advance. Following this exchange, he glanced at the two individuals behind Feng Jia, and, having said what he needed, he departed without delay. As Tong Xinghan left, Feng Jia remarked, Let us proceed inside. With that, Feng Yi opened the grand door, and both Feng Jia and Xiaoyan entered in succession, subsequently closing the door behind them. Once inside Feng Haoyi's home, Feng Jia inquired, Feng Yi, is that person you mentioned still here? Feng Yi promptly responded, Miss, that person has already departed. Indeed. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyan began to explore the surroundings. Meanwhile, Feng Jia remained still, seated quietly on a bench in the hall, awaiting developments. Observing her demeanor, Feng Yi could not help but ask, Miss, are we to wait here indefinitely? Feng Jia hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Upon hearing her words, Feng Yi fell silent, and the room was enveloped in a profound stillness, where even the sound of their heartbeats resonated. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyan approached. Both Feng Jia and Feng Yi turned their gazes towards her. Noticing their attention, Xiaoyan was the first to speak. Miss, young Master Feng's home is truly impoverished. There is nothing there. I cannot fathom how he manages to survive. With that, she let out a sympathetic sigh. Upon hearing this, Feng Jia spoke up. Xiaoyan, please take some silver and procure a few necessities. Xiaoyan did not hesitate and promptly departed to gather some daily essentials. Watching Xiaoyan's departing figure, Feng Jia murmured to herself, I hope my actions can somehow compensate for the hurt I have caused him. After all, this is a matter settled by our elders. He is also a victim, and I. Feng Jia did not continue, for she understood all too well. Indeed, she opposed this marriage, and thus sought to annul the engagement. She truly wished not to have her fate dictated by others. She yearned to resist. If resistance was to begin, it must start with her matrimonial bonds. Feng Haoyi, do not hold it against me. Seated there, Feng Jia's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Others could hardly fathom what such a captivating woman, such a formidable figure, was contemplating. As for Feng Ya, she seemed to remain motionless throughout, only obeying Feng Jia's request to shift from standing to sitting, without any further movement. Like a robot, she stood there, eerily silent. In Chapter 32. How did you come here? Soon, Xiaoyan entered, accompanied by a group of people and 2 carts in tow. Without a doubt, these carts were laden with everyday provisions. Truly, as a maid from a wealthy family, she only ever procured goods in such grand fashion. The neighbors of Feng Haoyi were all astounded, exclaiming what a splendid girl she was. Naturally, Nan Lian and her daughter observed this as well. Mother, that sister is a bad sister. But why does she buy so many things for ego? Upon hearing her daughter's words, Nan Lian gently patted Pinger on the head, responding affectionately, No, that sister is not a bad sister. She is your EG's fiancée. Ah, she is EG's fiancée? Pinger exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief. The notion that the seemingly wicked woman was EG's betrothed astonished her. Modern girls are quite precocious, and Pinger was well aware of what a fiancée entailed. Thus, she wondered, will Ego still buy me candied hawthorns in the future? Perhaps he will, came the reply. Upon reaching Feng Haoyi's residence, Xiaoyan instructed the staff to unload the items she had purchased, and soon the task was completed. Xiaoyan, why did you buy so much? Miss, you must understand. If I had only bought a little, you would surely chide me for being stingy, so I opted to buy a bit more. Hearing this, Feng Jia chuckled and said, You indeed. She then proceeded to tidy up the room. In the Qingyan city, at the Shannan Manor, have you gathered all the information you sought? Yes. Young master, I have fulfilled your request and completed the task entrusted to me. Upon hearing this, the young master smiled and remarked, Well, I shall commend you for your efforts. Now, tell me, what information have you uncovered? The man responded, Young master, the individual is named Feng Haoyi, and he resides in. Ah, spare me the basic details. Holy has already provided me with that information. Let us hear something beyond what is written here. As he spoke, he handed over the basic information regarding Feng Haoyi that he had received from Holy. After reviewing the document, the man continued, Young master, I have also uncovered another piece of information. Hearing this, the young master felt a surge of excitement, eager to learn everything about Feng Haoyi. Speak. In response to his master's command, the man said, Young master, Feng Haoyi is not to be underestimated. His abilities are formidable. The young master, incensed by this remark, retorted, Nonsense. This is merely stating the obvious. He defeated both Uncle Nan and Uncle Mingyuan this morning, so his strength is undoubtedly impressive. Noticing the young master's rising anger, the attendant hastened to clarify, Young master, Feng Haoyi not only defeated but severely injured the Iron Claw God Arm. The guard's assertion stemmed from his disbelief that the Iron Claw God Arm could fall to the hands of Feng Haoyi. After all, who is the Iron Claw God Arm? He is a bronze-level master of the Duanming Manor. Let us put it this way. If the martial prowess of the strongest individual in this world is rated at 100, then the Iron Claw Divine Arm would undoubtedly exceed 70. One can only imagine the formidable nature of the Iron Claw Divine Arm. In contrast, the strength of Xiaonan and Lu Mingyuan hovers around 65. This clearly elucidates the power of the Iron Claw Divine Arm. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhenjiang, who had been engaged in combat with that individual, paused and inquired, Where did you acquire this information? Young master, Lord Ho summoned an assassin from the death sentence manor to eliminate Feng Haoyi. but subsequently, the iron-clawed divine arm vanished. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Junjiang's previously animated expression turned to one of tranquility. He possessed more knowledge regarding the situation. The iron-clawed divine arm had adversaries within the death sentence manor, and it was likely that this visit to Qingyun City was a carefully orchestrated trap. Perhaps the iron-clawed divine arm met its demise at the hands of its own associates within the death sentence manor. The thought filled Ouyang Junjiang with a sense of regret. A master of such caliber as the iron-clawed divine arm is a rarity, even within the death sentence manor. To his knowledge, there were fewer than 30 bronze-level masters in the manor. However, Ouyang Junjiang chose not to continue the altercation and stated, "You may leave. There is nothing further for you to attend to." Once the individual departed, Ouyang Junjiang addressed, "Uncle Nan, prepare yourself. We shall pay a visit to Feng Haoyi shortly." With that, he vanished into the rear courtyard of the Shan Nan villa. In the evening, at Tong Jiao's medical clinic in Qingyun City, a heartfelt plea echoed, "Grandfather, please do not leave. Grandfather, you promised you would not go." And Muyao lay by the edge of the bed, her eyes swollen and reddened from tears. Yet, she remained there, weeping and calling out, "Grandfather, please do not leave me all alone in this world. I am afraid, I am so afraid." Despite her desperate cries, the figure on the bed remained silent, not even opening his eyes. Nevertheless, Muyao steadfastly believed that her grandfather was still alive. Perhaps deep down, she understood that Mingxi had passed away, yet she could not bring herself to accept this harsh reality. Muyao was unable to traverse the emotional barrier within her. The acceptance of her grandfather's death was simply beyond her grasp. Feng Haoyi watched from the side, his heart heavy with sorrow. Despite his attempts to console her, Muyao continued to weep and wail. With no other recourse, Feng Haoyi endeavored to comfort her as best he could, hoping that her physical state would not deteriorate further. He had promised Mingxi to take good care of Muyao, assuming the role of her elder brother in this solemn duty. Ultimately, Muyao cried herself into unconsciousness. Regarding Mingxi's remains, Feng Haoyi resolved to arrange for a coffin to ensure a proper burial. In truth, Mingxi had wished for a direct cremation to avoid excessive expenses. However, Feng Haoyi could not bring himself to comply, as he possessed a considerable sum of money, some from his own inheritance, and the rest pilfered from the iron-clawed divine arm. Moreover, the night had already enveloped the surroundings in darkness. Originally, Feng Haoyi intended to summon 2 carriages. However, upon observing Muyao's condition, he ultimately felt a sense of unease, leading him to call for only a single carriage. Once the carriage arrived, Feng Haoyi gently lifted Muyao into it, and they set off in the direction of his residence. At the entrance of Qingyun City, Feng Haoyi's home awaited them. "Young master, we've arrived. This is your abode," announced Ouyang Junjiang. "Please, knock on the door. Let us pay a visit." Following his words, Ouyang Junjiang alighted from the carriage, trailing behind a servant, eager to enter Feng Haoyi's home. The servant, aware of Ouyang Junjiang's high regard for Feng Haoyi, refrained from his usual arrogance. Within Feng Haoyi's household, 3 women had just finished their meal. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Xiaoyan's first reaction was to assume that Feng Haoyi had arrived. "Miss, did I say something amiss?" Feng Jiao pondered briefly but chose to remain silent, casting a glance at Feng Ye. Feng Ye, seemingly anticipating the question from Feng Jiao, spoke up. "Miss, there are 3 individuals outside. They are likely not Feng Haoyi but perhaps his friends." Given her formidable martial prowess, it was evident that even the current Feng Haoyi could not match her. Her heightened abilities also granted her superior hearing. She discerned the footsteps of 3 individuals, noting that one among them possessed considerable skill, as his steps were remarkably light. Upon hearing this, Feng Jia instructed, "Xiaoyan, please open the door. And remember to be courteous. After all, they are friends of Feng Haoyi." Xiaoyan was quite disheartened to learn that the person outside was not Feng Haoyi. Nevertheless, she obediently followed her mistress's instructions and proceeded towards the door, evidently intending to open it. However, as she reached halfway, Feng Jia suddenly interjected, "Xiaoyan, hold on a moment. Perhaps I should open the door myself." Upon hearing this, Feng Yu felt a twinge of concern. Her earlier remarks were merely speculation. And what if the visitor was not a friend of Feng Haoyi? Anything was possible. Miss, I advise against it. It may pose a danger. Allow me to go instead. Yet, this time, Feng Jia firmly rejected Feng Ye's suggestion, stating, "It's all right. There shouldn't be any significant issues this time. Besides, just stay close to me." With that, Feng Yu found herself at a loss for words. "Very well, miss. I shall remain by your side." Subsequently, Feng Jia caught up with Xiaoyan, and together they approached the door. After all, there was a stark difference between Feng Haoyi's residence and their own. In her home, any visitor required prior notification. However, such formality was unnecessary in Feng Haoyi's abode. Upon reaching the door, Feng Jia opened it and inquired, "Are you here to see Feng Haoyi? He is currently not at home. Perhaps you might consider returning later?" Following her words, she glanced at the individual behind the servant, leading to a chorus of astonished exclamations. "What? It's you? Feng Jia, what brings you here? Ouyang Zhenjiang, how did you end up here?" After exchanging these remarks, they simultaneously queried, "What is your purpose for being here?" After speaking, they exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated encountering one another in this place. Chapter 33. Feng Haoyi returns home moments later. Feng Jia spoke again. "Ouyang Zhenjiang, did you follow me here? What on earth do you intend to accomplish? Let me make this clear. Do not even think about using him to threaten me, nor should you cast your gaze upon him. Otherwise, you will come to regret it." Her words left Ouyang Zhenjiang utterly bewildered. What was this all about? Although you saved him, how could I possibly use him to coerce you? Are you jesting? Of course. He merely pondered these thoughts internally, daring not to voice them aloud. However, he managed to respond, "Miss Feng, you are overthinking this. How could I possibly use him to blackmail you? I merely..." Before he could finish, Feng Jia interjected, "If that is not your intention, then what brings you here? Is there some other matter concerning him?" At this point, Feng Jia herself found the notion improbable. She simply sought to drive Ouyang Zhenjiang away with her words. Her estimation was not far from the truth, as Ouyang Zhenjiang was indeed momentarily rendered speechless by her statement. A fleeting desire to eliminate Feng Jia surged within him, yet this notion was swiftly extinguished. After all, who was Feng Jia? She was the esteemed young lady of the Feng family. And what was the Feng family? They were formidable merchants spanning 3 empires, with a multitude of soldiers at their command. The Ouyang family could not afford to provoke them. It is evident that as long as Feng Jia is present, Ouyang Zhenjiang need not entertain the thought of meeting Feng Haoyi. Although Ouyang Zhenjiang harbors curiosity regarding the relationship between Feng Jia and Feng Haoyi, he dares not inquire. Thus, upon witnessing the immense ire that Feng Jia directed towards him, Ouyang Zhenjiang felt compelled to take his leave. He regarded this visit as merely an opportunity to familiarize himself with the surroundings. It is fair to say that during this visit to seek out Feng Haoyi, Ouyang Zhenjiang not only failed to encounter him, but did not even set foot inside Feng Haoyi's residence. As a guard, possessing keen perception is paramount. Otherwise, offending those one cannot afford to antagonize can lead to dire consequences. With this thought, Ouyang Zhenjiang's mood improved slightly. Once Feng Jia observed Ouyang Zhenjiang's departure, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, her heart soon filled with trepidation. After all, Ouyang Zhenjiang had already sought her out and discovered her whereabouts. What would become of Feng Haoyi? Feng Haoyi could ill afford to cross Ouyang Zhenjiang. Should calamity befall him, how could Feng Jia reconcile that within herself? Presently, Feng Jia had entirely attributed the predicament to her own actions. In her perspective, had she not intervened to save someone earlier that day, Ouyang Zhenjiang would not have fixated on her, and consequently would not have traced Feng Haoyi. In truth, the existence of Feng Jia's fiancé is hardly a secret. With a modicum of inquiry, one could ascertain this fact. Yet, no one seemed to know the residence of her fiancé, Feng Haoyi. Ouyang Zhenjiang's timing, arriving precisely at this moment, left Feng Jia at a loss for justification. It was clear that Ouyang Zhenjiang was not pursuing her. Increasingly vexed, Feng Jia found herself uncertain of the appropriate course of action moving forward. Feng Haoyi and Muyao sat in the carriage, enveloped in an unusual tranquility. This serenity stemmed not from any other reason but the fact that Muyao remained in a state of unconsciousness. Feng Haoyi held her gently, remaining silent. His feelings towards Muyao were intricate, a blend of compassion, heartache, concern, and confusion. Time passed swiftly, and soon Feng Haoyi arrived home. Upon reaching his abode, he bestowed a few silver coins upon the driver before carefully lifting Muyao from the carriage. Aware that the door was unlocked, he approached with the intention of kicking it open. However, to his astonishment, the door was secured from within. This revelation ignited a surge of unbridled fury within him. It seemed that his home had been usurped. Feng Haoyi possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the Iron Claw, and the thought of his sanctuary being invaded led him to ponder who could be responsible for such an affront. After much contemplation, he deduced that it was likely the man who had intended to rescue him that very morning. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Feng Haoyi was acutely aware that such a scion would undoubtedly be unable to tolerate his previous demeanor. Naturally, retribution would follow. He surmised that this individual had underestimated him, perceiving him as mere prey, easily manipulated at will. Contemplating this, Feng Haoyi's expression darkened. Yet, he dared not relinquish Muyao, fearing that this could be a ruse to draw him away from her. What if someone is secretly observing all his actions? If anything were to happen to Muyao, he would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. Subsequently, Feng Haoyi embraced Muyao and resolutely pushed open the door. Inside, Xiaoyan spoke up, "Miss, how long must we wait? If that young Master Feng does not arrive, will our waiting be in vain? Moreover, is it truly appropriate for us to reside in someone else's home like this?" As she spoke, Xiaoyan playfully glanced at Feng Jia, anticipating Xiaoyan's inquiries. Feng Jia responded without hesitation, "What does it matter? After all, I am still his fiancée. As long as I have not proposed to dissolve our engagement, there remains a connection between us, and residing in his home is perfectly acceptable." Although the Miss's reasoning seemed somewhat valid, Xiaoyan could not shake the feeling that something was amiss, yet she could not articulate her concerns. Ultimately, Xiaoyan resolved to cease her contemplation, recognizing that once her mistress had made a decision, it was difficult to alter. Feng Jia was quite domineering. Otherwise, how could she manage her numerous establishments? Xiaoyan then inquired, "Miss, what kind of person do you believe young Master Feng to be?" Feng Jia smiled and replied, "If you are so curious, simply wait for him to arrive and let him tell you what manner of person he truly is. He should be here shortly. It is quite late, and even the constable must have completed his duties by now. However, what if young Master Feng is residing at the county office? Wouldn't that mean our waiting would be in vain, and we may not even see him?" Feng Jia also sensed the possibility of this issue arising and thus spoke up, "If that is truly the case, we shall visit the county office tomorrow to confront him." Just as she uttered these words, a loud bang echoed, and Feng Jia swiftly rushed to stand before Feng Jia, for it was her duty to protect her. Should any harm befall Feng Jia, she would bear the consequential repercussions, even to the extent of losing her life. Subsequently, Feng Jia cautioned, "Miss, be wary, someone has intruded." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan inquired with confusion, "Who could that possibly be?" Feng Jia responded, "Regardless of their identity, it is clear their intentions are nefarious. They must have prepared in advance, boldly kicking down the door. We need only to remain here and wait. Since their target is the Miss, they will inevitably come for her." She added, "Xiaoyan, you too must be prepared to safeguard the Miss." Xiaoyan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, her expression transforming from playful to one of solemnity, leaving one to ponder if she was indeed the same Xiaoyan. As Feng Jia contemplated who might be seeking to trouble her, Xiaoyan suddenly suggested, "Miss, could it be that the intruders are from Ouyang Zhenjiang?" Feng Jia shook her head and analyzed. Ouyang Zhenjiang would not dare to act so recklessly. Within the Ouyang family, his standing is not high. If he aspires to become the head of the family, he must cultivate alliances with friends such as ourselves. In this context, do you truly believe Ouyang Zhenjiang would resort to attacking us and committing malevolent acts against me? I believe he is far too intent on currying our favor to engage in such actions." At this moment, Feng Jia interjected, affirming, "Indeed, Feng Jia is correct." Following this, Xiaoyan listened as Feng Jia continued, "If my conjecture holds true, This group is either affiliated with Zheng Yuntian or adversaries of Ouyang Zhenjiang. Should they belong to Zheng Yuntian, they would not dare to harm the young lady. If he were to act thus, his intention would be to instill fear in her, compelling her to seek him out. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "How remarkably sinister Zheng Yuntian is! I previously mistook him for a dashing gentleman. It seems my vision has failed me." At this point, Xiaoyan clenched her fists, evidently eager to confront Zheng Yuntian. Little did he anticipate that such contempt would be directed towards him. Nonetheless, despite his non-involvement in this particular affair, the sentiment expressed was not entirely unjust. Wen Jia did not contest their words, for she too sensed Zheng Yuntian's duplicity. He was no gentleman, but rather a scoundrel. She had grown weary of his insincere demeanor that he paraded before her daily. Yet, due to certain business entanglements, she refrained from outright rejecting him, allowing him to linger by her side. Unexpectedly, just then, Xiaoyan resumed her inquiries. What about the second possibility? That is, the enemies of Ouyang Zhenjiang, whose objective is to eliminate us and frame Ouyang Zhenjiang for the deed. Such insidiousness. However, Feng, how did you deduce that our demise would lead to the murderer being identified as Ouyang Zhenjiang? Chapter 34 is authored by you. Upon hearing this, Feng spoke up, and Xiaoyan, eager to respond, was interrupted by Feng Jia, who asserted. At this juncture, Feng nodded in agreement. Xiaoyan, let us defer further inquiries for now. Understanding the situation, Xiaoyan acquiesced, saying, I comprehend. Observing Xiaoyan's cessation of questions, Feng Jia continued. Feng, our immediate concern is to ascertain the identity of our visitor, everything else. However, before she could finish her sentence, a voice laced with mockery interrupted. Truly remarkable. To seize another's abode and speak so brazenly. The tone of this derision struck a chord with Feng Jia, feeling vaguely familiar, yet she dismissed it, attributing the resemblance to someone she knew. Thus, before she had even laid eyes on Feng Haoyi, she boldly declared, Feng Haoyi, you have finally arrived. Taken aback, Feng Haoyi pondered who she was and how she recognized him. Nonetheless, such matters paled in comparison to the pressing issue of these individuals encroaching upon his territory. Hence, Feng Haoyi retorted, why have you invaded my home? Upon uttering these words, he stepped into the room, which was promptly filled with 4 astonished exclamations. It's you. I never imagined you would find your way here. It seems your capabilities are indeed considerable. Feng Haoyi's voice, laced with sarcasm and confusion, reverberated through the room. Feng Jia also spoke up, exclaiming, so it is you, the impolite one. Xiaoyan and Feng Ye chimed in. Indeed, it is you, who rudely rejected the lady's goodwill. Humph, it was he. Gazing at Feng Jia, Feng Haoyi recognized that she had genuinely intended to assist him earlier that morning. Thus he refrained from uttering harsh words, simply stating, my dear, I appreciate your kindness regarding this morning's matter. However, may I inquire why you took the liberty of entering my home? Upon hearing this, Feng Jia seemed to grasp the situation. This house belonged to the man before her, who was named Feng Haoyi, and Feng Haoyi was her fiancé. So, was this individual truly her betrothed? The realization dawned on Feng Jia, and she blurted out, You are my fiancé? Upon hearing Feng Jia's nonsensical utterance, Feng Haoyi's expression darkened. It was as if she had exposed him, prompting him to seek an escape by intentionally shifting the conversation. Thus, Feng Haoyi, nearly shouting in anger, asserted, Madwoman, have you not caused enough trouble? This is my home. I ask that you leave immediately. No, I implore you all to depart at once. Feng Haoyi deliberately emphasized you all, as if to ensure Feng Jia fully understood. Upon encountering Feng Haoyi's audacity to speak to her in such a manner, Feng Jia felt a surge of indignation. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Xiaoyan interjected, Oh, you impolite scoundrel. My lady saved you this morning. And this is how you repay your benefactor? Even now, Xiaoyan had yet to grasp that the insensible individual before her was, in fact, her own uncle by marriage. She continued to treat Feng Haoyi as the discourteous person he had been earlier that day. Had she been aware of his true identity, she certainly would have refrained from such remarks and dared not utter them. After expressing her disdain, Xiaoyan felt her words insufficient and continued, Why are you silent? When my lady speaks, you should not interject. A person like you is destined to remain unmarried. Humph, take heed. Furthermore, you owe my lady an apology, otherwise. As Xiaoyan reached this point, she fixed her gaze upon Feng Haoyi. Noticing her unfinished statement and her unwavering stare, Feng Haoyi retorted, otherwise what? What do you wish to convey? You have invaded my territory, and yet you demand an apology from me? With that, he cast her a dismissive glance and added, do you truly believe I should apologize? You must be dreaming. You speak nonsense. This is undoubtedly my family's home. How could it possibly belong to you? Your family's home? Whose family do you speak of? Here, it is solely I who reside. If you seek an uncle by marriage, do not come looking here. Xiaoyan, filled with indignation, retorted, how can you be so unreasonable? Where has my husband gone? What have you done to him? Speak up. In her heart, she could only think of the possibility that the man before her had harmed her husband and usurped their home. Overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streamed down her face. Her husband had suffered so much. Previously scorned by his own mistress, he was now deprived of their residence. Why did fate deal him such a cruel hand? Feng Haoyi gazed at Xiaoyan, his heart heavy with emotion, feeling as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping overhead, rushing away. Was this truly her husband's territory? This was undeniably his rightful place. If others were to witness her in this state, they would surely assume he was the one encroaching upon another's domain. Yet, even if she were merely acting, her performance was astonishingly convincing. With such remarkable talent, she ought to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. Surely, accolades like the Oscars and Golden Globes would soon follow. However, this was not the time for such musings. Just as Feng Haoyi was about to speak, Feng Jia interjected. Xiaoyan, cease your words and be silent. She then turned to Feng Haoyi and continued, you are Feng Haoyi? You claim this house is yours. Oh, so you assert that this home belongs to you? Feng Haoyi felt his intelligence insulted and replied, are you a fool? Having uncovered my identity, you still pretend to be mad. How long do you intend to carry on with this charade? Though you possess striking beauty, and most would hesitate to confront you. Do not provoke me, lest. With that, Feng Haoyi feigned a fierce glare at Feng Jia. In truth, if not for Feng Ya's presence, which instilled a sense of pressure upon him, he would have long since expelled this woman. How could he tolerate Feng Jia's impertinent inquiries? However, even with Feng Ya present, Feng Haoyi's patience was nearing its limit. In his embrace lay in Muyao, who was in dire need of rest and could not endure any further exertion. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, rather than becoming enraged, Feng Jia calmly proposed, answer me 2 questions, and I shall cease to disturb you immediately. What do you say? Feng Haoyi, suppressing his fury, reminded himself that the foremost task was to ensure in Muyao's comfort before addressing anything else. Thus, he responded, speak. I shall grant you but one opportunity. I hope you seize it wisely. After stating this, he fell silent. Observing Feng Haoyi's demeanor, Feng Jia refrained from further comment. Yet her companion, Xiaoyan, could not help but mutter under her breath, what arrogance! This insufferable wretch infuriates me. Without wasting any more words, Feng Jia directly inquired. My first question, are you Feng Haoyi? Are you the master of this room? Feng Haoyi longed to retort that these were not 2 separate questions. Yet he withheld his thoughts, recognizing that such a response would squander even more time. Feng Haoyi, unwilling to linger on the matter, spoke directly. You are correct. I am indeed Feng Haoyi, and as for the ownership of this house, it naturally belongs to me. Upon hearing this, Feng Jia's eyes revealed a complex array of emotions. Nevertheless, her desire to extricate herself from this marriage grew increasingly fervent. In her eyes, Feng Haoyi was arrogant, obstinate, ungrateful, and impolite. In short, she held no favorable opinions of him. The moment she confirmed that the individual before her was indeed Feng Haoyi, a wave of disappointment washed over her. At that moment, Xiaoyan also realized the situation and, pointing at Feng Haoyi, stammered, You are the son-in-law? Xiaoyan, mind your words. You should address him as young Master Feng. Do you understand? Noticing the fury in her mistress's eyes, Xiaoyan quickly corrected herself. Yes, Miss, young Master Feng. Observing how they behaved as if they were entirely at home, with no semblance of being guests, Feng Haoyi felt a sense of revulsion. It was utterly unreasonable. He gazed at them and issued his final ultimatum. You few madwomen, leave this place at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. You, Feng Jia, incensed, had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to her in such a manner repeatedly. She was about to retort, but Feng Haoyi completely disregarded her, cradling in Mu Yao and striding into the bedroom. It was then that Feng Jia realized that Feng Haoyi was indeed holding a woman in his arms. Though her face remained obscured, the figure was undeniably stunning, leading one to assume that the individual was equally beautiful. This thought stirred a wave of discomfort within Feng Jia. Although she harbored no affection for Feng Haoyi and believed their engagement would eventually be dissolved, they had yet to part ways. The audacity of Feng Haoyi embracing another woman in her presence was utterly unforgivable. To Feng Jia, this was nothing short of a blatant display of defiance. Xiaoyan, too, grasped the situation and noticed the admiration in Feng Haoyi's eyes for Mu Yao. She murmured, "He truly is a man of insatiable desires." Subsequently, she turned to Feng Jia and inquired, "Miss, shall we leave?" Prior to their marriage, it was inappropriate for them to reside together. Yet, inexplicably, Feng Jia responded, "We cannot leave. We must rescue that girl. Did you not see? She has been unconscious the entire time." Chapter 35. The Fiancé Signed. Seeking support and favor, upon hearing this, Xiaoyan gasped, "Ah, miss, are you suggesting that Feng Haoyi has drugged that girl?" At that moment, Xiaoyan ceased to refer to him as young Master Feng or son-in-law, her perception of Feng Haoyi having shifted significantly. He was riddled with flaws, avaricious, lecherous, and arrogant, among others. In short, a plethora of vices could be attributed to Feng Haoyi. Were he to overhear such remarks, he would undoubtedly protest vehemently, potentially incensed beyond measure. Where have I shown avarice? Where have I displayed lechery? Where have I been audacious? Where have I acted with unwarranted decisiveness? At this moment, Feng Haoyi had already placed in Mu Yao on the bed, yet he found himself unable to depart. This was due to the fact that the slumbering Mu Yao had tightly grasped his hand, rendering him immobile. Observing the furrowed brow of Mu Yao in her dreams, Feng Haoyi realized that she must be experiencing a nightmare. Thus, he refrained from forcibly extricating his hand, allowing her to hold on. At times, when he noticed beads of sweat on her forehead, he would gently wipe them away. It was evident that Mu Yao was utterly exhausted, compounded by the profound impact of her grandfather's passing. This was likely why she slept so deeply, oblivious even to the commotion of their earlier argument. Contemplating this, a wave of compassion washed over him. "My lady, what are you doing? Why are you so close to the wall? Are you attempting to eavesdrop on their conversation?" At this point, Feng Jia remained silent, prompting Xiaoyan to continue. My lady, what is wrong with you? Did you not say that the girl was captured by Feng Haoyi? We must hasten to rescue her. If we delay further, what if Feng Haoyi resorts to murder to silence her? My lady, since you refuse to save that girl, I shall go and rescue her myself." Upon hearing this, Feng Jia finally spoke. "Xiaoyan, what do you intend to do? How will you rescue that girl?" "I shall confront him directly and demand her release. It is as simple as that. Do you truly believe you can overpower him?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan quickly interjected, "Miss, how can you speak in such a manner? Regardless of the situation, my martial arts skills are indeed exceptional. Although I may not compare to Sister Feng Ya, I am by no means weak. How could that scoundrel Feng Haoyi possibly defeat me?" Feng Jia appeared to resonate with Xiaoyan's sentiments. Indeed, while Xiaoyan's martial prowess was not exceedingly high, it was notable when contrasted with Feng Ya's. As for the others, Xiaoyan stood her ground. Moreover, the opponent was merely Feng Haoyi, a man of little strength, perhaps just ahead of a constable with some martial capability. Feng Jia could hardly believe that Feng Haoyi possessed any remarkable skills, let alone exceptional agility. Nevertheless, she replied, "That may be so, but what if Feng Haoyi, in a moment of desperation, resorts to violence? You have yet to rescue that girl, and what if he acts first?" At these words, Xiaoyan fell into silence. A glimmer of inspiration flashed in her eyes as she conceived a potential solution. She spoke up, "Miss, why don't we have Sister Feng Ya intervene? Feng Haoyi would surely be caught off guard." In that case, we could easily retrieve the girl. In truth, none of them had recognized that the woman in Feng Haoyi's arms was the very same one they had encountered earlier that morning. Otherwise, their thoughts might have diverged. However, upon hearing Xiaoyan's suggestion, Feng Jia ultimately declined. For reasons unknown to her, her intuition warned against such a course of action, suggesting that it could lead to grave consequences. The following day, Feng Haoyi awoke, leaning against the bedside. When Feng Haoyi opened his eyes, he found Muyao gazing intently at him. If it were an ordinary man being scrutinized in such a manner by a girl, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of delight. However, Feng Haoyi was different. In Muyao's eyes, he discerned a myriad of emotions: resentment, sorrow, and numbness. Yet conspicuously absent was warmth. Observing her expression, Feng Haoyi realized that Muyao had not relinquished her hatred. He surmised that, before long, she would seek revenge against Ouyang Junjiang. This thought filled his heart with an inexplicable anxiety. Subsequently, Feng Haoyi spoke softly, "Yao Yao, I am sorry. I could not protect grandfather. Brother Feng, it is not your fault. It is all that person's doing, entirely his fault," and Muyao replied. Then she continued, "No, it is also my fault. If I had not been somewhat attractive, that person would not have sought me out, and grandfather would not have passed away. Yao Yao, this is not your fault. Have you forgotten grandfather's words? He wished for you to live well, to live happily." Yet, Muyao struggled to overcome her inner turmoil. She firmly believed that she was responsible for Mingqi's demise. No matter how Feng Haoyi attempted to console her, the knot in her heart remained untied. Each time he spoke, she would nod in agreement. Yet Feng Haoyi understood that she had not truly let go. Her reassurances were merely a means to spare him from worry. Uncertain of the reason, Muyao, upon awakening, did not relinquish her grasp on Feng Haoyi's hand, as though gripped by fear or perhaps some other emotion. Meanwhile, the oblivious Feng Haoyi remained entirely unaware, his thoughts consumed by the desire to alleviate Muyao's resentment. While vengeance was indeed warranted, it was not her burden to bear. It was his, Feng Haoyi's, responsibility to exact retribution. And Muyao was merely a girl, and one devoid of martial prowess at that. Should she embark on the path of vengeance, the cost of success would be unfathomable, fraught with perilous risks. Feng Haoyi then spoke, "I cannot agree to what you propose. You possess nothing and lack any martial skills. What would happen if you were to encounter danger on your own?" Yet, Muyao remained resolute. "There are no buts. I shall seek revenge for my grandfather, and you need only stay by my side." After speaking, Feng Haoyi turned to Muyao, only to find her gaze unchanged, her steadfast eyes revealing her determination to depart. Observing this, Feng Haoyi inquired, "Yaoer, do you truly intend to leave?" Unable to resist, Muyao reached out, gently touching his face to feel its warmth. "Brother Feng, please do not coerce me. I must leave. I will find a way to avenge my grandfather on my own." Upon hearing Muyao's resolute voice, Feng Haoyi spoke, "Since you wish to depart, I shall not hinder you. However, I implore you to agree to one condition. Is that acceptable?" His face radiated warmth as he uttered these words. Muyao, without opposition, nodded gently and replied, "Brother Feng, please go on." If Muyao were determined to leave at this moment, even if Feng Haoyi summoned all his strength to protect her, it would be futile. After all, Muyao possessed no martial prowess and, given her striking beauty, trouble was inevitable. Once this matter was settled, Feng Haoyi inquired, "Yaoer, are you feeling hungry? Allow me to prepare a meal for you." With that, he released her hand. However, to his astonishment, Muyao grasped his hand once more. Just as he was about to inquire further, she interjected, "Brother Feng, let me accompany you. I can cook as well." Captivated by the hopeful glimmer in her eyes, Feng Haoyi found it impossible to voice his refusal. Ultimately, he nodded and said, "Very well, but should you feel overwhelmed, do not force yourself. Understood?" "Brother Feng, I understand," she replied. After taking her delicate hand, Feng Haoyi stepped outside, only to be met with the sight of Feng Jia. Upon seeing her, his anger surged, as the events of the previous night remained vividly etched in his memory. Yet, he had refrained from confronting her then, occupied as he was with other matters. Originally, Feng Haoyi believed that Feng Jia should have departed by now. However, to his astonishment, she was still present today. Thus, he coldly inquired, "What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Why don't you hasten your departure? Must I personally escort you away?" Upon hearing his words, Feng Jia erupted like a detonated bomb, retorting, "That is a peculiar statement, Feng Haoyi. Do you truly not comprehend?" He replied directly, "What do you intend to do, woman? I made it abundantly clear last night that you should leave this place at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Furthermore, what you do to me and what I do to you, aside from our encounter yesterday morning, have we had any interaction?" His questioning reverberated throughout the courtyard. Feng Jia felt the surge of anger rising within her, yet before she could unleash it, a youthful voice rang out from outside. "Ego, is this wicked woman your fiancée? She claimed yesterday that she was your fiancée, and even bought you many things." Had Feng Jia uttered those words, Feng Haoyi would have dismissed them as mere nonsense. However, with Pingo as the messenger, he fell into a contemplative silence. He glanced at Feng Jia, only to find her angrily turning away. At that moment, it dawned on Feng Haoyi that he indeed had a betrothal arrangement in the past. Yet, he had never taken it to heart, allowing it to slip from his memory. Had it not been for Pinger's reminder today, he might have completely forgotten about it. Chapter 36. Compensation. Pinger, let us not dwell on this matter for now. Please tell me, how did you come to find your brother? Is there something on your mind? Feng Haoyi inquired, gently holding in Muyu with one hand while affectionately stroking Pinger's hair with the other. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Feng Jia felt a twinge of discomfort upon witnessing Feng Haoyi in such a manner, surrounded by numerous women. Although Pinger was merely an 8-year-old girl, Feng Jia couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's question, Pinger spoke up, "Brother initially, my mother suggested that you come to our home for dinner, but now." She glanced around at the several women present, hesitating to continue. Feng Haoyi, understanding Pinger's unspoken words, prompted, "How many meals did your mother prepare?" At this, Pinga felt a bit shy. Yet, seeing Feng Haoyi's unwavering gaze upon her, she shyly replied, "Brother she prepared meals for only 4 people. Mother said you could eat as much as 2, so she made enough for 4. Though she was still quite young, Pinger was astute enough to grasp the situation. If Feng Haoyi were to be invited for dinner, what would become of the others present? Thus, she hesitated in her speech. However, upon hearing Pinger's words, Feng Haoyi did not express anger. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Your mother certainly has a knack for calculations. We shall have 2 people come dine at your home. Let us go right away." Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Feng Jia felt a surge of anger. What did Feng Haoyi mean by that? It was evident that his remarks had excluded the 3 of them, which was utterly intolerable. Noticing Feng Jia's rising temper, Feng Haoyi glanced at Pinger and remarked, "Pinger is quite obedient and has left." She too sensed that the atmosphere here is somewhat strange. After Pinger departed, Feng Jia confronted him. "Feng Haoyi, what did you mean by your earlier statement?" "Miss Feng, how could someone as astute as you fail to comprehend?" "Indeed, you have interpreted it correctly. That is precisely my sentiment." Well, Feng Haoyi, you truly are something." Feng Jia was at a loss for words, consumed by her fury. This was the first time she had ever been so enraged. Someone had dared to disregard her. Throughout her life, she had been the cherished princess of her family, never once encountering anyone who dared to belittle her. Yet, now Feng Haoyi had the audacity to overlook her, and she could hardly contain her indignation. "Feng Haoyi, do you genuinely mean what you said today? Are you not weary of this? I have already stated my position. Why do you persist in questioning?" To Feng Jia's surprise, after Feng Haoyi spoke, a sense of calmness washed over her. Observing this transformation, Feng Haoyi felt a tinge of astonishment. Although he did not fully understand Feng Jia, it was apparent that she possessed considerable influence. Had he been the person he once was, faced with such a situation, he would have merely concluded that he was unworthy of her. After all, he was acutely aware of his past self and the trajectory of his own future. However, the present is markedly different. Feng Haoyi possesses a unique reservoir of knowledge and, more importantly, he is devoid of subservience, driven by immense ambition. As he progresses on his journey, He firmly believes that he will carve out his own niche in this world. Naturally, upon encountering Feng Jia and discovering her status as his betrothed, Feng Haoyi surmised the purpose of her visit. The prospect of their engagement being annulled seemed increasingly likely, for, in every conceivable way, he appeared unworthy of her. It was entirely reasonable for her to seek a dissolution of their betrothal. Contemplating this, Feng Haoyi shook his head. Nevertheless, he had no intention of initiating the annulment himself. This was not due to an insatiable desire for Feng Jia's wealth or beauty, but rather because he believed that if he were to take the initiative to dissolve their engagement, it would cast her in an unfavorable light. Conversely, if Feng Jia were to call off the engagement, it would reflect poorly on him. Yet, he reminded himself that he was a man, and such trivial matters were not worth his concern. Furthermore, would a soul from the 21st century truly linger on such trivialities? It appeared he had not given it much thought. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Feng Jia spoke calmly, as if the person who had just conversed with him was a stranger. Feng Haoyi, I hope you can wait a moment before dining. I have matters to discuss with you. In an instant, she reverted to her regal demeanor, issuing a cold command to Feng Haoyi, exuding an air as though everything in this world belonged to her, and all should heed her will. Feng Haoyi harbored a profound disdain for such an attitude. To articulate it in contemporary parlance, the earth would continue to revolve seamlessly in your absence. Feng Jia was entirely unprepared for the realization that her transformation had incited a sense of aversion within Feng Haoyi. Previously, he merely found her unlikable, a sentiment that scarcely approached animosity. However, at this moment, he discovered a burgeoning distaste for her presence. In truth, Feng Haoyi himself could not quite comprehend the origins of this emotion, yet he was acutely aware that he truly disdained such individuals. Consequently, the warmth of his previous demeanor dissipated, leaving him decidedly cold. And Mu Yao, whose hand was clasped within Feng Haoyi's, felt this shift most intensely. An unsettling premonition stirred within her, an instinct that something was amiss. Thus, she tightened her grip around his hand, sensing the change in her touch. The chill that had enveloped Feng Haoyi vanished. He glanced at Mu Yao and reassured her, Yaoer, there is no need for concern. I am perfectly fine. His gaze then returned to Feng Jia, the frostiness in his eyes causing her to involuntarily shudder. Nevertheless, Feng Jia steeled herself. Reminding herself of her stature as the esteemed daughter of the Feng family, how could she possibly fear a mere constable? Thus, she continued to meet Feng Haoyi's gaze. At that juncture, Feng Haoyi spoke, You are Feng Jia, are you not? While he had recalled a fragment of information regarding Feng Jia, it was limited to mere superficial details. Indeed, but what brings you here? He inquired. Moreover, it seems that Feng Jia herself is reluctant as well. Feng Jia glanced at Feng Haoyi and spoke. I am here to discuss the dissolution of our engagement. Initially, she intended to declare her wish to break off the engagement outright. However, just before uttering those words, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. She felt that if she proceeded with such a declaration, she would forfeit something profoundly precious. Thus, the words that emerged were transformed. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi was already convinced of her intent, and without further hesitation, he replied, You need not elaborate. I comprehend your meaning. I have acquiesced to your wishes, and henceforth, we shall have no ties between us. From this moment on, we shall each pursue our own paths, and neither shall impede the other. I trust you find this satisfactory? Observing the astonishment on Feng Jia's face, Feng Haoyi assumed there was something further to discuss. He inquired, Is there any documentation you require from me? If so, please inform me, and I shall provide it immediately. At this juncture, Xiaoyan joyfully interjected, Congratulations, miss. You have finally liberated yourself from this lecherous man. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi could not suppress a bemused smile, bewildered by how he had been unjustly labeled a lecher. Nevertheless, recognizing that the matter had been resolved, he chose not to dwell on it any further. Meanwhile, Mu Yu remained by his side, holding his hand, seemingly unaffected by the proceedings. In stark contrast, upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Feng Jia displayed none of the expected emotions such as joy, elation, or excitement. Rather, she was devoid of any positive feelings whatsoever. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Feng Jia suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and exclaimed loudly, "Feng Haoyi, how could you act in such a manner? Who informed you that the engagement would be annulled? I certainly did not consent to this, nor did our elders. Why have you taken it upon yourself to dissolve our engagement? This is unacceptable to me." At this revelation, both Feng Haoyi and Xiao Yin were taken aback. Was it not the case that the young lady had come here to terminate the engagement? Had he misheard or misremembered? Xiao Yin, filled with confusion, pondered the implications. As for Feng Haoyi, he stood in stunned silence, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. However, he soon regained his composure, since he harbored no affection for her, and even felt a degree of aversion. Why dwell on it further? Thus, Feng Haoyi addressed Feng Jia once more. "Feng Jia, do you have any conditions you wish to discuss?" When she remained silent, he continued, "Very well. Let us arrange it this way. Should this matter of the engagement's dissolution become public, you may claim it was your own decision, thus preserving your dignity. Furthermore, if your elders inquire, you can state that I consented to it. Should they express disbelief, I can provide them with a handwritten letter, which should suffice to assure them." At this juncture, Feng Haoyi felt he had struck the right chord. He surmised that Feng Jia's concerns revolved around this very issue. Yet, to his surprise, upon concluding his proposal, Feng Jia did not immediately acquiesce, which caused a noticeable frown to crease Feng Haoyi's brow. He believed he had already done enough. What further compensation could Feng Jia desire? Although he had consented to the annulment of their engagement, it did not imply that he would become a fool. Should Feng Jia fail to recognize her good fortune, she would receive nothing at all. In Chapter 37, Wait for Me Tonight, with this thought in mind, Feng Haoyi turned his gaze towards Feng Jia, observing her choices with anticipation. He hoped she would recognize when to stop, avoiding any actions that might tarnish both their reputations. As Feng Haoyi contemplated this, Feng Jia spoke up. "Feng Haoyi, you are exceedingly self-centered. Who told you I wished to call off the engagement? Absolutely not. I do not agree to the annulment." Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi retorted, "Feng Jia, know when to concede. Do not let this situation sour for both of us. I have already made numerous concessions. What more do you expect from me?" Feng Jia felt a pang of grievance upon hearing his words, yet she replied, You. Feng Haoyi, I never imagined you would turn out to be this kind of person." This remark amused Feng Haoyi, eliciting a sardonic laugh. "What do you mean by that? What kind of person do you think I am? Clarify this for me today." Frustration bubbled within him, and by the end of his statement, his voice had dwindled to a murmur, barely audible to himself. After he finished speaking, Feng Jia gazed at him. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she queried, "Why must you behave this way? I am your fiancée, yet you brazenly hold another's hand in my presence. Do you believe your actions are justified? My dear Wind Maiden, we have now severed our engagement. Please understand this. Miss, cease your words. What troubles you?" Xiaoyan finds herself increasingly bewildered. Observing the situation, it is evident that Feng Jia harbors no affection for Feng Haoyi. Yet today her demeanor is inexplicably unusual. Feng Haoyi, too, is perplexed, sensing a dissonance that contradicts his assumptions and the narrative he envisioned. However, disregarding Xiaoyan's remarks, Feng Jia boldly declared, "I have stated that our engagement remains. How can you?" After uttering these words, she cast a glance at Mu Yao, whose hand Feng Haoyi firmly grasped. Under Feng Jia's gaze, Mu Yao felt a tinge of bashfulness, instinctively wishing to loosen her grip. Yet, despite her inclination to withdraw, Feng Haoyi held her hand tightly, believing that Mu Yao's condition was still fragile. Should she falter, he would be unable to react in time. His sentiments for Mu Yao are solely of a sibling nature. He has yet to contemplate a romantic relationship with her. For Feng Haoyi, love is a sacred affair. It is only through shared experiences, through embracing one another, that true love is realized. In this era rife with material desires, he contemplates various factors, prioritizing survival, especially the survival of the woman he cherishes. Yet, in this world, he yearns to experience a different, somewhat purer form of love. Perhaps this is merely a wistful aspiration. Feng Haoyi clutched Mu Yao's hand tightly, while she found herself unable to extricate herself from his hold. With a heavy heart, and Mu Yao reluctantly chose to concede, allowing Feng Haoyi to grasp her hand. Standing aside, Xiaoyan felt little, casting a dismissive glance at Feng Haoyi for deceiving the young girl, forgetting entirely that she herself was not much older than Mu Yao. However, witnessing this scene, Feng Jia could no longer bear it. Though she harbored no fondness for Feng Haoyi, she could not tolerate the thought of anyone else claiming him as their own. Such was her mindset. In truth, Feng Jia was unaware of her own possessiveness and obstinacy. She regarded Feng Haoyi as her own possession, not out of intent, but rather as an instinctive response shaped by her experiences over the years. While others might perceive this as a significant issue, to her, it felt entirely natural, for it was her norm. Thus, in Feng Jia's eyes, this was perfectly acceptable, and she was accustomed to behaving in such a manner without a second thought. It was an instinctive reaction. Feng Haoyi was akin to her toy, although she had little affection for this toy. The mere fact that someone dared to snatch it away left her feeling quite unsettled. No one was permitted to take anything from her. Feng Haoyi, indifferent to Feng Jia, found her condescending attitude utterly detestable. Yet, as Feng Jia proved to be quite a handful, he finally spoke. Feng Jia, remember this. From now on, we share no connection. You shall tread your own path, and I shall traverse mine, without interference from either side. As for the engagement, it is best left unmentioned. It is nothing but a farce. Therefore, it is best for you to depart from my home now, as this humble abode cannot accommodate a deity of your stature. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's callous words, Feng Jia boldly retorted, Feng Haoyi, on what grounds do you deem this betrothal a mere jest? It was established by our respective elders, and only they possess the authority to dissolve our engagement. Feng Jia's strategy was shrewd. With Feng Haoyi's parents long gone, the decision rested solely with her own. Surely, her parents would heed her wishes rather than Feng Haoyi's. It must be acknowledged that in the realm of business, Feng Jia might be a prodigy, a figure of maturity. Yet in matters of the heart, she resembled a child. Upon hearing Feng Jia's words, Feng Haoyi was rendered speechless. Feng Jia, what is it that you truly desire? Let us delineate the terms and negotiate. Feng Jia fixed her gaze on Feng Haoyi and inquired, do you so fervently wish to sever our engagement? Feng Haoyi glanced at Feng Jia, sensing the tremor of her small hand. Though he was unaware of Mu Yao's thoughts, he could perceive that his words held considerable weight. Thus, he replied, you are correct, Feng Jia. I am quite disinclined towards this engagement. It is best to release one another for the benefit of both parties. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's declaration, Mu Yao's hand stilled, ceasing its trembling. After Feng Haoyi spoke, Feng Jia shouted, what could come of this? Why do you assert that your words alone suffice? I have declared that this matter is simply untenable. Observing Feng Jia's brazen and unreasonable demeanor, Feng Haoyi truly wished to cease further contention with her. Thus, he turned away, gently grasping Mu Yao's hand, and spoke softly, Yaoer, let us depart. After uttering these words, Feng Haoyi began to lead Mu Yao towards the exit. However, before they could reach the door, Feng Jia positioned herself directly in their path, entirely disregarding her status as a young lady of privilege. Subsequently, Feng Ya also stepped forward to obstruct Feng Haoyi, compelled by her duty to protect Feng Jia. Witnessing their defiant stance, Feng Haoyi felt an overwhelming urge to confront them physically, or to be more candid, to reprimand them. Yet, considering their gender and the fact that they had not committed any grave misdeeds, merely displaying a touch of capriciousness, he refrained from resorting to violence. Upon noticing Feng Haoyi's expression, Feng Jia, who had initially been somewhat displeased, suddenly transformed her countenance into one of joy. It delighted her to witness Feng Haoyi's predicament, particularly since he had previously displayed such dominance that it nearly brought her to tears. This was a long-awaited reprisal. Feng Haoyi, exasperated, could hardly comprehend how he had encountered such an obstinate individual, and a woman at that, which was indeed quite daunting. Although Feng Jia was somewhat headstrong, she maintained a sense of integrity, aware of the need to safeguard her reputation and herself. Feng Haoyi, might you release her hand? Have you inquired if she consents to this? Upon hearing those words, Feng Haoyi naturally refrained from foolishly posing the question to Mu Yao, asking her, Yaoer, would you allow me to hold your hand? Such an inquiry would have spelled disaster. Imagine if Mu Yao consented. Would Feng Jia not chastise her for being too indulgent? Conversely, should she decline, it would undoubtedly leave a lingering discomfort in Feng Haoyi's heart. Thus, he boldly asserted, "What does your unwillingness matter? As long as I am willing, that suffices. What of my desire to hold someone else's hand? Even if you wish for me to hold yours, I would still refuse." With that, he declared an end to this farce, warning that should it continue, he would not hesitate to sever ties. Noticing the seriousness etched on Feng Haoyi's face, Feng Jia instinctively recoiled. It was then that he took in Muyo by the hand and exited. Sensing that Feng Jia had more to say, Feng Haoyi, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, remarked, "Feng Jia, if you wish to converse, we may do so this evening, but not now." After uttering these words, he departed, heading directly towards Ping'er's residence. In the wake of his departure, Xiaoyan, her face a canvas of astonishment, inquired, "Miss, what just transpired? Is there something amiss?" Feng Ya, exhibiting remarkable composure, replied, "It is nothing grave, merely a matter of emotional turbulence." After speaking, she resumed her frosty demeanor. Observing her expression, Xiaoyan could not help but whisper, "As I suspected, you truly are unreliable." Indeed so. Though her voice was barely audible, Feng Ya, possessing exceptional martial prowess, had keen hearing. How could she possibly miss it? Nevertheless, Feng Ya paid little heed to such trivial matters, well aware that Xiaoyan merely spoke without any ulterior motives. Feng Jia gazed at Xiaoyan's anxious demeanor and stepped out of her previous state of mind. Upon reflection, even she found it somewhat astonishing. What had she been doing and saying just moments ago? It was entirely inconsistent with her usual conduct. Nonetheless, Feng Jia playfully remarked, "Xiaoyan, did you not see me behaving well? Are you intentionally saying such things to prompt me to marry you off to Feng Haoyi?" Unconsciously, Feng Jia had employed the word also. Chapter 38. The little beggar. When Feng Haoyi led in Mu Yao to Ping'er's home, they could hear voices emanating from within. "Mother, I speak the truth. I truly saw Brother E arguing with that wicked woman just now." Nan Lian, skeptical, merely shook her head and replied, "Ping'er, why are you so disobedient? Did I not tell you? You must not refer to that sister as the wicked sister. She is your brother Yi's wife, your sister-in-law. Brother E does not like that wicked woman. He likes me." "Humph. My dear girl, what nonsense are you speaking? Hurry and prepare the dishes. Soon your brother E will arrive, and we shall dine together. However, if you continue this way, I shall have no choice but to inform your brother E, and he may not hold you in such fondness thereafter." Upon hearing Nan Lian's words, the daughter implored, "Mother, please let me finish. Brother E has brought along a woman, and it seems their quarrel arose because of her." Taken aback by this revelation, Nan Lian paused. She had faith in her daughter's honesty. For what benefit would there be in fabricating such a tale? Just as Nan Lian pondered, a voice resonated from outside, "Aunt Lian, Ping'er, I have arrived." Following this, Nan Lian and Ping'er beheld Feng Haoyi entering with a girl by his side. Upon seeing the girl, Nan Lian was momentarily stunned, before inquiring, Little E, it is wonderful you have come. May I ask who this is?" Anticipating her question, Feng Haoyi responded, "This young lady is now my sister. Her name is Mu Yao." He refrained from divulging any further details regarding Mu Yao's background, and naturally, Nan Lian did not press for more information. "Yaoer, this is Aunt Lian," he introduced. "Greetings, Aunt Lian," the girl said. Nan Lian, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Splendid. Come in quickly, I have prepared a feast. Let us dine together once you enter." Meanwhile, Ping'er, feeling neglected as no one acknowledged her presence, simmered with irritation. Moreover, Nan Lian unexpectedly claimed that the meal was prepared by her, prompting Ping'er to pout and retort, "Mother is lying. It was clearly prepared by me." Upon hearing this, the three of them erupted into laughter. Feng Haoyi approached and embraced Ping'er, then cheerfully remarked, "Regardless of who prepared it, I shall enjoy it. Let us proceed to dine." With Feng Haoyi addressing her, a smile blossomed on Ping'er's face once more. Subsequently, the trio entered the room to commence their breakfast. As for Feng Jia and her companions, they remained in Feng Haoyi's residence, left to fend for themselves in the kitchen. Unfortunately, none of the three were particularly skilled in cooking. and the meal they managed to prepare was barely edible. Alas, Feng Haoyi is truly unreliable, leaving us stranded here. What shall we eat? Xiaoyan, the youngest among them, voiced her grievances. In response to Xiaoyan's lament, Feng Jia remained silent, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. The three hastily consumed a meager breakfast before deciding that by noon, they must venture out to dine. After Feng Haoyi and Muyao finished their meal at Pinger's home, they proceeded directly to the government office with Muyao in tow. Initially, Feng Haoyi had no intention of bringing Muyao along. However, considering she had nowhere else to go, he felt compelled to take her. As they walked along the path, neither spoke a word. Muyao's silence stemmed from her uncertainty about what to say, while Feng Haoyi remained quiet due to the peculiar realization he had encountered. He observed that there were particularly many beggars on the street today. Feng Haoyi glanced at Muyao and spoke, "Yaoer, what is the matter?" Muyao replied, "Brother Feng, look at that little beggar. He appears so pitiful." Feng Haoyi turned his gaze to where she pointed, only to discover several older beggars kicking and taunting the small child. Understanding Muyao's compassion towards the beggar, Feng Haoyi inquired, "Do you feel sorry for him and wish to help?" Muyao remained silent but nodded, clearly indicating her sentiments. Feng Haoyi said nothing further. There are countless unfortunate souls in this world, and he could not possibly aid them all. However, since he had witnessed the situation, he decided to offer assistance. After all, it would not require much effort. He then led Muyao directly towards the little beggar. The older beggars sensed the approach of Feng Haoyi, and, upon seeing his demeanor, recognized that he was not to be trifled with. Thus, they did not wait for him to reach them or utter a word. They simply departed. Yet, before leaving, they warned, "You little brat, daring to beg in our territory? It seems you have a death wish. Today, you are fortunate. We shall let you go. But should this occur again, we will not show mercy." The small boy looked at them in silence, his bright eyes devoid of fear, terror, or sorrow. His expression while observing others bore a resemblance to Feng Haoyi, exhibiting a calm and composed demeanor, as if nothing in this world could perturb him. Subsequently, he gestured towards Feng Haoyi's likeness. Upon seeing Feng Haoyi and his companion, the old beggar uttered no further words and departed alongside his fellow. Nonetheless, he muttered under his breath in reproach, "Truly, they must be quite idle to meddle in our affairs." After this remark, Feng Haoyi vanished from their sight. The young beggar, witnessing the departure of the old beggars, redirected his gaze towards Feng Haoyi and his companion approaching him. As Feng Haoyi drew near, before he could utter a word, the young beggar boldly inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Hearing the young beggar's brusque tone, and fearing that Feng Haoyi might take offense, Muyao spoke up first. "The young beggar does not trust the two of you. Although I, Muyao, am a lady of grace and appear kind-hearted," he remained silent. Yet, Muyao did not exhibit anger. Instead, she patiently continued, "Little one, what is your name? My brother, and I mean you no harm. You need not worry." In a bid to support Muyao, Feng Haoyi deliberately donned a faint smile. Observing Feng Haoyi's expression only deepened the young beggar's mistrust, leading him to exclaim, "What are your intentions? You don't seek to capture me as a slave, do you?" Upon hearing the words of the little beggar, Muyao spoke again, "Dear child, you need not worry. We shall not harm you, truly. You can trust us completely. In fact, I was also found by this brother of yours. Look at me now. I am quite well." The little beggar looked unconvinced and replied, "Really?" At that moment, Feng Haoyi interjected, "What do you think? What purpose would we have in deceiving you? Do you believe we are in need of a slave like you?" After this statement, the little beggar began to show some belief. Without waiting for Muyao to inquire further, he voluntarily said, "Sister, I do not have a name. Please do not ask for my name. Since I can remember, I have had no name." Upon hearing this, Muyao was taken aback and asked, "Then how do others? How do people usually address you?" The little beggar answered without hesitation, "They all call me mongrel or bastard. They call me whatever they like. And I have never paid it any mind." Hearing this, Muyao covered her mouth in shock, clearly unaware that such unfortunate children existed in this world. Instantly, a surge of maternal instinct welled up within her, and she glanced at Feng Haoyi with a hint of shyness. It was evident that she realized her request might be a bit excessive, especially since she herself resided in Feng Haoyi's home. To propose that the little beggar also lived there seemed an awkward suggestion to make. Feng Haoyi certainly comprehended Muyao's intentions, and he did not wish to place her in a difficult position. He took the initiative to speak, upon hearing his words. And Muyao felt a surge of emotion and responded, "Brother Feng, I truly appreciate your kindness. Well, what should I write? You are my brother. You may proceed as you wish, and I shall not impose any undue restrictions upon you." Upon hearing this, and Muyao was so moved that she threw herself into Feng Haoyi's embrace. "Brother Feng, you are truly wonderful. Yaoer, please get up. There are others observing us," Feng Haoyi urged. And Muyao lifted her head and, indeed, noticed passers-by pointing and whispering. This caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, and she nestled deeper into Feng Haoyi's arms, too shy to show her face. Observing her reaction, Feng Haoyi felt that perhaps he had misspoken or acted inappropriately. At that moment, a young beggar gazed at Feng Haoyi and asked, "Are you speaking the truth?" "Of course, if you are willing, come along with us," Feng Haoyi replied. After saying this, he took Muya by the hand and began to leave. Muya wished to express something, but ultimately, she held her tongue and followed Feng Haoyi as they proceeded onward. The young beggar watched their retreating figures, caught in a dilemma. Should he follow them or remain behind? After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth and made his decision. He then sprinted towards Feng Haoyi and Muyao. Ahead, Muyao inquired of Feng Haoyi, "Brother Feng, do you think that person will follow us?" Feng Haoyi, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Rest assured, he will come." No sooner had he uttered these words than the voice of a small beggar echoed from behind, "Brother, sister, wait for me." Chapter 39. Thus, "You shall be named Feng Xiangan." Hearing the small beggar's voice, Muyao's face lit up with joy, and she immediately responded, "Hurry up." Feng Haoyi anticipated this outcome and displayed no surprise. Once the small beggar approached, Muyao gently inquired, "Little one, you do not have a name. How shall we address you?" "You may call me whatever you like. It does not matter to me," the small beggar replied. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi turned to Muyao and said, "Yaoer, why not bestow him a name?" The small beggar looked at Muyao with eager anticipation, but she hesitated, saying, "But I do not know how to name someone." "That is of no consequence. Just choose any name," Feng Haoyi encouraged. Seeing the expectant gaze of the small beggar, Muyao finally said, "In that case, you shall be named Feng Xiangan. May your future be boundless, may you soar freely, and may you live a life of peace." Upon hearing this name, Feng Haoyi felt it was quite fitting, yet he harbored a lingering question. He looked at Muyao and asked, "Yaoer, how did you know his surname was Feng?" "I do not know," she replied, her head bowing shyly. "I simply derived it from Brother Feng's surname." Unbeknownst to Feng Haoyi, he remained perplexed by Muyao's shyness. Subsequently, the three of them proceeded in the direction of the yamen. Along the way, Feng Haoyi inquired, "Xiangan, have you had your meal?" Lowering her head, Feng Xiangan shyly replied, "Brother, I have not yet eaten." Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi promptly suggested, "Very well. Let us find something to eat." With that, he led the two to a nearby stall. "Uncle Fu, a bowl of soy milk and a few pieces of fried dough, please." After placing the order, the trio gathered around a table. The proprietor, upon hearing the request, responded, "Certainly, ego." In truth, the owner was of an age that could easily qualify him to be Feng Haoyi's father, yet he continued to address him in such a manner. A custom Feng Haoyi had grown accustomed to. Then, Feng Haoyi turned to Feng Xiangan and asked, "Xiangan, are you aware of the recent happenings? Why do so many beggars seem to be heading towards a particular place?" Feng Haoyi did not shy away from mentioning beggars, despite Feng Xiangan's past as one, for he believed it would be improper to avoid the term and thus risk hurting her dignity. He held the conviction that true strength must arise from within, and only through genuine empowerment could one attain true strength. Throughout history, great figures have never belittled themselves for their past, much like Liu Bang, who was once a scoundrel yet ascended to become an emperor, or Zhu Yuanzhang, who started as a mere cowherd and eventually attained a position many aspire to. There are numerous examples of such transformative journeys. This is precisely why Feng Haoyi chose not to shy away from these terms. In contrast, Enmuyu cast a slightly reproachful glance at Feng Haoyi upon hearing these words. As for Feng Xiong'an, he maintained a commendable mindset upon noticing Enmuyu's expression. He took the initiative to defend Feng Haoyi. Sister, it's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, I bear no ill will towards such remarks. I believe that true strength lies in the fortitude of one's own spirit, independent of external influences, power, or background, relying solely on my own capabilities. After expressing this, he turned his attention to Feng Haoyi and Enmuyu. Enmuyu found herself at a loss for words, while Feng Haoyi displayed a look of satisfaction. The thoughts that had previously occupied Feng Haoyi's mind remained unspoken, yet he was pleasantly surprised by Feng Xiong'an's profound perspective. Shortly thereafter, the two listened as Feng Xiong'an continued. Brother, I have heard that the Beggars sect is organizing a gathering to establish a new gang. They are to select a leader through a competition. Whoever emerges victorious will claim the title. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi nodded in understanding, realizing the importance of such an event. It seemed essential for him to attend. The establishment of the Beggars sect was indeed significant, yet he had not anticipated that it would lead him to such an encounter. Though endowed with formidable strength, he found himself uncertain about his purpose in this unfolding scenario. Should one pursue a career as a merchant? It seems rather unsuitable. For I lack the innate talent for trade. Shall I become a servant? That is even less conceivable. I would prefer to be my own master. Perhaps I should aspire to be an official? However, upon reflection, I see no connections and doubt anyone would extend help. To embark on an official path would necessitate relinquishing my status as a constable. Otherwise, ascension to such a rank is utterly unattainable. Positions such as these are invariably hereditary, not subject to whims of ambition. At this juncture, it appears that I must simply take life as it comes. Nevertheless, one immutable truth remains. The possession of formidable power and wealth is essential, and one must also cultivate considerable strength within oneself. After exchanging these thoughts, the two engaged in light-hearted anecdotes about the lives of beggars. Soon enough, Feng Xiong'an finished his meal. Let us depart, he declared, prompting the group to leave together. Upon Feng Haoyi's arrival at the yamen, he was met with a throng gathered at the entrance, with the left guard standing prominently in front, his countenance grim. Uncertain of the circumstances, Feng Haoyi approached the scene. As he spotted the Bao troops in the rear, he intended to inquire about the unfolding events. Yet, before he could utter a word, the left guard bellowed in anger. Bring forth this insolent wretch. How dare he offend young Master Ho? Moreover, he has also crossed paths with young Master Ouyang. I wonder how you will manage to survive this. Little did he anticipate that Ho Li would be audacious enough to orchestrate such a public abduction. However, Feng Haoyi's assumptions would soon prove misguided. Due to the absence of any directives from Ho Li, all of this was purely his own volition. He sought to ingratiate himself with Ho Li. Moreover, having heard about yesterday's events, he felt compelled to apprehend Feng Haoyi in a misguided attempt to exact vengeance on behalf of the esteemed Ho Li. However, Zhuo Wei was entirely oblivious to Ho Li's true sentiments. He was profoundly mistaken. Ho Li had no desire to harm Feng Haoyi in the past few days, for there were significant figures already fixated on him. Thus, Ho Li was in no rush for retribution. Yet, Zhuo Wei remained unaware of these intricacies. His singular aim was to capture Feng Haoyi to curry favor with Ho Li. At that moment, Bao Jun interjected, pleading for leniency. The crowd heard him implore, Captain Zhua, I beseech you to temper your wrath. The fault does not lie with Yi Gu. No, it is not Feng Haoyi who is at fault. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Wei erupted in fury, rebuking Bao Jun. Who is the captain here, you or I? I declare Feng Haoyi is at fault, and thus he is at fault. Do you dare suggest otherwise? As he spoke, Zhuo Wei fixed a fierce glare upon Bao Jun. Under Zhuo Wei's intense scrutiny, Bao Jun felt profoundly uncomfortable. Yet he realized that retreating would lead to unimaginable consequences for Feng Haoyi. Thus, steeling himself, he responded, Captain Zhua, Feng Haoyi has committed no transgression. You cannot apprehend him in this manner. Meanwhile, the other constables remained inactive. They had heard of the events from the previous day and held Feng Haoyi in high regard. naturally reluctant to see him detained. Consequently, when they heard Bao Jun's plea, they paused, glancing at Zhuo Wei, hoping for a favorable turn of events. However, as he was originally intent on capturing Feng Haoyi to claim credit, he had little regard for Bao Jun's thoughts. Thus, he spoke directly, "What is the matter? Do you intend to defy my orders? Get moving at once. If you hesitate, you shall no longer have a place in the office." After uttering these words, he pointed at Mu Yao, who stood beside Feng Haoyi, and continued, "I presume this woman is the one from yesterday. Seize her as well." Seeing the fierce demeanor of Zhuo Wei, and Mu Yao could not help but inch closer to Feng Haoyi, her fear palpable in such a tense situation. "Brother Feng, she began, but before she could finish, Feng Haoyi comforted her, saying, "Yaoer, there is no need for concern. I will be fine." Then, Feng Haoyi addressed Zhuo Wei, "You may apprehend me, but should you lay a hand on Yaoer, I will ensure you regret ever existing in this world." Feng Haoyi had shed any pretense of respect towards Zhuo Wei, having already severed their cordial ties. He felt deep gratitude towards Bao Jun for his actions, which only reinforced his resolve not to let him suffer. "Baozi, cease your pleas. This matter does not concern you any further. Do you understand?" he said. Fixing a serious gaze upon Bao Jun reluctantly, Bao Jun nodded in agreement, yet in his heart, he had already resolved that the worst outcome would be a prison break. Then, Bao Jun heard Feng Haoyi say, "Take good care of Yaoer, understood?" Bao Jun solemnly declared, "Ego, rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence." In Mu Yao, however, wore a worried expression as she spoke. "Brother Feng, I fear." Feng Haoyi, noticing her distress, was about to offer further consolation when Zhuo Wei bellowed, "You, Feng Haoyi, dare to insult the Shangwan. Your crimes are compounded. Seize him." Upon hearing this, the other constables hesitated. To alleviate their dilemma, Feng Haoyi said, "You may proceed. Do not linger in uncertainty." At his words, the constables approached him, yet they still expressed their regrets, saying, "Ego, we are truly sorry. We are left with no choice. Do not worry. We shall ensure the safety of the remaining two." Witnessing Feng Haoyi's impending capture, and Mu Yao could no longer hold back her tears. "Brother Feng, let us leave," she pleaded, throwing herself into his embrace. "Foolish girl, do not fret. I am unscathed," he reassured her. "Brother Feng, it is all my fault. If it were not for me, this is not your blame. Do you understand? This man has always held a grudge against me. This is merely a false accusation he has imposed. Do not worry, I shall be released." With that, he allowed the constables to bind him. As for Mu Yao, no one dared to restrain her. Witnessing this, Zhuo Wei was filled with rage. However, upon witnessing Feng Haoyi bound, his spirits were instantly lifted. Never mind capturing that woman. After all, his true adversary was Feng Haoyi. As long as Feng Haoyi perished, his own merits would be greatly amplified. With this thought, he could not help but indulge in a fleeting fantasy. "Ha! Feng Haoyi is on the brink of death. How delightful." Simultaneously, he arrogantly commanded, "Take him away. Imprison him in the dungeon." The other constables were somewhat displeased, yet they complied with the orders of the left guard. Just then, a furious roar pierced the air. "What are you all doing here? Are you devoid of any duties?" Upon hearing that voice, the left guard trembled involuntarily. "How did he arrive? Lord Wu, what brings you here?" Although both were heads of the constabulary, it was evident that Wu Xian was held in higher regard, having been personally promoted by their county lieutenant, Lei Min. There was some discord between Lei Min and county assistant Ho Yuanzizi, rendering this head constable rather undervalued. However, due to his affiliation with Ho Yuanzizi, Lei Min dared not act too harshly. Upon seeing Feng Haoyi in his bound state, Wu Xian's expression darkened instantly as he directly inquired. In truth, Wu Xian was well aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter, yet he felt compelled to seek clarity here to demonstrate his fairness and impartiality. When Wang Duan learned of Wu Xian's arrival, he was initially elated, and now, hearing Wu Xian's inquiry into the situation, he was filled with exhilaration. Then, Wang Duan began to speak, "My lord. It is as follows. Captain Zhua has informed us that Feng Haoyi committed an offense yesterday, and thus this morning we were instructed to wait here to apprehend him." At this moment, Wang Duan refrained from addressing Feng as Brother Feng, for he was wary that others might seize upon this as evidence of collusion between them, which would be most unwise. He then recounted the events in their entirety. Upon hearing Wang Duan's account, Wu Xianyuan's expression darkened considerably, more so than a burnt pot. Feng Haoyi found amusement in his demeanor. He doubted that Wu Xianyuan was genuinely unaware of the situation. When Feng arrived, it was likely that Captain Zhua had already been waiting with his men for some time. Feng Haoyi's thoughts were not misplaced. He indeed wished for Captain Zhua to escalate the matter, for it would enable Wu Xianyuan to impose a more severe punishment upon him. Observing Wu Xianyuan's increasingly dark expression, Captain Zhua realized that the situation might have spiraled out of control. Yet, at that moment, he was at a loss for words. Then, Wu Xianyuan spoke. Captain Zhua, is what Wang Duan said accurate? Captain Zhua stammered for a prolonged period, unable to articulate a response, as Wang Duan's statements were entirely factual, devoid of any exaggeration, leaving him with no opportunity for rebuttal. Faced with Wu Xianyuan's piercing gaze, which was nearly as intimidating as that of a bull, he felt a pang of fear. Wu Xianyuan was undeniably far more established in this realm than he. If Wu Xianyuan chose to use this as a pretext to discipline him, then Holy would be powerless to intervene on his behalf. The current situation has left Zhuo Wei feeling utterly helpless and uncertain about his next course of action. As anticipated, Wu Xianyuan promptly spoke up, stating, Zhuo Wei, you are quite remarkable. Are you not aware of what transpired yesterday? Whose fault was it, after all? Tell me. Was it Holy who prompted you to act this way? Or was it someone behind Holy who influenced your actions? Upon hearing these words, Feng Haoyi realized that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. It seemed that this matter was a confrontation between Lei Min and Hou Yuanzai, with he and Zhuo Wei inadvertently serving as the catalysts. This realization left Feng Haoyi feeling quite uncomfortable, as he had been unwittingly manipulated. As for Zhuo Wei, upon hearing Wu Xianyuan's remarks, he immediately responded, Lord Wu, this is all a misunderstanding. Wu Xianyuan, relentless in his pursuit of the truth, continued, do not divert the topic. Tell me, who compelled you to act in this manner? Stammering, Zhuo Wei hesitated, and Wu Xianyuan, evidently growing impatient, interjected, speak quickly, or I shall have you thrown into the dungeon. However, this matter was indeed Zhuo Wei's own conception. Thus, he mustered the courage to reply, Lord Wu, no one instructed me. These actions were entirely my own decision. Upon hearing Zhuo Wei's assertion, Wu Xianyuan's expression darkened further as he retorted, of course, Zhuo Wei, you are not clad in official robes. As a mere constable, you lack the authority to wear such attire. The garments you don now were merely distributed by the government for the sake of convenience and management. The attire of the constables differs significantly from that of the officials. Upon hearing Wu Xianyuan's words, the disgruntled individuals flocked towards the left guard, intent on personally binding him. Meanwhile, Feng Haoyi was assisted by Bao Jun, who came to untie him. Once Feng Haoyi was freed, and Mu Yao and Feng Xiangan rushed over in unison. Feng Xiangan remained composed, simply standing by and quietly observing Feng Haoyi. However, Mu Yao could no longer contain herself. She dashed to Feng Haoyi's side in tears, immediately seeking refuge in his warm embrace. Feng Haoyi uttered no words, merely gently patting in Mu Yao's head, signaling her to remain calm. At that moment, Wu Xianyuan approached and directly addressed him, saying, Shaoyi, today's events have truly been a burden for you. Feng Haoyi did not react with hostility. Instead, he responded nonchalantly, Haha, it's nothing, such trifles are of little consequence. Wu Xianyuan, upon hearing Feng Haoyi's indifferent remarks, sensed his emotional detachment. A bittersweet smile crossed Wu Xianyuan's face, for he found himself powerless in this situation. It was a directive from above that he had no choice but to follow. Nevertheless, he refrained from addressing Feng Haoyi's cold demeanor, nor did he place any blame upon him, acknowledging that he had indeed exploited Feng Haoyi's goodwill. Subsequently, Wu Xianyuan inquired, Shaoyi, do you have time tonight? Feng Haoyi replied, Yes, Captain Wu, I am available this evening, but what is the matter? Upon hearing this, Wu Xianyuan appeared quite pleased and promptly stated, In that case, let us gather at my residence tonight, I have a few matters to discuss with you. Noticing that Feng Haoyi had more to say, he did not afford him the opportunity and continued, you may also bring them along to my home. Realizing that he could no longer procrastinate, Feng Haoyi acknowledged the invitation, having never intended to decline, and replied, thank you, Captain Wu. He then turned to Mu Yao and Feng Xiangan, saying, today, you shall accompany me to select a few garments. Upon hearing this, perhaps to alleviate his own sense of guilt, Wu Xianyuan interjected, Shao Yi, since today is relatively uneventful, you need not attend to your duties. Spend the day leisurely shopping with them. After saying this, he departed. Regardless of the circumstances, Feng Haoyi's father had always treated Wu Xianyuan well in the past, and thus Wu Xianyuan wished to maintain amicable relations. Accepting Wu Xianyuan's words, Feng Haoyi saw no reason to refuse such a splendid opportunity. Thank you, uncle, he expressed. Hearing this endearment brought joy to Wu Xianyuan, indicating that their relationship had improved somewhat. Subsequently, Feng Haoyi bid farewell to Bao Jun, who, unfortunately, was not granted a day off and could not accompany Feng Haoyi on his shopping excursion. Young master, I have received the latest news. Feng Haoyi was nearly apprehended by the left guard earlier. However, just moments ago, Feng Haoyi was released once again, while another had been apprehended and thrown into the dungeon. Upon hearing this news, Ouyang Zhenjiang was momentarily taken aback and inquired, oh, who is this Zuowei? How dare he arrest Feng Haoyi? Does he possess some influential backing? At this point, his gaze fixated intently upon the speaker. The individual, sensing the intensity of his master's scrutiny, trembled as he replied, young master, that Zuowei lacks any significant connections. He is merely an ordinary constable. Then why did he apprehend Feng Haoyi? Could it be that they harbor a grudge? Ouyang Zhenjiang's speculation proved to be accurate. Indeed, a rivalry existed between the two. However, it was the subsequent revelation that left Ouyang Zhenjiang astounded. Young master, it is said that Zuowei arrested Feng Haoyi due to the incident that transpired yesterday. The guard, aware of the embarrassment Ouyang Zhenjiang suffered the previous day, hesitated to specify the details. Nevertheless, Ouyang Zhenjiang was no fool. He comprehended the implications of the guard's words. This revelation sent a chill down his spine, for if Feng Haoyi were to implicate him in this matter, he would be doomed. Thus, Ouyang Zhenjiang, fixing his gaze upon the individual before him, promptly ordered, you must investigate Feng Haoyi's whereabouts immediately. Remember, do not treat him with disrespect. Yes, the guard affirmed before departing. Subsequently, Ouyang Zhenjiang sought out Lu Mingyuan, ensuring that when he located Feng Haoyi, he would accompany a guard or two. Certainly not to intimidate, but rather to safeguard his own security. Feng Haoyi would not take action against him, yet others might not be so restrained. Young master, do you truly intend to take that man's life? Indeed, he must be eliminated. Otherwise, my resentment shall remain unquenched. I dare not confront Ouyang Zhenjiang. Yet a mere constable has the audacity to show me disrespect. It seems I have been excessively benevolent and merciful. Upon hearing these words, the guard was at a loss for what to say, thus he acquiesced, stating, if that is the case, I shall attend to it immediately. Once the guard departed, Zheng Yintian finally took a seat. Chapter 41. The Crown Prince of the Feng Kingdom. After obtaining Wu Xianyuan's permission, Feng Haoyi set out with two companions to explore the surroundings. He realized that neither Mu Yao nor Feng Xiangan had likely experienced such an outing before. Mu Yu lacked the financial means and time for leisure, while Feng Xiangan's presence here was undoubtedly for the purpose of seeking alms. Thus, Feng Haoyi resolved to thoroughly enjoy his exploration today. As Feng Haoyi wandered through the area, he noticed a multitude of unfamiliar faces. His ability to discern them stemmed from their attire, which surpassed that of the local populace. It is true that Qingyun City is a remarkable place, with its overall strength and wealth outshining that of many other cities. As Feng Haoyi strolled along, he occasionally overheard snippets of amusing conversations. Hey Zhaoxing, do you think my old man has lost his senses, allowing me to come here for a bit of fun? He also mentioned that there are indeed many influential figures here, urging me not to offend anyone lightly. Interestingly, my father shares the same sentiment, however. I remain oblivious to which prominent individuals might be present. Could it be that the emperor has arrived? Just as he finished speaking, those around him began gesturing for caution. Speak carefully. Speak carefully. At that moment, a rather fair-skinned individual interjected, saying, I happen to possess a bit more knowledge on this matter than you all. Unfortunately, the individual remained silent. Observing this, Zhao Xing directly remarked, I will cover the cost of this meal, so do share. It's merely a handful of coins, and with the wealth your family possesses, it will soon be devoured by mice. Upon hearing Zhao Xing's words, the man chuckled, offering no response to the statement, and proceeded to say, according to my father, all those in the upper echelon have received a piece of news. Before he could elaborate, someone eagerly inquired, What news? The man, maintaining a leisurely pace, replied, My father mentioned that everyone in the upper circles has received a message from a significant figure. What message? The crowd, noticing his haste and interruptions, began to chide. All right. Let him speak. Just listen. The man displayed a look of resignation, acquiescing to their request. He then glanced around and quietly said, It is said that this prominent figure is named Junxie. As for him, well, if anyone has offended him, he merely needs to utter a single phrase, capable of compelling the sovereigns and emperors of various nations to willingly cede territory and offer reparations. What? Is this true? Are you jesting with us? How could this possibly be? At this moment, everyone interjected, and no one admonished them for speaking out of turn. The news was simply too astonishing to ignore, revealing such extraordinary events. Feng Haoyi paused momentarily, clearly intrigued by the matter at hand. The individual continued, This person possesses such formidable prowess. Of course, this is what my father conveyed to me, yet I cannot ascertain its veracity. However, consider this. The very fact that so many of us have gathered here speaks volumes about his exceptional abilities. After uttering these words, others fell silent. Indeed, he spoke the truth. Even the generals and ministers from the prime minister's household were present. The mere thought of this figure ignited their fervor. Such a prominent individual was akin to an idol in their eyes. How fortunate it would be to encounter someone of such stature. Then, another voice chimed in. By the way, what exactly did this great person say? My father mentioned that the individual spoke sparingly. Only 16 characters. Qingyan Yu Jian, Qilan Zi Xian. Shoshina Xian, Tianxia Jiang Bian. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. Could it be that there exists a person here who is the Qilan Zi? And he is none other than the emperor's offspring? Alas, this cannot be right. If he is indeed the child of the emperor, how could he possibly be here? Everyone is left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the meaning of these words. Furthermore, the subsequent statement suggests that by taking this individual under one's wing, one could alter the very fabric of the world. They find themselves utterly perplexed by such cryptic utterances, which are far too brief to grasp. After listening to this dialogue, Feng Haoyi, standing nearby, chose not to linger any longer and declared, Let us depart. Just as he intended to leave, a voice interjected, Depart? Where do you think you are going? You overheard our conversation without uttering a word, and now you wish to simply walk away? Is that not rather inappropriate? Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi replied with curiosity, If that is the case, what do you wish to do? After posing his question, he fixed his gaze upon the individual before him. However, the person dismissed Feng Haoyi with utter disdain, retorting, Do you know who I am? Those lacking capability often resort to such idle boasts. This individual's arrogance was intolerable to Feng Haoyi. The man, upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, erupted with laughter, pointing at him and exclaiming, What is the matter? Are you frightened? I knew this little brat would cower. Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than Feng Haoyi struck without hesitation. As their senses returned, they immediately cried out, You little rascal! How dare you strike our young master? You must be seeking your demise. With that, the two rushed forward. As the other young gentlemen observed the unfolding situation, they began to voice their opinions. Could it possibly be individuals from other nations? At this remark, a profound silence enveloped the group, for indeed, it was a plausible notion. Among the surrounding nations, the strength of the Sui kingdom was rather modest, merely occupying a position of mediocrity. Yet, what difference did it make? Even if they were from another country, their fate would inevitably culminate in defeat. However, some among them expressed skepticism. The crowd engaged in animated discussions remained oblivious to Zhao Xing's peculiar demeanor. At that moment, Zhao Xing gazed at Feng Haoyi as if he were a specter. Unlike the others, he was acutely aware that just yesterday, Feng Haoyi had delivered a thorough beating to Ouyang Zhenjiang. Yet, today Feng Haoyi stood before them, seemingly unscathed, as though the prior day's events had left no mark upon him. Given Ouyang Zhenjiang's temperament, it was inconceivable that he would not seek retribution. The only conceivable explanation was that Ouyang Zhenjiang himself dared not retaliate. This thought sent a chill down Zhao Xing's spine. The force backing Feng Haoyi must be formidable indeed. He understood well the esteemed position of the Ouyang family within the Sui kingdom, which was second only to the royal family itself, alongside the Zheng clan. Beyond the monarchy, none could rival the Ouyang family's might. Yet now, a figure had emerged whom even the Ouyang family dared not confront. Could he possibly be the crown prince of the Feng kingdom? Contemplating this, Zhao Xing was struck by the dire implications should anything untoward befall Feng Haoyi in this place. Without hesitation, Zhao Xing implored, "Esteemed elders, I beseech you to cease at once." It cannot be entirely blamed on Zhao Xing for not having forewarned earlier. For yesterday, he merely cast a distant glance and did not discern Feng Haoyi's visage. Thus, at the outset, Zhao Xing failed to recognize Feng Haoyi. The others, upon hearing Zhao Xing's words, regarded him with astonishment, and soon one among them inquired, "Zhao Xing, what do you mean by that?" They had all come merely to witness the spectacle, particularly since Feng Haoyi had previously assaulted one of their own. How could they possibly let him off the hook? Little did they anticipate that Zhao Xing would turn out to be a traitor, attempting to aid Feng Haoyi. This thought evoked a sense of disdain towards Zhao Xing among them. In the throes of despair, Zhao Xing contemplated the grave implications if Feng Haoyi were indeed the prince of the Wind Kingdom. Not merely a prince, but even a royal would be a formidable presence. Reflecting on this matter, he could not restrain a mournful exclamation. "I tell you, if anything befalls this individual, we shall all perish, and our families will be ensnared in the fallout." Initially, his audience reacted with disbelief. However, their expressions soon morphed into terror as they gazed at Zhao Xing, prompting one to ask, "What do you mean?" Just as he finished speaking, a sound of something crashing to the ground reverberated through the air. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xing cried out in panic, "It's over. It's all over for us." Yet, barely had he uttered this when the surrounding crowd erupted in alarm. "What? How can this be? How is he so powerful? Who is he? Who exactly is he?" Chapter 42. Flames of Revenge. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Xing unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief. He then approached Feng Haoyi and spoke, "Esteemed sir, we were in the wrong earlier. I kindly ask for your forgiveness." Feng Haoyi gazed at the terrified Zhao Xing and replied, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Just as Zhao Xing was about to respond, an urgent voice echoed from a distance. "Brother Feng, I apologize for my tardiness. I did not mean to alarm you." Upon seeing Ouyang Zhenjiang approach, Feng Haoyi's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Mu Yao, noticing Feng Haoyi's arrival, felt a surge of hatred but, out of fear, sought refuge in his embrace. As if only within his arms could she find solace. Feng Haoyi, sensing in Mu Yao's actions, felt an even greater revulsion towards Ouyang Zhenjiang. Despite the harsh words directed at him, Ouyang Zhenjiang appeared oblivious to the disdain and instead offered, "Well, young Master Feng, how about I treat you to a gathering at the renowned Tianxia First Building? After all, our acquaintance is a matter of fate, is it not?" Feng Haoyi, aware of Mu Yao's lingering fear and her enmity with Ouyang Zhenjiang, had no intention of engaging with him. Thus, he firmly stated, after saying this. Feng Haoyi intended to depart, but suddenly recalled something. He turned to Zhao Xing and declared, "Do you have any further matters to discuss? If you wish to take action, then let it be so." Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Zhao Xing was taken aback and immediately replied, No, not at all." Following this exchange, Feng Haoyi departed from the scene. As for Ouyang Zhenjiang, a tempest of rage was brewing within him, yet he dared not voice his feelings, nor display any sign of his ire. Once Feng Haoyi had left, he let out a cold snort before making his exit. Ouyang Zhenjiang was well acquainted with the individuals present, but at that moment, he lacked the inclination to greet anyone, having just suffered a loss of face, which rendered him mute. After Ouyang Zhenjiang also departed, Zhao Xing collapsed onto the ground. He had merely been sustaining himself with sheer willpower to remain upright. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to the fear that had gripped him. The others were equally terrified, having never anticipated that they would provoke someone far beyond their means. They had witnessed everything clearly, the way Feng Haoyi disregarded and insulted Ouyang Zhenjiang, who not only refrained from retaliating, but also wore a forced smile. It dawned upon them the formidable nature of Feng Haoyi, leading them to believe he must possess substantial influence. Indeed, Brother Zhao, who exactly is that person? Why do you fear him so? Moreover, why is even young Master Ouyang so intimidated? They inquired. Hearing their questions, Zhao Xing could not help but sneer. Just moments ago, these individuals had regarded him with disdain, even questioning him. Now they were attempting to curry favor with him. Did they truly believe he could engage in conversation with Feng Haoyi? Upon contemplating this, Zhao Xing spoke up. Weren't you quite audacious just now? Why not continue to confront them? I assure you, I shall not impede your endeavors. The group, upon hearing his words, exchanged awkward smiles before one of them remarked, "Haha, we were merely unaware of the circumstances." Another chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Zhao, please disregard our earlier bravado. Consider us as inconsequential as a mere puff of air." Zhao Xing regarded them with a hint of disdain. However, he had no intention of severing ties with them. Thus, he recounted the events of the previous day. "Brother Zhao," one interjected, "you mentioned that the young gentleman not only dismissed young Master Ouyang but also disregarded young Master Zheng Yutian?" Zhao Xing picked an apple from the table and took a bite before responding. "Indeed, my words are utterly truthful. Regrettably, I lacked the courage to approach yesterday. Otherwise, I might have had the opportunity to associate with such an individual." Upon hearing this, the others refrained from mockery. After all, even Ouyang Zhenjiang sought to curry favor with such a person, and they too harbored similar aspirations. "Do you possess any specific information regarding that gentleman? Who exactly is he?" Zhao Xing replied, "I am unaware of the particulars, but you may inquire with another individual." The group's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they eagerly asked, "Who?" "Brother Zhao." "Who do you mean?" "Ouyang Zhenjiang." "Ah, how is it him?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xing immediately spoke up. How could it possibly not be him? Just consider. He was insulted yesterday and did not seek vengeance. It is evident that Ouyang Zhenjiang must possess some knowledge regarding that young man's identity. The others, upon hearing this, found his reasoning compelling. However, this approach bore little fruit, for Ouyang Zhenjiang would certainly refrain from divulging such information. When they posed a query, not only would they receive no answers, but they might also face expulsion, potentially leading to a serious rift with the Ouyang family. Thus, despite their curiosity, they chose to remain silent and shifted their conversation to other matters. Feng Haoyi was gentle in his actions, acknowledging that he bore some responsibility in this affair. Although the setting was open air, eavesdropping remained rather impolite. Feng Haoyi held in Muyao's hand, accompanying her as they strolled through the area. He harbored some concerns regarding these issues. However, mere worry was futile unless he could uncover the root of the matter or resolve in Muyao's inner turmoil. With this thought in mind, he inquired, "Yaoer, have you taken a liking to anything?" "No," she replied, heightening Feng Haoyi's anxiety. Thus, he continued, "Yaoer, are you still contemplating revenge?" Before Muyao could respond, Feng Haoyi interjected, "To be honest, I wish to hear the truth." Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, and Muyao fell into an immediate silence. It was evident that she had intended to fabricate a story moments prior. After an indeterminate span of time, and Muyao finally spoke, "Brother Feng, please do not hinder my quest for vengeance. I cannot forget the expression on my grandfather's face before he departed. He cared for me for so long. Yet I never had the opportunity to care for him." As she spoke, she raised her gaze to meet Feng Haoyi's eyes. In those eyes, he discerned a resolute determination. It was clear that Muyao was fully committed to her pursuit of retribution. In response, Feng Haoyi remained silent, uncertain of whether to acquiesce to Muyao's plea. Should he consent, it was likely she would pursue her vengeance recklessly, the inherent dangers of such an endeavor not lost on him. Although Feng Haoyi harbored a strong desire to eliminate Ouyang Zhenjiang and possessed the capability to do so, he pondered the consequences of such an act. What would come after the deed was done? He surmised that he might be reduced to a bandit, for he currently lacked the means to safeguard himself. Nevertheless, a sense of comfort washed over Feng Haoyi, as he was still a lone wolf, with very few individuals accompanying him. Muyao was among those who followed. Yet Feng Haoyi had already envisioned a future path for her. Should he find himself in peril, he would ensure Muyao's swift departure from the scene, guiding her to a place where she could acquire skills to sustain herself. Of course, he would arrange for the Iron Claw Divine Arm to protect her. Feng Haoyi was confident that if the Iron Claw Divine Arm agreed to this task, it would be executed flawlessly. As for Feng Jia at his home, he had not given her a moment's thought. Since then, Feng Jia and he had not established any substantial relationship. Moreover, Feng Jia came from a distinguished family, and it was believed that even if she resided in Feng Haoyi's household, none would dare to harm her. Furthermore, what truly troubled Ouyang Zhenjiang was not death itself. Feng Haoyi intended to make him aware that certain individuals in this world are never to be trifled with. Some matters can be far more agonizing than death. Nonetheless, Feng Haoyi ultimately resolved to grant Muyao this opportunity. After all, the deceased was Mingqi, her grandfather, who had raised her with unwavering care. It was reasonable to assume that had this misfortune befallen him, he would not have fared any better than Muyao. Muyao's demeanor remained relatively composed. Had it been he in her position, he might have lost all reason and directly confronted Ouyang Zhenjiang. When he had encountered Ouyang Zhenjiang earlier, Feng Haoyi could distinctly sense that Muyao's body trembled, fueled by a fierce desire for vengeance and hatred. He was convinced that had he not been present at that moment, Muyao would have charged forth without hesitation. Although he understood he could not contend with the forces backing Ouyang Zhenjiang, nor could he overpower Ouyang Zhenjiang himself, the flames of revenge would surely consume Muyao's rationality, driving her to act recklessly. Chapter 43. Shopping. Noticing Muyao's melancholic mood, Feng Haoyi took her away. After a considerable time, Muyao finally began to regain her composure. Observing her spirits lift, Feng Haoyi felt a surge of joy and eagerly led her through the bustling East Market, exploring its myriad offerings. Subsequently, Feng Haoyi indulged Muyao with various purchases, gradually lifting her spirits, although her words remained sparse. Naturally, Feng Haoyi did not press her to converse. He simply sought topics to discuss. Should she wish to speak, she would. If she preferred silence, he would deftly shift the conversation elsewhere. As for Feng Xiangan, being quite perceptive, he soon departed after a brief excursion, noticing Muyao's improved mood. He deemed it best for Feng Haoyi to accompany her. As for himself, he found lingering in that environment somewhat uncomfortable. When Feng Xiangan expressed his intention to leave, Feng Haoyi urged him to stay, but ultimately, he relented and purchased several outfits for him. Finally, Feng Haoyi spoke, prompting a surprised response from Feng Xiangan, who replied, "Thank you, brother." Initially, Feng Xiangan felt a bit awkward calling Feng Haoyi brother, but he gradually acclimated to it. Meanwhile, in Feng Haoyi's residence, Feng Jia and the others were engaged in conversation when a knock at the door interrupted them. They instructed Xiaoyan to answer it. "Miss, it's a child who claims to be sent by Feng Haoyi." To this day, Xiaoyan still held a certain disdain for Feng Haoyi, primarily due to his rather poor performance the previous night. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Feng Jia was intrigued and turned to the child trailing behind Xiaoyan, asking, "What is your name, young one?" Upon hearing these words, Feng Xiangan hesitated for a moment, but soon inquired, "My name is Feng Xiangan. Is this the residence of my brother, Feng Haoyi?" Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Jia replied, "Indeed it is." Curiosity piqued within Feng Xiangan. Although he was still young, being 15 years of age, he possessed a certain understanding of such matters. Previously, when he had seen Feng Haoyi strolling with that sister, and Muyao, he had assumed she was his romantic partner. However, to his surprise, upon arriving here, he found himself in the presence of 3 women. Of course, He overlooked Xiao Yin and Feng Ya, for the positioning and demeanor of the trio revealed their relationships quite clearly. The two were evidently mere attendants, while Feng Jia stood as the lady of the house. Yet, it was puzzling that Feng Jia resided here in Feng Haoyi's home, which clearly designated her as the sister-in-law. With this realization, Feng Xiong'an respectfully addressed her, saying, "Greetings, sister-in-law." Upon hearing this form of address, Feng Jia felt a surge of inexplicable joy within her heart. Consequently, her gaze towards Feng Xiong'an shifted subtly. Then, they all listened as Feng Jia gently inquired, very well. By the way, what is your relationship with him?" In truth, such a transformation in her demeanor was something she herself had not fully grasped, let alone anyone else. "I am his younger brother." "Ah, you are his younger brother?" However, I had never heard that he had a younger brother. Although Feng Jia had never been to this place, she had some knowledge of Feng Haoyi. She was unaware of when he had acquired a brother. Upon hearing Feng Jia's words, Feng Xiong'an felt a pang of fear. He was merely the younger brother picked up by Feng Haoyi, while the person before him was his beloved, a comparison he found daunting. Was Feng Haoyi's woman angry? Feng Xiong'an dared not speak, his face glistening with sweat as he cast a fearful glance at Feng Jia. He pondered, why does that sister-in-law appear so cold, yet possess a kind heart? Conversely, this sister-in-law seems approachable, yet harbors such a frigid demeanor? With this thought, he involuntarily took a step back. Observing Feng Xiong'an's actions and expressions, Feng Jia sensed that there was some hidden truth behind this interaction. Therefore, she slightly tempered her authority and gently inquired. Feng Jia had already discerned that this individual must be Feng Haoyi's younger brother. After all, Feng Haoyi was a solitary figure. It was hard to believe he had a sibling. Hearing Feng Jia's kind words, Feng Xiong'an felt a bit more at ease, and thus he spoke, "In truth, I am a beggar." As he said this, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of inferiority upon seeing the attire of the three before him. Though Feng Jia said nothing, her gaze revealed a hint of compassion. He was yet another unfortunate child. Subsequently, Feng Xiong'an spoke again. "This morning, I encountered my brother in the alley. Out of compassion, he and his sister acknowledged me as their. Even the name Feng Xiong'an was bestowed upon me by him." After uttering these words, he noticed that Feng Jia's expression seemed rather displeased. It was then that Feng Xiong'an realized he had misspoken. Perhaps the lady before him was unaware that Feng Haoyi had another woman, and now the truth had inadvertently come to light. What was he to do? Contemplating the impending consequences, a wave of despair washed over him, and he nearly succumbed to tears. The thought was simply too much to bear. Reflecting on the fate that awaited him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and quickly attempted to clarify. "Actually, that was not my intention. I misspoke." "What did you say incorrectly?" Though Feng Xiong'an was young, he had experienced more than the average person, and his thoughts were notably more mature than those of his peers. Upon hearing Feng Jia's inquiry, he inwardly cursed. How did I get caught in this trap? He then forced a chuckle and replied, what was it I just said?" He feigned forgetfulness regarding his previous statement, yet Feng Jia proved to be a formidable opponent. She promptly asked, "Feng Xiong'an, did you just say there is another sister?" Initially, Feng Xiong'an felt a sense of trepidation due to his status as a little beggar. Now, faced with Feng Jia's question, he steeled himself and replied, "What sister? I just mentioned, did I already say that?" Because this matter involves Feng Haoyi, Feng Xiong'an's initial terror has diminished somewhat. What now occupies his mind most is guilt, a profound sense of remorse towards Feng Haoyi. If this situation were to be disclosed, it might ignite chaos in Feng Haoyi's life. And he certainly cannot allow such a thing to happen, which is why he has temporarily quelled his fears. The thought of having caused such significant trouble for Feng Haoyi fills Feng Xiong'an with unease, rendering him unable to settle in his seat. Soon after, Feng Xiong'an overheard Feng Jia's inquiry, and she promptly asked, "Feng Xiong'an, is the sister you mentioned named in Muyao?" "Ah, sister-in-law, you know her?" Upon hearing Feng Jia's question, Feng Xiong'an felt somewhat flustered and astonished. It was remarkable that Feng Jia was aware of this, and even more so that she was willing to share a husband with Muyao. If the woman before him were merely average in appearance, it would be one thing. But the fact that such a stunning woman could accept such an arrangement is truly impressive. Moreover, judging by her attire, it is evident that she must possess a prestigious background. Nevertheless, Feng Xiangyan merely entertained these thoughts internally. He dared not voice them. After all, he was still bound by an engagement while accompanying another woman. Thus, Feng Jia inquired again, "Where are they now?" Upon hearing Feng Jia's question, Feng Xiangyan assumed she was intending to stir up trouble, and he hesitated before replying, "I don't know." Feng Xiangyan was certainly aware of Feng Haoyi's whereabouts, yet he refrained from revealing them. The prospect of the woman before him disregarding all caution and embarking on a quest to locate Feng Haoyi was a disheartening thought. Noticing Feng Xiangyan's evident wariness, Feng Jia discerned his internal conflict and continued, "What are they engaged in at present?" Initially, Feng Xiangyan contemplated feigning ignorance, but at that moment, Xiaoyan interjected, "Young man, do not deceive our young lady. The reason she refrained from searching for you earlier was merely her kindness. However, should you fail to recognize your place, do not blame the elder sisters." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiangyan wiped the perspiration from his brow, contemplating that divulging the information might not be consequential, for she was already privy to Sister Anne's affairs, and it was unlikely she could track them down anyway. With that thought in mind, he replied, "They are out shopping." Chapter 44. Surveillance what? Before Feng Jia could respond, Xiao Yin, visibly astonished, exclaimed. She had initially assumed Feng Haoyi was occupied with work, only to discover that he had found the time to indulge in leisure with another woman during business hours. Unable to contain her frustration, Xiao Yin declared, "This is intolerable, miss. How could Feng Haoyi do this? He made us wait here this morning. Yet he is off courting someone." It seems that Xiao Yin has indeed been provoked to the point of exasperation, as she has resorted to using the term picking up girls. One can only imagine the depth of her anger. Although Feng Jia felt a sense of discomfort herself, she still managed to speak up, saying, "Let us consider this matter settled for now." After uttering these words, she had no desire to inquire further about Feng Haoyi from Feng Xiangyan and turned to walk inside. Following her, Feng Ye also trailed behind Feng Jia. Upon entering her own room, Feng Jia noticed Feng Ye's hesitance and promptly said, "Sister Feng Ye, if there is something on your mind, feel free to speak. Given our relationship, I would not take offense." Feng Jia initially assumed that Feng Ye wished to discuss Feng Haoyi, so she spoke in a rather languid manner. However, Feng Ye, upon hearing Feng Jia's words, did not share her thoughts. Instead, she spoke with a grave demeanor. "Miss, I have discovered something." Noticing the seriousness in Feng Ye's expression, Feng Jia sensed the gravity of the situation and asked, Sister Feng Ye, has something occurred?" Feng Ye nodded and replied, "Miss, I have just observed that someone was secretly watching us. However, the only one who can protect you is me, and I am concerned that they may employ a strategy to lure me away. Thus I did not dare to pursue them for further investigation." Upon hearing this, Feng Jia was taken aback, her face reflecting shock and an unusual seriousness, as she completely set aside her earlier concerns. In the grand hall outside, Feng Xiangyan had already been assigned to another location by Xiao Yin. To those unaware, including Feng Xiangyan himself, it would indeed seem as though this residence truly belonged to Feng Jia. After all, even the maid appeared intimately familiar with the household. At this moment, Feng Jia regained her usual composure. Upon hearing Feng Ye's words, she spoke directly. Feng Ye, upon listening to Feng Jia's remarks, merely responded with a soft hum. As they shared the same thoughts, there was no need for her to take further action. Once these matters were settled, they would each attend to their own affairs. After spending a day shopping within Muyao, Feng Haoyi noticed a remarkable improvement in her spirits. He had also purchased numerous items for her, as he found himself devoid of any lack in his possessions at present. Despite dedicating the entire day to accompany in Muyao, Feng Haoyi did not squander his time. He had gleaned a significant amount of information regarding the beggar's intention to form a gang. According to his inquiries, the suggestion to establish a gang was put forth by an individual named Su Lin. Feng Haoyi had gathered considerable insight about this person. Although Su Lin might not be particularly renowned in the broader sense, he held a position akin to that of a king within the world of beggars. This stature, however, was confined solely to Qingyun City. Beyond its borders, who could ascertain if there existed someone even more formidable? Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Almost all beggars were aware of this figure, and soon the news spread that the beggars of Qingyun City intended to establish a gang and elect a leader. Moreover, Su Lin has publicized this matter. It is apparent that he possesses a strong conviction in his own capabilities, believing them to be sufficiently formidable. This audacity to disseminate such information might very well be his source of confidence, or perhaps there are influences behind him. After all, under Feng Haoyi's inquiries, it is revealed that there exists a 3-year void in Su Lin's history. This implies that for 3 years, none of the beggars have laid eyes upon him. Feng Haoyi is convinced that during this span, Su Lin must have encountered extraordinary fortunes. It is highly probable that he has crossed paths with someone who endowed him with immense power. Regardless of the circumstances, it is evident that Su Lin will emerge as a formidable individual, which is the essence of the situation. Presently, Feng Haoyi can rely solely on himself, as he lacks any subordinates. Contemplating the challenge of making a name for himself is indeed daunting. As for the Iron Claw Divine Arm, Feng Haoyi dares not place his hopes there, for their relationship is strictly transactional, devoid of any hierarchical structure. Reflecting on this, even Feng Haoyi feels a twinge of discomfort. However, he is soon distracted by other voices. "Brother Feng, what are you pondering? Could it be thoughts of Miss Feng?" With a curious gaze fixed on him, she attempts to discern something from his expression. Even Feng Haoyi, under the unwavering scrutiny of An Muyao, feels a hint of embarrassment. Thus, he responds, "Yaoer, what are you thinking? The fact that I do not harbor any disdain for her is already quite commendable. How could I possibly hold affection for her? I believe it is you, little girl, who is overthinking." And Muyao gazed innocently at Feng Haoyi and inquired, "Could it be that I am overthinking this?" "Of course, you are overthinking," he replied. "How could I possibly have feelings for Feng Jia? In our era, she embodies the archetype of a CEO, a type I am decidedly not fond of." This time, and Muyao looked at Feng Haoyi with genuine curiosity and asked, "Brother Feng, what were you just saying? I find myself utterly perplexed. What do you mean by your era? What is a CEO?" Upon hearing her questions, Feng Haoyi suddenly realized he had misspoken. He quickly sought to clarify, saying, "What I meant to convey is that in this world, the most common type is the spoiled young lady, and a CEO can be understood as such a young lady." After listening to Feng Haoyi's explanation, and Muyao, somewhat enlightened yet still confused, responded, "Oh, I see. So, Brother Feng, what kind of person do you prefer?" Observing her demeanor, Feng Haoyi hesitated for a moment before stating, "The woman I seek must not be capricious like her. She should at least possess qualities akin to your gentleness and obedience." Upon hearing his words, and Muyao lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Could it be that Brother Feng was alluding to her? Did he perhaps harbor feelings for her, yet found it difficult to express them? After pondering his words, and Muyao's thoughts began to wander. Subsequently, she heard Feng Haoyi continue, "Moreover, this girl should be independent and capable of managing her own affairs." As he spoke, Feng Haoyi gazed into the distance, and Muyao stared blankly at the lonely expression on Feng Haoyi's face, utterly at a loss for words to offer him comfort. After a moment, Feng Haoyi regained his senses and, with an apologetic look, began to speak. Upon hearing his words, and Muyao showed no hesitation. She grasped Feng Haoyi's hand and led him towards home. However, Feng Haoyi's heart was filled with inner conflict. He was uncertain whether to let go, and Muyao had taken the initiative to hold his hand. If he released her grip, she would surely be heartbroken. Yet, if he did not let go, would it lead in Muyao to misconstrue his intentions? He was holding her hand not out of desire, but because In Muyao was still recovering and felt quite weak. At that time, Feng Haoyi would never have considered relinquishing her hand. Yet now, perhaps due to In Muyao's habitual grip, she continued to hold on to him. Ultimately, Feng Haoyi resolved to allow In Muyao to hold his hand as they walked home together. Meanwhile, within the yamen, Wu Xianyuan found himself in a quandary. He had not anticipated the extensive connections of Hou Yuanji, and he was uncertain whether his own county magistrate could stand up to him. After much contemplation, Wu Xianyuan felt a sense of unease. Initially, he believed that punishing the left guard would serve as a blow to Hou Yuanji. But it now appeared that he had been somewhat naive. Hou Yuanji's capability was evident in his rise to the position of county deputy. And his network of supporters was formidable. At least, without the direct approval of the county magistrate, he would be unable to act against the left guard. Because there are many individuals here advocating for Zhuo Wei, extolling his virtues. In truth, Zhuo Wei was initially unaware of the tumult stirred by Hou Yuanzai. However, should Zhuo Wei face punishment while Hou remains indifferent, his connections will undoubtedly suffer. After all, no one would dare to associate closely with him, considering that when trouble arises, Hou Yuanzai fails to offer assistance. Why, then, should they support him? This is the crux of the matter, compelling Hou Yuanzai to take a stance. Naturally, his declaration does not imply that he will personally intervene. After all, he is merely a county magistrate. If he were to personally engage in such affairs, what purpose would his followers serve? Thus, the most prudent course of action for Hou Yuanzai is to instruct his subordinates to apply pressure on Wu Xianyuan, urging him to release Zhuo Wei. As for Hou Yuanzai's role, it is to bolster their spirits from the shadows. He is confident that Lei Min will not intervene. For, regardless of the circumstances, Lei Min is but a county lieutenant. How could he possibly involve himself in these matters? Chapter 45. Lei Min's ambition. Thus, Hou Yuanzai refrained from directly confronting Wu Xianyuan regarding Zhuo Wei's release. In Hou Yuanzai's eyes, Zhuo Wei is virtually inconsequential. He may merely share a fleeting connection with his son, Holy, but beyond that, Zhuo Wei holds no significance. After all, he is but a lowly constable, of little utility. If Hou Yuanzai wished, he could easily support several constables, rendering Zhuo Wei's fate entirely irrelevant, as long as he is ultimately rescued. In this manner, it serves as an explanation for the individuals on their side. Wu Xianyuan was acutely aware of the intricate relationships at play, which is precisely why he hesitated to inform Lei Min and was even more reluctant to involve him. However, the circumstances had shifted. Numerous individuals had already conveyed their concerns to him, and notably, their ranks surpassed his own. Fortunately, they did not belong to an infinitely higher echelon. Otherwise, Wu Xianyuan would have been compelled to acquiesce. With this in mind, he sought out Lei Min directly. "My lord, I find myself in a predicament," Wu Xianyuan stated, reflecting his character. If he felt unable to speak, even under duress from others, he would remain silent. Yet, once he resolved to express himself, all reservations vanished. Thus, he spoke candidly in the presence of the individual before him. Upon hearing Wu Xianyuan's words, Lei Min appeared entirely unsurprised, promptly responding, "Please, take a seat. I am already aware of the situation you are facing. In truth, this is not your fault, as Hou Yuanji has been exerting influence from behind the scenes. It is entirely reasonable that you could not outmaneuver them. Do not lose heart. I have nurtured your potential as a constable. Do you comprehend the purpose behind my actions?" Wu Xianyuan shook his head at Lei Min's remarks, then replied, "My lord, I beg your forgiveness. I am but a dullard and do not grasp the intent behind your actions." Lei Min regarded Wu Xianyuan, took a sip from his teacup, smiled gently, and continued, "Because I require you to gain complete control over the office, thereby rendering you a valuable asset to me." "What?" Upon hearing the exclamation, Lei Min appeared somewhat discontented. Wu Xianyuan, taken aback by the statement, was struck by the implication that the entire yamen would be subordinated to Lei Min's authority, no longer under the emperor's dominion. The realization sent a cold sweat cascading down Wu Xianyuan's brow. What was he to do? Aligning himself with Lei Min could lead to dire consequences if discovered. Yet refusing to follow could result in his immediate demise. "What's your opinion, Wu Xianyuan?" Lei Min's voice cut through the tension. Trembling, Wu Xianyuan stammered, "I dare not." "My lord, I do not dare." Lei Min responded with a dismissive grunt before continuing, "Wu Xianyuan, remember this. Your position is bestowed by me, and I possess the power to unseat you at any moment. You may choose to betray me, but consider the fate of your family." At this juncture, Lei Min fell silent, his unspoken threat palpable in the air. Wu Xianyuan, astute as he was, could not mistake the sinister undertone in Lei Min's words. Yet, He found himself powerless to resist, lacking the strength to counter such intimidation. Thus, he spoke, "Please, my lord, have faith in your subordinate. I shall ensure this matter is handled appropriately." From layman's discourse, Wu Xianyuan gleaned a deeper understanding. The elimination or incapacitation of the left guard was essential for complete control over the Yamen's constables. As for what lay ahead, he dared not contemplate, for Lei Min had issued a command that brooked no dissent. Wu Xianyuan firmly believed that as long as he truly commanded the Yamen's constables, the common folk would undoubtedly devise ways to safeguard his interests. Moreover, such a situation might even lead to him being offered a more prestigious position. After agreeing to this matter, Wu Xianyuan departed from the premises. Subsequently, Lei Min glanced towards the entrance, summoned a guard, and imparted a few instructions before taking his leave. Such trivial matters were certainly of no concern to the shopkeepers. In their eyes, Feng Haoyi was a significant patron, one worthy of cultivation. For who else could purchase such a large quantity in a single transaction? The expenditure amounted to several dozen taels of silver. While this may seem modest today, in that era, such a sum was astronomical, particularly for the commoners. Feng Haoyi procured numerous items for Enmuyao, as well as for himself. In truth, these acquisitions were all at Enmuyao's behest. Feng Haoyi had little interest in such possessions. To him, clean and suitable clothing sufficed, and food that nourished the body was adequate. He held no substantial aspirations beyond these necessities. Nonetheless, how could Enmuyao be content? After accompanying her on such an extensive shopping excursion, it would be quite inappropriate not to purchase anything. Ultimately, Feng Haoyi could not sway Enmuyao, and he ended up acquiring a multitude of items. Of course, the funds expended were not Enmuyao's, but rather his own. Initially, Enmuyao intended to use her own money, but Feng Haoyi outright refused. Moreover, it was made abundantly clear to Enmuyao that as long as she spent her own money, Feng Haoyi would unequivocally withdraw his support. Upon hearing this, Enmuyao ultimately acquiesced. The outcome was favorable. Enmuyao was no longer as despondent or reticent as she had been previously. Witnessing this transformation in her demeanor filled Feng Haoyi with joy. Upon returning home with Enmuyao, Xiaoyan approached them directly, her expression icy as she spoke. Feng Haoyi found her words perplexing. He glanced at Enmuyao, and seeing that she was not angered, he chose to remain silent. His priority was to consider Enmuyao's feelings, particularly in light of the significant blow dealt to her by Mingqi's death. Thus, after Xiaoyan finished speaking, Feng Haoyi responded in a measured tone. Hearing Feng Haoyi's calm voice, coupled with his refusal to provide an explanation, particularly after spending the entire day accompanying Enmuyao on shopping excursions while leaving her maid waiting for his response, was frustrating for Xiaoyan. Yet, Feng Haoyi remained uncommunicative and even urged her to leave, which was unacceptable to Xiaoyan. Just as she contemplated stopping Feng Haoyi further, a voice suddenly emerged from within the house. "Xiaoyan, please allow young Master Feng to enter." Xiaoyan scoffed, but ultimately made way for the two. "Thank you," Feng Haoyi remarked upon noticing her gesture, and he then took Enmuyao inside. Xiaoyan was taken aback by Feng Haoyi's gratitude, leaving her unable to voice her initial thoughts. Originally, Xiaoyan intended to caution Feng Haoyi once more. However, in that fleeting moment of her daze, Feng Haoyi entered. It was only after both Feng Haoyi and the other individual had stepped inside that Xiaoyan regained her senses, subsequently whispering, "Feng Haoyi is truly cunning." Upon Feng Haoyi's entrance, Feng Xiang'an emerged as well. Given the modest size of the courtyard, he could certainly hear the commotion. "Brother, sister, you have arrived," he exclaimed, devoid of any sense of awkwardness. Clearly, Feng Xiang'an possessed a remarkable adaptability. He could swiftly embrace Feng Haoyi as his brother and readily accept Enmuyao as his sister. Upon hearing Feng Xiang'an's voice, Feng Haoyi responded directly, "Xiang'an, how do you find your stay here? Is it comfortable?" "Yes, very comfortable, brother. This place is truly far more pleasant than where I used to sleep and play," came the enthusiastic reply. Hearing this, Enmuyao felt a pang of sympathy and reassured him. "Xiang'an, rest assured, your life will only improve from here on." Initially, Feng Xiang'an harbored some concerns, but now, buoyed by Enmuyao's promise, his heart swelled with joy. He immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister. There is no need for such formality between us. You need not say anything. I understand everything. Just make yourself at home." As Muyao spoke, she seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that this place was not her home. However, Feng Haoyi, upon hearing her words, not only refrained from dissent, but also reassured her, saying, "Xiangyan, rest assured, no one here will bully you, nor will anyone force you to leave." In truth, Feng Xiangyan's primary concern was Feng Jia. He remained unaware of the nature of the relationship between Feng Jia and Feng Haoyi. To Feng Xiangyan, Feng Jia was a rather difficult person to engage with, which was the main source of his earlier apprehension. As for Feng Haoyi, he felt no trepidation. After all, it was Feng Haoyi who broached this matter, and there was no reason for him to deceive him. As a mere beggar, he had little of value to warrant such deceit. Subsequently, Feng Jia emerged from within and directly addressed Feng Haoyi, saying, "Feng Haoyi, come inside." Uncertain of what had transpired, Feng Haoyi took in Muyao's hand and proceeded indoors. Observing Feng Haoyi's demeanor, Feng Jia felt a twinge of discomfort and remarked, "Feng Haoyi, do you hold such affection for this young lady that you would bring her in even when I called for you?" Feng Haoyi, gazing at Feng Jia standing at the door, casually replied, "Is there something wrong with what I am doing?" To his surprise, Feng Jia felt an intensifying discomfort at his response, albeit it was not overtly apparent. It merely stirred a slight unease within her. After all, regardless of the circumstances, this man is her fiancé, and there exists a certain connection between them. Chapter 46, The Dissolution of Engagement. With this thought in mind, Feng Jia spoke up, "Feng Haoyi, what I am about to discuss is not suitable for her ears. Are you truly certain you want her to enter?" Just as Feng Haoyi was about to affirm, Muyao unexpectedly interjected, "Brother Feng, you may go in alone. I have some matters to attend to. I still need to organize the items we purchased." With that, she released Feng Haoyi's hand and made her way to the room where she had slept the previous night. Upon witnessing Muyao's demeanor, Feng Haoyi was about to speak. But at that moment, Feng Jia chimed in, "Feng Haoyi, I have something to discuss with you. Please come in." Once inside, however, Feng Jia had nothing to say of substance. Instead, she instructed Xiaoyan, pour tea for young Master Feng. Hearing this, Feng Haoyi felt an urge to overturn the table. This situation had transformed Feng Jia's overnight stay into a semblance of home for her, while he, in contrast, was rendered a mere guest. At this juncture, Feng Jia seemed to sense the awkwardness and hastily added, "Feng Haoyi, please do not be angry. Allow me to finish speaking." Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi managed to suppress his irritation. "Nevertheless," he retorted, "speak. What is it that you wish to convey? After this is resolved, regarding the engagement, you may leave." Upon hearing this, Feng Jia felt a pang of disappointment. Did this imply that her appearance was lacking? He unexpectedly rejected himself first. This matter should have been one where he was unwilling, while Feng Haoyi was most eager, wasn't it? However, the reality was otherwise. Thus, Feng Jia spoke up, "Feng Haoyi, do you truly find me so disagreeable? Are you really intent on driving me away?" It was the first time Feng Haoyi had witnessed Feng Jia speak so gently, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. He replied, "Of course not. I merely believe that your staying here is not quite appropriate." After saying this, Feng Jia stood up, ready to shout, "What is inappropriate about it? I am your fiancée. Is that woman's presence here more suitable?" However, those words remained unspoken. Though she was quite upset, she still retained her composure. Rising to her feet, she huffed softly and then sat back down. Observing her demeanor, Feng Haoyi inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something bothering you? You might as well speak plainly. My time is limited, so please do not waste it." Seeing Feng Haoyi's indifferent attitude, Feng Jia suppressed her frustration and said, "All right, I shall not provoke you further. Let me address the matter at hand." Upon hearing her words, Feng Haoyi could not help but retort, "As if I enjoy bickering with you. It's truly absurd." As Feng Jia attempted to continue on this topic, Feng Haoyi swiftly silenced her, stating, "All right, let us discuss serious matters and refrain from indulging in these trivialities." Feng Jia found herself at a loss and treated Feng Haoyi as though he were a mere wooden figure. She eventually spoke. Earlier this morning, I noticed someone lurking outside your room. I am uncertain whether they were watching you or me, but I suspect it was you they were observing. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi's first thought was that these individuals were indeed monitoring him. The iron claw divine arm had vanished from his possession, and it seemed they were intent on eliminating Meng Ruguang, the wielder of the iron claw divine arm. Feng Haoyi was astonished to discover that the speculation he had voiced was, in fact, true. Nevertheless, he had no intention of troubling Feng Jia further and replied, "Very well. I acknowledge this matter. You need not concern yourself with it. After our discussion regarding the marriage contract, you shall be free to leave this place." However, to Feng Haoyi's surprise, Feng Jia countered, "Let us set the marriage contract aside for now. My purpose in coming here was not to discuss that." Feng Haoyi's expression morphed into one of astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief as he inquired, "If you did not come for the contract, then what was your purpose?" I merely came to see if you are worthy." Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi could not help but jest. "Oh, and what is your assessment of my worthiness now?" I would say, it's just passable." "Just passable? You certainly have a way with words." This latter thought lingered in Feng Haoyi's mind as he felt a sense of awkwardness, uncertain of what to say next. Before long, Feng Haoyi delicately broached the subject, inquiring, "Feng Jia, do you have any accommodations here in Qingyan City?" Given Feng Jia's remarkable intelligence, she quickly grasped the underlying implication of his words. However, she seemed rather intrigued by his intentions, as she boldly responded, "What is the matter? Do you not wish for me to stay at your home? After all, I am your fiancé. How could you possibly think otherwise?" Feng Haoyi, wishing to minimize his interactions with Feng Jia, replied, "To be honest, it would be somewhat inappropriate for you to reside here. While I, as a man, might not mind, you, as a woman, ought to be concerned about your reputation." Yet, Feng Jia countered, "Feng Haoyi, what do you mean by that? What could I possibly imply?" He insisted, "I simply believe that your staying here would not reflect well on your reputation." In his attempt to persuade her to leave, Feng Haoyi spoke with a gentleness and courtesy that was commendable. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Feng Jia appeared unappreciative of his intentions. "Feng Haoyi, do you realize how old I am?" With this question, Feng Haoyi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by her meaning. He responded, "I do not understand. Does this have anything to do with your age? I am currently 19 years old. Are you aware of the customary age for marriage and childbearing in the Feng Kingdom? Do you also know why I remain unmarried at this age?" A series of questions left Feng Haoyi somewhat perplexed. He began to speak, "No, what I meant to say." But Feng Jia interrupted him, continuing, "In the Kingdom of Wind, one is already married and has children by the age of 15. Yet here I am, at that very age, still unmarried, and it is all because of you." Feng Haoyi, feeling a sense of helplessness, pointed to himself and inquired, "Because of me?" "Indeed. It is precisely because of you, and only you, that I have not wed." Realization dawned upon Feng Haoyi, yet he remained puzzled as he asked, "Is it because of that engagement?" "Certainly, it is because of your engagement." A twinge of shame flickered within Feng Haoyi, and he replied, "If that is the case, I sincerely apologize. However, the engagement has now been dissolved, and you are free to marry and have children. There is nothing now to bind you, and I assure you, I shall never intrude upon your life again." Yet, Feng Jia continued to counter his words. "What do you mean by the engagement being dissolved? Just a moment ago, I did not consent. Moreover, our elders have not agreed either." She initially intended to refer to their parents, but recalled that Feng Haoyi's parents had already passed away. To avoid any semblance of disrespect, she changed her words to refer to the elders. Feng Haoyi was unwilling to entangle himself further with her. After all, the engagement had been dissolved, and there was nothing left between them. "Let us set this matter aside for now. I acknowledge my fault in the engagement." Before Feng Haoyi could finish his sentence, Feng Jia interjected once more. "If we are to set it aside, then it seems no one is particularly eager to discuss it. However, since you admit your mistake, allow me to stay at your place." Seeing that Feng Jia had intertwined these two matters, Feng Haoyi replied, "No. The engagement was indeed my oversight. Yet, I cannot be entirely blamed, for I was unaware of it. I have already apologized regarding this issue. It would ultimately be somewhat inappropriate for you to reside in my home. Inappropriate for me to stay at your home? Does that mean it is appropriate for an Muyao to live there? Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi hastily responded, "How can that be the same? How is it not the same?" Gazing into Feng Jia's eyes, ablaze with fervor, Feng Haoyi explained, "Who are you? We have severed our ties. It is inappropriate for you to stay here. However, Yaoer is my sister, and it is entirely appropriate for her to reside here." "What do you mean by your sister? Just because you say she is your sister, does that make it so?" "Others would not necessarily agree. As long as I consider her my sister, that suffices. As for how others perceive it, I am indifferent. The pure shall remain pure, while the impure shall remain impure. Since you do not concern yourself with others' opinions, why did you just say that it is inappropriate for me to reside here? I, too, am indifferent to others' views, so what is your worry?" Feng Haoyi. "The pure remain unblemished, while the impure reveal their own flaws. This is a phrase you recently uttered. I trust you have not forgotten it." Although Feng Haoyi is quite eloquent, how could he possibly outshine Feng Jia, a paragon of business acumen? If Feng Jia were to truly apply herself, Feng Haoyi would surely face utter defeat. Engaging in such a lengthy debate today is already commendable. Seeing that Feng Jia insists on residing here, Feng Haoyi remarked, "Feng Jia, you are determined to stay here, are you not? Who claims it is absolutely necessary to remain here? Do not flatter yourself. If you do not wish to stay, then you should. Stop. What you say holds some truth, Feng Haoyi. We indeed must reside here." However, upon uttering these words, Feng Jia felt an unsettling premonition. She cast a glance at Feng Haoyi, who then declared, "Very well, since you wish to stay here, you must first pay a year's accommodation fee. If your stay is less than a year, you will pay for a full year's rent. If it exceeds a year, it will be calculated annually." Chapter 47, Cohabitation. "What? Feng Haoyi, what did you just say? I did not quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Feng Jia inquired, suspecting she had misheard. Feng Haoyi was acutely aware that Feng Jia must have overheard him. However, she might have thought she misheard. Therefore, Feng Haoyi spoke again, saying, "Feng Jia, you did not mishear me, nor did I speak incorrectly." Feng Jia pointed at Feng Haoyi and then at herself, and replied, "Are you serious? What do you intend to charge me for lodging and rent? Is there a problem? Do we not have any relationship? Stop. Do not interrupt me. Of course, you cannot stay for free." Midway through his speech, Feng Haoyi noticed Feng Jia's desire to interject, prompting him to ask her to refrain from speaking. Ultimately, Feng Jia held her tongue until Feng Haoyi finished, at which point she expressed her displeasure. "Are you done? Well, if you're finished, please feel free to voice any objections. My lodging fee is 10 taels of silver per person per year, totaling 30 taels for 3 individuals. This does not even cover your food and clothing expenses. Are you willing to accept this?" Seeing Feng Haoyi's mercenary demeanor, Feng Jia felt a flush of indignation. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and agreed. "Fine, I accept your terms. I choose to pay you." Observing her swift acquiescence, Feng Haoyi interrupted her, stating, "Let me clarify. This price applies for the first year. The second year, it will double, and subsequently, it will continue to double. You must consider this carefully." Upon hearing the shameless remarks of Feng Haoyi, Feng Jia could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Feng Haoyi, I am not deaf. There is no need to raise your voice so." Even Feng Ya, who had remained silent and whose expression had not shifted at all, showed signs of change upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words. How could Feng Haoyi be so mercenary? His behavior hardly befitted that of a gentleman. However, Feng Ya merely contemplated this thought and refrained from voicing her opinion, her demeanor remaining unchanged. Ultimately, Feng Jia succumbed to Feng Haoyi's audacity and stated, "Very well. I accept your proposal." She emphasized the word proposal with a certain bitterness. Subsequently, she produced a banknote amounting to 1,000 taels of silver and handed it to Feng Haoyi. She continued, "I shall rent your property for 5 years. As for the additional 70 taels, consider it your remuneration for the trouble." Her tone was so fierce it seemed she wished to extract flesh from Feng Haoyi. Feng Haoyi remained unfazed by Feng Jia's demeanor. Instead, he pulled out 70 taels of silver from his pocket and presented it to her, saying, "Here are 70 taels. Verify for yourself if they are correct. I will not demand more than what is due." After this, he added, "As for where you will reside, I believe it goes without saying. You shall continue to inhabit the same place as before." Once these matters were settled, Feng Haoyi strode confidently towards Muyao's room. As Feng Jia gazed at Feng Haoyi's departing figure, she could not help but exclaim, "What a lecherous rogue, so mercenary and arrogantly self-important. He possesses not a single redeeming quality. Who would ever consider marrying him?" After uttering her thoughts, she proceeded towards her room. Feng Jia followed closely behind, eager to speak, yet was interrupted by Feng Jia. "Sister Feng Jia, I am aware of what you wish to convey. I shall not remain here for long, so there is no need for your concern." Upon hearing Feng Jia's words, Feng Jia fell silent. Inside Muyao's room, she sat on the edge of the bed while Feng Haoyi stood before her, inquiring, "Yaoer, have you tried on the clothes we purchased? Do they look good?" I have not yet tried them on." "Oh, there is no rush. If you did not try them today, you may do so tomorrow. It is not urgent." "Yes, I understand, Brother Feng." Feng Haoyi had long wished for her to address him simply as brother, yet Muyao stubbornly refused to comply. In the end, Feng Haoyi resigned himself to her preference, conceding that she could address him as she pleased. In Qingyan City, at the Southern Mountain Manor, Ouyang Zhenjiang's temper flared. "Calm down. Young master, please, do not be so furious. Get the hell away from me." "Feng Haoyi, it is all about that Feng Haoyi. The one with power. Does that make him so formidable? How dare he disregard me so brazenly? It was merely a woman." With that, he unleashed another furious barrage. Those nearby, witnessing Ouyang Zhenjiang's wrath, dared not approach. Even Lu Mingyuan, at this moment, hesitated to approach Ouyang Zhenjiang, fearful of becoming a mere outlet for his frustrations. Nonetheless, he urged Ouyang to reconsider, for if this matter were to leak, the repercussions could be dire. Moreover, should these words reach Feng Haoyi's ears, the ensuing turmoil could be unimaginable. After venting his emotions, Ouyang Zhenjiang's demeanor gradually improved. Approaching Lu Mingyuan, he spoke, "Uncle Lu, if I have offended you in any way, please do not harbor it in your heart." Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Lu Mingyuan immediately responded, "I would not dare, sir." "Very well, Uncle Lu. Is there something troubling you?" "Young master, it concerns Feng Haoyi." At this point, Lu Mingyuan paused, assessing Ouyang Zhenjiang's expression. Noticing little change, he continued, "Young master, how shall we deal with Feng Haoyi?" Upon hearing Lu Mingyuan's inquiry, Ouyang Zhenjiang pondered for a moment, clearly uncertain about how to approach Feng Haoyi. However, clarity soon dawned upon him, and he uttered 2 words, "Win over." Lu Mingyuan felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, though he maintained a stoic facade. The prospect of confronting Feng Haoyi filled him with trepidation. Even if Lu Mingyuan possessed the confidence to orchestrate an assassination against Feng, he would still refrain from doing so. The reason was simple. Feng Haoyi's formidable background instilled a profound sense of fear. Throughout their investigation, they discovered that Feng Haoyi had resided in this place without any noticeable change. However, they understood that the individuals from that mysterious faction were exceedingly enigmatic. Even if they took on apprentices, they might not disclose such information. Much like parents raising their children, they practiced a method of free-range upbringing, albeit while providing guidance when necessary. Generally speaking, those affiliated with this faction cultivated their apprentices in such a manner. Who could possibly ascertain if Feng Haoyi might indeed belong to that formidable group? After all, such extraordinary figures often evade the notice of ordinary individuals. Upon the conclusion of Ouyang Zhenjiang's remarks, Lu Mingyuan interjected, proclaiming, "Young master, your wisdom is unparalleled." Although Ouyang Zhenjiang had a penchant for indulgence, his capabilities remained formidable. He sensed a certain relaxation in Lu Mingyuan's tone when he spoke. Thus, after Lu Mingyuan finished, Ouyang Zhenjiang inquired, "Uncle Lu, tell me, if I were to find myself irreconcilably opposed to Feng Haoyi, and I commanded you to eliminate him, would you comply?" Hearing Ouyang Zhenjiang's words, Lu Mingyuan hesitated momentarily before kneeling and responding, "If the young master commands, I shall not refuse. Ouyang Zhenjiang discerned Lu Mingyuan's hesitation, but chose not to address it. This was the mark of true wisdom. Should Ouyang Zhenjiang bring it to light, he risked losing this subordinate and creating a rift between them. Subsequently, Ouyang Zhenjiang continued. By the way, Uncle Lu, what actions has Zhang Yutian undertaken recently? Young master, according to reports from our scouts, Zhang Yutian sought out individuals yesterday. It is likely that those he sought have already arrived today. I surmise that given Zhang Yutian's temperament, he may very well take action tonight. At the latest by tomorrow night. Upon hearing Lu Mingyuan's words, Ouyang Zhenjiang nodded. Excellent. Zhang Yutian is courting death. Hearing Ouyang Zhenjiang's remark, Lu Mingyuan inquired, Young master, should we inform Feng Haoyi? Ouyang Zhenjiang promptly declined, stating, There is no need. I believe Feng Haoyi can manage. If he cannot handle such trivial matters, then I see no reason to collaborate with him. I understand, young master. Very well, Uncle Lu. You may withdraw. Yes, I shall take my leave. Once everyone had departed, Ouyang Zhenjiang gazed into the distance, murmuring, Qingyun City, Yuan. A group of several individuals resided on the top floor, where a lavishly attired man cradled a woman in his arms. Ah, my little beauty, you truly make me long for you. Not far away, 2 guards knelt on the ground. After the elegantly dressed man had indulged himself, he finally spoke. Have you completed the tasks I assigned to you? Young master, we have gathered the necessary personnel. We shall be ready to act by nightfall. With that, the guards who had just raised their heads lowered them once more, unable to resist the allure of the woman in the man's embrace. Especially now, the woman was being disrobed by the ornately dressed man, her bosom exposed, inciting the men to an uncontrollable nosebleed. Upon hearing the guard's words, the lavishly attired man proclaimed. After uttering these words, his visage contorted into a ferocious expression, startling the beauty in his arms. Sensing the movement of the beauty in his embrace, Zhang Yutian began to speak. Fear not, my dear, for I shall shower you with affection. After these sweet nothings, he addressed the guards. You may all withdraw and guard the entrance, allowing no one to enter. Now, my beauty, let us retire for the night. Oh, Zhang, my lord, please, be gentle with me. Chapter 48. The enemy approaches Qingyun City. The preeminent establishment known as the #1 pavilion under heaven. Few are aware that this esteemed pavilion also serves as an inn. Ordinarily, it remains uninhabited. However, for such as Zhang Yutian, a single night's stay would cost a staggering 1,000 taels of silver. Even with Zhang Yutian's considerable wealth, he could not afford to reside there for long. Yet, the #1 pavilion extends its hospitality to individuals of genuine status, offering accommodations at a reasonable price. A night's stay at the #1 pavilion requires a mere 1 tael of silver. While this price may seem exorbitant to the common person, it is justified by the pavilion's exceptional facilities and services. Indeed, even at a higher price, no one would complain, as it caters to those of high standing and influence. At this moment, within the 3rd floor of the renowned building, 2 figures cloaked in black were present. One of them was shrouded in a black veil, indicating a higher status. The veiled individual was seated at a table, while the other stood attentively. The atmosphere in the room was profoundly quiet, so silent that one could hear the heartbeat of a person. Eventually, at a certain moment, the veiled figure spoke, their voice gravelly, as though their throat had been scorched by tar. Have you completed the tasks I assigned? Yes, my master, I have attended to all of them, replied the standing figure. Upon hearing this, the veiled figure nodded and continued. You must capture the target. There must be no oversight. Should there be any errors, you will present yourself before me with your head. Upon hearing their master's words, the individual immediately knelt and vowed, I will ensure that your commands are fulfilled. After this declaration, the veiled figure spoke again. Very well, you may leave now. I am weary. The other person promptly exited upon hearing this. Once alone, the veiled individual gazed out the window, murmuring, tonight, at Feng Haoyi's residence. After listening to Feng Jia's words, Feng Haoyi initially contemplated apprehending the group that had been surveilling him. However, he ultimately refrained from taking action. The reason was simple. If he acted now, it would surely alarm the serpent, preventing him from capturing the mastermind behind it all. The daytime in Qingyan City is exquisite, adorned with azure skies and deep blue seas, while the nights are equally enchanting. Yet, most remain oblivious to the undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. Who could have foreseen that this seemingly insignificant Qingyan City would become a battleground for various forces, at least in the vicinity of his home? Shadows have multiplied and eyes have appeared. These individuals may deceive the average person, but they cannot elude Feng Haoyi, for they are not ordinary. They possess martial prowess. Tonight, Feng Haoyi finds himself unable to sleep. A persistent sensation lingers within him, an intuition that if he were to succumb to slumber, monumental events would unfold. He senses that his home will be bustling with unusual activity tonight. Ultimately, Feng Haoyi remains awake, awaiting the validation of his instinct. He has always held a deep-seated belief in his intuition, which has safeguarded him from serious injury throughout his years of military service. As the moon ascends higher into the night sky, the atmosphere seems to foreshadow the night's divergence from the ordinary. Feng Haoyi sits in his room, biding his time until he suddenly hears the sound of footsteps emanating from the neighboring house, adjacent to Feng Jia. He knows the resident there is a woman named Feng Ya, a martial artist of formidable skill, perhaps even surpassing his own. Yet, in a life-and-death duel, Feng Haoyi is confident he would prevail. He glances toward Feng Ya's room and sees her emerge. However, Feng Ya remained oblivious to Feng Haoyi's watchful gaze and was entirely unaware that he had yet to succumb to slumber. Although she sensed eyes upon her from the shadows, she attributed this sensation of being watched to the scrutiny of her adversaries. As she approached the entrance and ascended to the rooftop, she spoke aloud. "Come forth. I am aware that you have come here to abduct the young lady. However, I advise you not to court disaster. As long as I am present, none of you shall take her away." Feng Ya's voice, though not particularly loud, resonated clearly in the tranquil atmosphere, and Feng Haoyi heard her distinctly. Yet, upon the conclusion of her declaration, silence enveloped the surroundings, with no response forthcoming. Feng Haoyi could sense the presence of others nearby, although they remained mute. His seasoned experience in concealment made their attempts at hiding seem trivial. Having once been a special forces operative, he excelled in stealthy assassinations. Of course, he could not ascertain whether he had detected all of them, so he refrained from taking any action. Moreover, with Feng Ya's intervention, the individuals lurking would likely feel emboldened, shedding much of their caution. Feng Haoyi had reason to believe that these individuals were primarily focused on Feng Jia. Despite his unfavorable impression of her, he was unwilling to witness her being captured by these intruders. Thus, he resolved that should Feng Jia find herself in peril, he would lend his assistance. After all, it would reflect poorly on him if she were to be seized within the confines of her own home. These individuals come and go at their whim. Their thoughts appear quite idyllic. Otherwise, this matter would ultimately amount to mere daydreams. Although Feng Ya speaks boldly here, she does not dare to leave this place. She is unaware of Feng Haoyi's true prowess, mistakenly believing he has merely acquired some martial skills, rendering him slightly stronger than the average person. The thought of confronting these individuals never crossed her mind. Should she fall victim to a ruse, all her previous efforts, including battling these foes, would be in vain. After a brief moment, Feng Ya spoke again. "Everyone, please reveal yourselves. Since you are here, it is only fitting that you show your true selves. Why conceal yourselves?" After saying this, Feng Ya glanced around, only to notice that a few individuals had indeed emerged. However, she was certain that these were not all who had come. Others remained hidden, yet to reveal themselves. With this thought in mind, Feng Ya gradually retreated towards a location near Feng Jia. If she could find a place that would not disturb Feng Jia and allow her to rescue her in a timely manner, it would greatly ease her task. Nevertheless, such a location was elusive. Yet, despite the challenge, it was still achievable. Before long, Feng Ya found herself atop a roof, the very rooftop of Feng Haoyi. Observing Feng Ya's actions, Feng Haoyi was incensed, feeling a strong urge to curse. What in the world was happening? For heaven's sake, if a fight was to ensue, why must it take place on his rooftop? Even if it was to avoid disturbing Feng Jia's slumber, it should not come at the cost of disrupting his own rest. If one truly considers oneself merely an ordinary person, How disheartening that would be. However, after reflecting on the matter, Feng Haoyi concluded that such conduct was indeed the wisest course of action. For aside from Feng Haoyi himself, other women resided in various locations. Should one inadvertently encroach upon Feng Haoyi's domain, it might disturb these other women, which would be even more undesirable. With this thought in mind, Feng Haoyi ceased his grievances and focused intently on the competition before him. It must be acknowledged that Feng Ye's prowess was quite formidable. After Feng Ye finished speaking, several individuals emerged, all clad in matching black attire. As they approached, they exchanged no words and immediately engaged in combat. Feng Haoyi discerned that these individuals possessed considerable martial skills, each slightly inferior to Ouyang Zhenjiang's two guards. Consequently, despite Feng Ye's considerable superiority in strength, she refrained from indiscriminately dispatching them. Remarkably, these individuals executed coordinated attacks, akin to a military formation. Whether in groups of 3, 5, or 7, they could seamlessly form a cohesive strategy. It was only upon witnessing their capabilities that Feng Haoyi truly recognized their might. Furthermore, he surmised that these individuals were indeed seeking Feng Ye, given her earlier remarks and their reaction upon encountering her. Shortly thereafter, Feng Haoyi observed Feng Ye being overwhelmed by these assailants. At that moment, a dagger suddenly emerged from a diagonal angle, and it was evident that Feng Ye could not evade it. As Feng Yao engaged in a fierce struggle against the individual opposite her, she faced a critical decision to evade the incoming blade or confront the imminent attack. Ultimately, she resolved to endure the thrust of the dagger, subsequently guiding her lady away from the scene. It was evident that their adversaries had come prepared, and she felt utterly incapable of thwarting them. Despite her contemplation, she continued to exert force against her opponent. However, after a prolonged wait, she found herself neither encountering the anticipated charge nor experiencing any pain. With this thought, she cast her gaze toward her opponent, only to find a look of sheer astonishment reflected in their expression. They, too, appeared to be taken aback. Feng Ye glanced at the individual who had initially intended to rush at her, now collapsed limply on the ground. Witnessing this, she was enveloped in disbelief. Chapter 49. A dog-eat-dog farce. Feng Ye stared at the figure that lay fallen not far from her, momentarily stunned. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and thrust her weapon toward the enemy before her. The adversary, still in a state of shock, struggled to comprehend the recent events. He had just witnessed a flash of white light as his comrade fell to the ground. As he sensed Feng Ye's movement, he attempted to react, but his response came too late. Her blade found its mark, striking him, albeit not in a critical area. Upon feeling the impact on his shoulder, he instinctively recoiled. As for the others, they gradually retreated until they came to a halt behind the man. Once they stood still, Feng Ye did not initiate an attack. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon them, wary of any deceitful moves. Subsequently, she heard the man speak. "I am Mo Yazizi, currently here on business. If I have disturbed you, esteemed senior, I ask for your forgiveness." In truth, Feng Ye was also eager to ascertain the identity of this individual, whose martial prowess was so formidable that he had remained undetected during his prolonged concealment. It merely underscored her own inadequacies. "Esteemed senior, since you choose to remain silent, we shall take it as your acquiescence. Brothers, let us proceed. Today we must capture them." With that, he was the first to take action. Observing Mo Yazizi spring into action, the others followed suit. Feng Ye felt an immediate surge of pressure as they advanced upon her. Yet, Mo Yazizi held her firmly in check, preventing her from swiftly eliminating her assailants, which only compounded her mounting anxiety. At that moment, Mo Yazizi spoke again. "Two of you. Seize that individual." Everyone knew precisely whom he referred to, the very person they aimed to capture today, Feng Jia. Upon hearing this, Feng Ye grew increasingly anxious. Consequently, her movements began to falter, revealing subtle flaws. Sensing this, Mo Yazizi intensified his assault. Feng Ye's heart raced with urgency. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, she thought of Feng Haoyi. Although his martial skills were not particularly high, he should be able to provide some resistance. After all, he was a constable and must possess some strength. Thus, Feng Ye spoke directly. "Feng Haoyi, come out and lend a hand." After saying this, she exerted herself even more. Upon hearing Feng Ya's words, Mo Yazai instantly felt a surge of anxiety. It turned out there was another person beside Feng Ya. This could spell disaster for us. Damn it. This intelligence was inaccurate. There was indeed someone beside Feng Jia. With this thought racing through his mind, Mo Yazai exclaimed, "Hurry, move quickly, seize Feng Jia, and we shall depart immediately." He had already envisioned Feng Haoyi as a martial adept akin to Feng Ya. For anyone whom Feng Ya would call upon must possess considerable skills. This was his perspective. One's social circle often reflects one's capabilities. In fact, he was indeed correct. However, before the so-called Feng Haoyi could make his appearance, two streaks of white light suddenly pierced the necks of the two individuals attempting to capture Feng Jia. They then witnessed the two men collapsing simultaneously. Observing this familiar scene, Mo Yazai immediately resolved to utter the words to retreat. Yet, just then, someone came running from behind, exclaiming, "Not good, my lord, enemies are approaching from behind. What shall we do? They have surrounded us." Hearing this, Mo Yazai cursed inwardly. He had not anticipated that they would not only fail to uncover the formidable figure behind Feng Jia, but also overlook these adversaries. It was truly infuriating. Although this matter occupied his thoughts, he nonetheless spoke aloud, inquiring, "How many of them have arrived?" "Not many, perhaps only 4 or 5, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Mo Yazai felt a slight sense of relief, for there were still about 10 of them on their side. He glanced at Feng Ya, contemplating whether to escape through her. Yet he quickly abandoned that notion. Feng Ya was exceptionally skilled, and she had a formidable ally behind her. It was clearly unwise to attempt to break out through her. Moreover, with their reinforcements arriving, Feng Ya would undoubtedly fight with all her might against them, thereby diminishing the chances of escape for his group. Reflecting on this, he turned to look behind him, intending to suggest a retreat through the rear when he heard someone nearby remark, "My lord, those few individuals seem to possess considerable prowess." Mo Yazai scoffed at this. If any among them truly surpassed Feng Ya's skills, she would not have been entrusted with guarding Feng Jia. With this thought in mind, he declared, "Everyone, follow me. We will break through from the back." Meanwhile, Feng Haoyi, concealed in the shadows, sensed the energy nearby and simply sighed with satisfaction. What a delightful spectacle of dogs devouring each other. As the group approached Feng Haoyi's residence, one of them spoke up, "Young master, we are nearing Feng Haoyi's home." Upon hearing this, the individual in front responded, "Indeed, I shall relish the sight of Feng Haoyi begging for mercy." At that moment, he was still wearing a mask. If he were to remove it, and if Feng Jia were present, she would undoubtedly recognize him as Zhang Yutian, the very person who had been relentlessly pursuing her. After Zhang Yutian finished speaking, another individual, exuding a strong military aura, interjected, "Second young master, I advise you to refrain from such actions in the future. If the eldest young master were to discover that you are engaging in these acts of bullying the commoners, he would undoubtedly impose severe punishment upon you." After saying this, he turned his gaze toward Zhang Yuntian. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of resentment crossed Zhang Yuntian's eyes. If it were not for Zhang Yunyan, how could he, Zhang Yuntian, possibly be looked down upon? Were it not for Zhang Yunyan's formidable prowess, he would not be subject to such disdain. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Yutian was eager to pursue Feng Jia. If he could marry her, he would be able to leverage the Feng family's influence and perhaps even usurp his elder brother's position. With this thought, a sense of pride welled within him. However, upon hearing the words of the man behind him, displeasure began to creep into his demeanor. Zhang Yuntian detested being compared to his elder brother, Zhang Yunyan, and was particularly averse to having his name mentioned in the same breath as his. It was precisely because of Zhang Yunyan's existence that his own standing had diminished. At least, this was how Zhang Yuntian perceived it. After the man finished speaking, Zhang Yuntian responded, "I understand." His voice was laced with defiance, tinged with a hint of coldness. Sensing the tone in Zhang Yuntian's words, the man could only shake his head in response. Indeed, Zhang Yuntian cannot be compared to the young master. He was initially stationed at the border, but suddenly received a command from the general, instructing him to assist Zhang Yutian with certain matters. The general, while conveying this message, was evidently sighing. Had it not been for Zhang Yuntian's position as deputy general, and the fact that Zhang Yuntian's father had once held the same rank, he would have categorically refused Zhang Yuntian's request. It is true that Zhang Yuntian had previously sent him a letter asking him to dispatch someone to attend to his affairs. Reluctantly, upon reading the letter, the general felt he had no choice but to comply. Thus, he sought out the general's assistance, which led to his current assignment to aid Zhang Yuntian. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of disappointment. Zhang Yuntian was utterly incomparable to his elder brother. His brother, merely in his 30s, had already attained the rank of deputy general, while he, in his 20s, had achieved nothing of note. The disparity between the two brothers was indeed staggering. At that moment, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead, the sound of a large number of people charging towards them. Having spent considerable time before the general and witnessing various battlefields, he was acutely sensitive to the aura of hostility. The approaching individuals were rushing towards them with remarkable speed, clearly exuding a murderous intent. Sensing the impending threat, he immediately assumed a battle-ready stance and called out a warning. Protect the second young master. A large group is advancing. With that, he swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhang Yuntian, ready to shield him from danger. As Haoyi charged forward, he was taken aback to discover that the man was already prepared for battle. Indeed, they had come for us. The old fellow had anticipated our intentions remarkably well, knowing that we would seek trouble with his daughter. Contemplating this, he rushed ahead, and thus, a fierce struggle ensued. Zhang Yuntian's side was at a distinct disadvantage. On one hand, they were outnumbered, and on the other, their martial skills were inferior to those of Haoyi's group. Although Haoyi could not best Feng Haoyi, dealing with the imposing figure before him proved relatively straightforward. His only concern was that this large opponent seemed intent on a desperate fight, as if engaging would lead to mutual destruction. Witnessing this, Haoyi felt a surge of annoyance. This fellow clearly did not value his own life. Did he truly wish for his end? Nevertheless, Haoyi retained his composure. Recognizing his overwhelming dominance over the opponent and fearing that Feng Haoyi might come charging in, he swiftly maneuvered to the flank after repelling the large adversary. Chapter 50, Heavy Casualties. Everyone, do not linger in battle. Charge out with me. At these words, the large man immediately replied, Young master, we must leave. We are likely ambushed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian remained silent, for he was utterly stunned by fear. He had yet to encounter Feng Haoyi and found himself beset by adversaries. Upon contemplating this, he found an unexpected surge of courage and spoke up. Han Lei, obstruct them. How dare they stand in my way? They must truly possess the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. Of course, his words were not uttered without thought. He had just witnessed Han Lei successfully repel Haoyi. However, he remained oblivious to the true circumstances. In reality, Haoyi had intentionally allowed himself to be driven back by Han Lei, seeking merely to escape. Yet, in the end, he overheard Zhang Yuntian's intention to keep them there, which genuinely provoked his ire. Therefore, he declared, Brothers, subdue him first. I refuse to believe that with him as a hostage, they will not let us go. Initially, Han Lei felt a sense of relief as he noticed their intent to withdraw. He thought to himself that once they retreated, he could swiftly escort Zhang Yuntian to safety. His two companions had already sustained injuries while protecting Zhang Yuntian, and continuing the fight could lead to dire consequences. Hahowever, upon hearing Zhang Yuntian's subsequent orders, he was overwhelmed with frustration and was about to voice his concerns. Yet, he was interrupted by Haoyi's declaration. As Haoyi aimed to seize Zhang Yuntian as a hostage, Han Lei would not stand for it. Being a soldier with a fiery temperament and an unwavering spirit, he had no intention of engaging in explanations. Witnessing Haoyi's aggressive move, he had little to say and simply commanded, Brothers, prioritize protecting the young master. Then eliminate our adversaries. Upon hearing Han Lei's words, Haoyi became increasingly convinced that these individuals were affiliated with Feng Haoyi, and his fierceness surged. He proclaimed, Brothers, you shall slay the others while capturing that young master. I will confront this man. The individual he referred to, of course, was Han Lei, and thus, the two parties resumed their fierce battle. Although Zhang Yuntian's side consisted of only 3 formidable warriors, they were seasoned soldiers, adept at navigating such scenarios. Consequently, the standoff persisted. At that moment, Feng Haoyi had approached nearby, and even Feng Ye remained oblivious to his absence from home. Initially, she contemplated visiting Feng Haoyi, but ultimately abandoned the idea, deeming it inappropriate at such a late hour. Moreover, the earlier commotion had failed to rouse him from his deep slumber, indicating that he was sleeping soundly. Thus, she resolved to call on him the following day, for the enemy had retreated, and the matter was no longer urgent. Observing the evenly matched forces, Feng Haoyi had already devised a strategy. Zhang Yuntian's other aide, though prone to flattery, possessed commendable strength. With the 3 warriors encircling Zhang Yuntian, none could breach their defense to inflict harm upon him. Just then, the guard, caught off guard, was suddenly struck by a sword. The blow was severe, resulting in the loss of his arm. It is as if a chain reaction were set in motion when one guard lost an arm. 2 others suffered wounds of their own, albeit less severe. They were not dismembered but rather received gashes, one across the chest and another on the back of a hand. Soon, they found themselves in a state of disadvantage. Although Han Lei was engaged in a contest with Mo Yazi, his concern for Zhang Yuntian's safety remained paramount. Upon witnessing the injury inflicted upon his companion, his assault grew fiercer. Mo Yazi, feeling the brunt of Han Lei's onslaught, found himself in considerable distress. Despite possessing superior strength, he was reluctant to confront this maniac. Furthermore, having recently battled Feng Ye, he was compelled to exert all his energy due to his own shortcomings. Little did he anticipate that such actions would render him vulnerable in the present moment. Nevertheless, he felt no regret. After all, who can truly predict such occurrences? Especially now that their side held the advantage. Mo Yazi was even less inclined to engage Han Lei directly. Conversely, Han Lei felt compelled to press on, driven by his concern for Zhang Yuntian's well-being. Brothers, let us summon more strength. If we seize that man, we shall be able to escape this place. Just as Mo Yazi reveled in this thought, a scene emerged that filled him with dread. Once again, blinding streaks of light flashed, and his comrades fell to the ground. Yet this time, fortune favored them, for none had perished. Upon witnessing this, Han Lei let out a sigh of relief. Yet Mo Yazi appeared somewhat alarmed and promptly declared, "Those who can stand, leave this place immediately. I shall hold them off for a moment." After uttering these words, his comrades were moved and began to plead, "My lord, you must escape at once. We shall fend off the assailant for you, so please hurry." Hearing their words, Mo Yazi felt a surge of joy within, as this was precisely what he desired to hear. However, he maintained his resolve and replied, "Brothers, if we are to go, let us go together. I shall never abandon you." Upon hearing this, his companions, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, rose to their feet. "My lord, you must depart first. Without us, the higher-ups can still manage, but without you, they will have no explanation. Please, my lord, hurry away." "Indeed, my lord, thank you. I hope that after my demise, you will look after my family." Moved by their heartfelt pleas, Mo Yazi acquiesced and stated, "Very well," before making his exit. As he prepared to leave, his companions resumed their fierce battle, their adversaries being Zhang Yuntian and his cohort. This time, those by Zhang Yuntian's side faltered. Before the conflict truly commenced, one of them had already been slain. Observing this, Han Lei rushed to the fray. With Han Lei's involvement, the earlier advantage held by the opposing side began to wane. Nevertheless, even so, the toll of casualties on both sides continued to rise steadily. On Zhang Yuntian's side, only he and Han Lei remained. As for the other 3, 2 had already met their demise, while one, though still alive, appeared so gravely injured that he might not survive even for another quarter of an hour. Witnessing this, Han Lei felt a pang of sorrow, yet he resolutely declared, "Brothers, do not worry, I shall avenge you in due time." After saying this, he fended off several adversaries and promptly led the dazed Zhang Yuntian away from the scene. On Mo Yazi's side, only 4 individuals were left. Upon seeing that Mo Yazi had departed and Han Lei's group had also exited, they pondered aloud. "Where shall we go now? Naturally, we must seek out the master, one suggested. However, this was swiftly countered by another. No, we cannot go to the master. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Given their current injuries, if they did not promptly find a physician to treat them, they risked succumbing to their wounds right there. At that moment, one of them suggested, "Let us remain here for the night. Come morning, we shall seek a doctor to mend our injuries. Once we are somewhat recovered, we can then pursue the master. What do you all think?" This proposal was met with unanimous agreement. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Indeed, let us find a concealed place nearby. Having spoken, they then transitioned to discussing Feng Haoyi. Indeed, one remarked, "That enigmatic figure possesses formidable prowess. I surmise Master Mo is no match for him." Despite their trepidation towards Mo Yazi, others echoed the sentiment upon hearing this, asserting, "You speak truly. I dare say that individuals' capabilities rank among the highest in this world." "Indeed, I concur with your assessment," another affirmed. As they conversed, they departed from the area, seeking refuge in a concealed location. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Mo Yazi's flight, Feng Haoyi promptly pursued him. Following his departure from the battlefield, Missouri Yazi was consumed by trepidation. He felt as though he were being watched, yet he could not discern the source. This sensation engendered a sense of inexplicable unease within Mo Yazi, as he abhorred the feeling of being controlled. Only when his life was firmly within his grasp could Mo Yazi find solace. Concurrently, Mo Yazi reflected upon the elusive figure who had remained concealed, and upon the flash of white light he had witnessed, he conjectured that it was a weapon of some sort. However, due to the exigency of the situation, he had not had the opportunity to investigate further. Moreover, as he had not been subjected to an attack by the individual, he was unable to ascertain its nature. Nevertheless, he believed that the individual's capabilities far surpassed his own, for he himself could not dispatch opponents with such ease. Furthermore, despite the darkness of night, the individual's long-range attacks remained unerringly accurate, which was truly formidable. Chapter 51. Leverage. The more Mo Yazi pondered these matters, the more fear consumed him. Though he continued to run forward relentlessly, his gaze remained fixed behind him, seemingly deriving a modicum of solace from this backward glance. As he sprinted, an unforeseen stumble sent him crashing to the ground. Upon spotting the stone beneath him, Mo Yazi could not help but utter a curse, lamenting his unfortunate fate, thinking how even a mere stone dared to torment him. Just as he contemplated rising, his eyes caught sight of a pair of shoes. Upon recognizing them, Mo Yazi found himself rendered speechless, his head gradually lifting to reveal a visage that would haunt him for a lifetime. This was not the face of a human, but rather that of a mask, gleaming black, and, under the cloak of night and the moon's illuminating glow, it appeared even more sinister. Overcome with trepidation, Mo Yazi trembled and managed to stammer, "Who are you?" The atmosphere, thick with an eerie stillness, paralyzed him with fear, compelling him to lie flat and turn away, yearning to escape. Yet, as he attempted to rise, the same pair of shoes reappeared before him. This time, Feng Haoyi did not allow him to linger in dread. He spoke directly, "Would you be willing to tell me your name?" Thus, Mo Yazi slowly stood up, all the while keeping a wary watch on Feng Haoyi. The latter, observing Mo Yazi's ascent, remained motionless, his hands clasped behind him, with only a pair of bright eyes peering from beneath the mask, fixated on Mo Yazi. Once Mo Yazi was upright, he promptly disregarded the earlier inquiry and instead posed a question of his own. "Who are you, my lord? It seems that there is no animosity between us, is there?" Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi replied, "You are correct. There is indeed no enmity between us, but what?" Feng Haoyi glanced at him and continued, "However, I find myself in need of a dog capable of assisting me in my endeavors." The moment these words escaped Feng Haoyi's lips, Mo Yazi felt his dignity was affronted, an indignation he could not bear. "You're courting death," he retorted, and with that, he charged directly at Feng Haoyi. Yet, Feng Haoyi seemed to have anticipated this very action. As Mo Yazi moved, Feng Haoyi deftly retreated. Suddenly, a flash of white light emanated from Feng Haoyi's hand, targeting the advancing Mo Yazi. As Mo Yazi approached, he caught sight of the blinding light, and in an instant, he came to a halt, his expression one of utter disbelief. It's actually you?" he exclaimed, and instead of continuing his advance, he found himself retreating. Feng Haoyi, taken aback by the fact that a mere flash of light could frighten Mo Yaji into withdrawal, then spoke in his characteristic cool tone. "Now, may I inquire your name?" Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's indifferent words, Mo Yaji felt a twinge of fear. However, he soon succumbed to his own sense of shame. How utterly embarrassing. Was it not just that person? His strength was not as formidable as he had imagined, yet Mo Yazi continually bolstered his own morale. Nevertheless, a name was merely a trivial matter. He could casually fabricate one and dismiss it. After all, he intended to eliminate this individual shortly. So it sufficed to provide him with a fictitious name for the moment. "I am Pingli Xiao." Feng Haoyi did not respond, his gaze fixed intently upon Mo Yazi, while he advanced towards him. Observing Feng Haoyi's movements, Mo Yazi had already formulated his plan. The instant Feng Haoyi took a step forward, he would launch his ambush. Regardless of the outcome, he intended to make a swift escape. Although he believed his strike would be successful, he was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. The unforeseen variables encountered during this mission to capture Feng Jia had proven overwhelmingly burdensome. Moreover, he was uncertain of how many of his companions had survived. It seemed likely that very few had made it. When Feng Haoyi stepped forward once more, Mo Yazi finally initiated his attack. This time, his strike was executed with remarkable swiftness. Although Feng Haoyi had anticipated such a development, he found himself somewhat flustered by the unfolding circumstances. However, this feeling of disarray was fleeting. In no time at all, Feng Haoyi regained the initiative, having withdrawn from Mo Yazi's range of attack. Furthermore, he brandished a silver coin with conviction. Upon witnessing this, Mo Yazi recognized that Feng Haoyi's prowess surpassed his own, prompting him to retreat a step, eager to extricate himself from the situation. Yet, he had underestimated Feng Haoyi's reaction speed. As Feng Haoyi faced his assault, he not only evaded it, but also hurled a concealed weapon. Mo Yazi had barely taken a few steps when he felt a numbness in his leg, causing him to collapse once more onto the ground. This time, he stifled his cries, determined to continue his escape. However, his body betrayed him, for his legs were now in excruciating pain, rendering him unable to stand. Thus, Mo Yazi turned his upper body and gazed at the approaching Feng Haoyi, finally uttering. After saying this, Feng Haoyi disregarded Mo Yazi's demeanor and directly inquired, "What is your name?" Sensing that Feng Haoyi was genuinely intent on killing him, Mo Yazi obediently replied, "My lord, I am called Mo Yazi. Do you harbor any animosity towards the Feng family?" To conceal his identity, Feng Haoyi had refrained from questioning anything regarding Feng Jia, focusing instead on matters concerning the Feng family. I. Seeing Mo Yazi's hesitation, Feng Haoyi frowned slightly. Although Mo Yazi could not perceive this, he sensed an air of impatience emanating from Feng Haoyi. Why so many unnecessary words? Speak quickly. Thus, Mo Yazi dared not display any further hesitation and immediately stated, "My lord, I bear no ill will towards the Feng family. I am merely a servant. It is the higher-ups who compelled me to act in such a manner. I am but a tool executing their commands." After saying this, he unexpectedly bowed his head in reverence to Feng Haoyi. It must be said that Mo Yazi truly values life, showing little regard for dignity. Perhaps his appearance is merely the most sincere expression among the multitude of humanity. No one fails to cherish their own existence, however. Mo Yazi seems to hold a deeper appreciation for life than most. In light of Mo Yazi's condition, Feng Haoyi did not mock or scorn him. He understood that Mo Yazi simply wished to survive. Conversely, Feng Haoyi had abandoned a certain intention to have Mo Yazi become an important figure by his side. "Speak," he urged. "I wish to understand who you truly are. What is your purpose for being here? How many have come to this place? For whom do you serve? Please elucidate these matters for me in detail." After speaking, Feng Haoyi fell silent, waiting for Mo Yazi's response. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Mo Yazi realized that this time, there would be no easy way out. If he were to divulge this information, he would face the relentless pursuit of the Grand Prince of the Wind Kingdom. The thought of such an ending made Moyazi's heart heavy. Yet, could he refuse? Clearly, that was impossible. Should he attempt to decline? It was likely that Feng Haoyi would end his life on the spot. Contemplating this outcome, Moyazi could only weep internally. Nevertheless, he understood that dying now would mean the end of all possibilities. He would not even have a future to behold. Thus, after much deliberation, he resolved to focus on surviving for the time being. As he thought of his future, a profound darkness enveloped his heart. Subsequently, Moyazi, as expected by Feng Haoyi, recounted everything he knew in detail. Feng Haoyi stood by, listening intently. By the time Moyazi finished his narrative, which was merely a brief overview, dawn had already begun to break, casting a faint light. After Moyazi concluded, Feng Haoyi resolved to temporarily take him under his wing. Albeit with a lingering concern regarding Moyazi's loyalty, he feared that once out of his sight, Moyazi might betray him. However, a solution soon dawned upon Feng Haoyi. He would secure leverage over Moyazi. With this thought in mind, he directly inquired, Moyazi, "Are you willing to work with me?" Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Moyazi was filled with excitement and immediately responded, "Yes, yes, I am willing, my lord." Yet, the more eager Moyazi appeared, the less Feng Haoyi trusted him, as such desperation often indicated a strong desire to survive. Typically, those who hold hope for life in the face of death might not speak the truth, and Moyazi was indeed such a person, yearning for survival. Feng Haoyi regarded the man before him, and then asked, "Have you ever done anything to wrong the crown prince?" At this question, Moyazi trembled, hastily shaking his head while fervently insisting, "No, no, absolutely not. I have never done anything to wrong the crown prince." Rather than feeling anger, Feng Haoyi found himself somewhat delighted by Moyazi's response. Observing Moyazi's expression, it was evident that he had committed an offense against the crown prince. This realization granted Feng Haoyi leverage over him, enabling better control of Moyazi. In Chapter 52, Submission, Feng Haoyi, of course, would not be swayed by Moyazi's deceitful words. His actions and demeanor had betrayed him. Therefore, gazing intently at Moyazi, Feng Haoyi spoke bluntly, "Speak. If you remain silent, there will be no reason for you to continue existing in this world. Do not doubt my words." Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's ultimatum, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Moyazi's eyes. He was willing to gamble. He refused to be manipulated his entire life. Thus he sought to resist. From the moment Feng Haoyi uttered that phrase, Moyazi comprehended his intent. However, how could he acquiesce to being dominated by another for his entire existence? He, too, was a skilled individual, yearning for his own domain and longing for freedom. With a swift and precise strike, Moyazi felt his blow connect with Feng Haoyi, who staggered backward. Yet, even in that fleeting moment of triumph, Moyazi's joy was short-lived. He recognized that Feng Haoyi had merely been careless, failing to evade his attack. After executing his strike, Moyazi retreated with the intention of escaping. He sought to leave this place entirely. His mission to capture Feng Jia had encountered significant obstacles and unexpected turns. Nevertheless, he had underestimated Feng Haoyi. Acting on instinct, he leaned to the side. However, despite this, his arm was still severed. After his left arm was cut off, Feng Haoyi suddenly appeared before him and stated, "Now, I grant you one final opportunity. Reveal to me what I seek to know. Otherwise, your fate is sealed." Observing Moyazi's sweat mingling with pain, Feng Haoyi tapped lightly on Moyazi's shoulder, causing the bleeding to cease and alleviating the agony in his left arm. Feeling the shift in his condition, Moyazi's complexion had turned as pale as parchment. He gazed at Feng Haoyi with the eyes of one confronting a demon. The man was truly formidable, possessing exceptional martial skills that even Feng Ya, with whom he had just fought, could not surpass. This was the genuine sentiment harbored in Moyazi's heart. Upon hearing the chilling tone of Feng Haoyi, Moyazi involuntarily shuddered and finally spoke. "Very well, I confess, I have wronged the crown prince." "What transgression?" Feng Haoyi inquired coolly, realizing there was no escaping his predicament. Moyazi candidly admitted, "I once assaulted the crown prince's concubine." After uttering these words, he lowered his gaze. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi's expression softened slightly as he remarked, "You are quite bold. You dared to violate even the crown prince's concubine." To this, Mo Yaji hastily defended himself. "No, she is not the crown prince's consort. Merely one of the crown prince's concubines." Feng Haoyi did not engage in the matter further, but continued, "How can you prove that you have done this? What if you are deceiving me?" Noticing the disbelief and murderous intent in Feng Haoyi's expression, Mo Yazi obediently extended his arm. He then lifted his garment, and Feng Haoyi's gaze fell upon his right arm, revealing a deep bite mark. Before Feng Haoyi could inquire, Mo Yazi preemptively explained, however, "I was somewhat inebriated and encountered the consort of the Grand Prince, which evoked a lecherous desire within me. Thus, I violated her." After uttering these words, he continued, "Yet, she resisted fiercely, and in the struggle, she inflicted that deep bite on my arm." At this point, Feng Haoyi interrupted him with a question. "What has become of that woman?" Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's inquiry, Mo Yazi hesitated, then replied, "She is dead." Hearing Mo Yazi's response, Feng Haoyi shook his head and then stated, "No, after I assaulted her, she took her own life." Mo Yazi's words ignited a fierce urge within Feng Haoyi to eliminate him immediately. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Currently, Mo Yazi's existence still held some utility for Feng Haoyi. Nevertheless, in Feng Haoyi's heart, he had already deemed Mo Yazi as a dead man. Once he fulfilled his purpose, he would meet his end. However, Feng Haoyi concealed his emotions adeptly. Mo Yazi could only sense that Feng seemed rather angry, yet she did not perceive any murderous intent. This was quite normal, as Feng Haoyi had no intention of killing Mo Yazi at that moment. Although he had taken many lives, he adhered to a strict code when it came to murder, maintaining a moral compass in his dealings. He had never engaged in acts of debauchery or plunder, nor would he ever contemplate doing so. Subsequently, Feng Haoyi lost all interest in conversing with Mo Yazi and directly stated, "Come with me." Upon hearing this, Mo Yazi could not help but inquire, "Where are we going? Perhaps to kill someone?" "Kill? Whom are we to kill? Is he exceptionally skilled?" Mo Yazi questioned, reflecting on Feng Haoyi's words. It was astonishing to consider that Feng Haoyi, who was undeniably powerful, would request his assistance, especially with the emergence of someone potentially stronger than him. However, what Feng Haoyi said next plunged Mo Yazi into despair. "We are going to find your brothers. If by chance they are still alive, you will kill them with your own hands." Upon hearing this, Mo Yazi instinctively wished to protest, but at that moment, Feng Haoyi halted. He fixed his piercing gaze upon her and continued, "Do not rush to refuse. I ask you now, do you wish for your own demise or theirs? If you desire your own death, I can grant that to you right now." Mo Yazi hesitated upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words. He did not wish for his own demise, yet he was equally reluctant to take the lives of his brethren. Should he indeed slay his brothers, he would find himself irrevocably bound to Feng Haoyi. For once he committed fratricide, the crown prince would undoubtedly seek his retribution. After a moment of hesitation, Mo Yazi resolved to prioritize his own survival. He spoke thus, "Very well, I have decided to live." Upon hearing this, Feng Haoyi was left uncertain whether to feel admiration or disappointment. Regardless, Mo Yazi had intensified his murderous intent. If he could kill his own kin, what semblance of humanity remained? Such a person was intolerable to Feng Haoyi. Silently, the two made their way back to the original site, the place where Mo Yazi had battled Han Lei. Upon arriving, Feng Haoyi inquired, "Are they still alive?" To which Mo Yazi replied without hesitation, "They should all be dead." In response to Mo Yazi's words, Feng Haoyi, without a moment's pause, drove the silver coin in his hand through Mo Yazi's shoulder. The excruciating pain caused Mo Yazi to writhe on the ground, unable to contain his agony. Subsequently, he pleaded for mercy. "My lord, please spare me. I beg you. I shall speak the truth. I will never lie again." Yet, hearing Mo Yazi's desperate plea, Feng Haoyi refrained from striking again and remarked, "Humph, your audacity is quite remarkable, having deceived me multiple times. In that case, endure the pain for a while, lest you forget your lessons." Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Mo Yaji pleaded repeatedly, my lord, I beseech you, I will never lie again. Henceforth, do not call me my lord, but rather son of heavenly punishment. Furthermore, I do not wish to be deceived by others. If there is a next time, then your existence will no longer be necessary. As soon as Feng Haoyi finished speaking, Mo Yaji nodded fervently, saying, yes, son of heavenly punishment. I shall never dare to do so again. I truly will not dare to act in such a manner again. I implore you, spare me. Mo Yaji then rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. Seeing that the torment had nearly reached its limit, Feng Haoyi approached and assisted him in halting his injuries. After a moment, Mo Yaji ceased his cries of pain. This time, he had genuinely transformed. He no longer dared to address Feng Haoyi as my lord, nor would he ever again dare to deceive him. Observing Mo Yaji's demeanor, Feng Haoyi inquired once more, do any of your brethren still survive? Mo Yaji, no longer daring to deceive Feng Haoyi, honestly replied, son of heavenly punishment, some of them are still alive. Oh, how do you know they still live? Upon saying this, Feng Haoyi cast his gaze upon Mo Yaji. Hearing this, Mo Yaji explained, they left me a signal. So when I see this signal, I will be able to find them. Upon hearing Mo Yaji's words, Feng Haoyi followed the direction of his hand and saw a collection of peculiar stones scattered on the ground. If it were not for Mo Yaji's own observation, even Feng Haoyi would not have been able to detect the underlying issues. At first glance, the pile of stones appeared haphazardly arranged. However, upon closer analysis, a certain pattern emerged. Feng Haoyi scrutinized the stones intently, while Mo Yaji refrained from interrupting him. Eventually, Feng Haoyi spoke up. So, the sharp angles formed by these stones indicate the direction they departed? Generally, one would be unable to discern those angles, yet today, Feng Haoyi seemed to uncover them with remarkable ease. Mo Yaji felt a twinge of admiration. Perhaps Feng Haoyi was indeed one of their own, someone who could swiftly arrive at such conclusions. Others, unfamiliar with these matters, would be utterly at a loss. Otherwise, their every move would be laid bare before prying eyes. Chapter 53 concluded. Indeed, Feng Haoyi's words left Mo Yaji trembling with apprehension. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's subsequent remark, Mo Yaji was taken aback. Noticing Mo Yaji's expression, Feng Haoyi continued, and then proceeded forward. Mo Yaji, upon hearing this, could not help but shudder. He fell silent, and soon enough, he located the whereabouts of those individuals. He turned to Feng Haoyi and inquired, have we arrived? If so, let us summon them all. With that, he stepped aside, awaiting Mo Yaji's next move. Before long, Mo Yaji made his way inside. Halfway through, he halted and called out, is anyone there? Ji Ruching, are you present? The occupants of the house, upon hearing his voice, stirred. Did you hear that sound? One inquired. Indeed, I believe I heard it as well. It seems he is calling out Ruching's name. After a moment of contemplation, another remarked, it must be the master seeking us. I shall go open the door. With that, he hurried to unlock it. The others, not wishing to lag behind, donned their garments and followed suit. Soon, they found themselves at the threshold, facing Mo Yaji. In their excitement, they failed to notice the knife concealed in his hand. As the first individual approached Mo Yaji, he refrained from striking and instead inquired, how many of you remain? Upon hearing this, the man replied, Master, only 4 of us have survived. The sorrow was palpable on his countenance as he spoke. So many brothers had come, yet only a scant few remained. The thought alone cast a shadow over any joy. Thus, he lowered his gaze. At that moment, both Mo Yaji and the man heard a sound emanating from within. We must act swiftly. Time is of the essence. At this moment, the individual finally noticed the presence of Feng Haoyi. He was perplexed by whom Feng Haoyi's words were directed towards and the true meaning behind them. Yet, an instinctive sense of danger surged within him, prompting him to glance at Mo Yaji and inquire, my lord, who is he? Despite his apprehension, he held a profound trust in Mo Yaji, which compelled him to seek clarification. However, it was Mo Yaji's actions that soon revealed the gravity of the situation. My lord, you. The person clutched his abdomen, gazing incredulously at Mo Yaji, before asking, what is the matter? Have I wronged you in any way? In response, Mo Yazi covered the man's mouth and stated, I am sorry, but I am left with no choice. I too wish to survive. Rest assured, it is not just you. All the other brothers will accompany you. At that moment, there was no trace of remorse on Mo Yazi's face, only a chilling demeanor. Feng Haoyi stood silently to the side, observing the unfolding scene without uttering a word. It dawned on him that Mo Yazi was increasingly unlikely to betray him, for he held his own life in high regard. Yet, Feng Haoyi's desire for vengeance grew heavier, as he could not dismiss the possibility that Mo Yazi might choose treachery to preserve his own existence. Furthermore, those devoid of compassion had no right to inhabit this world. Upon hearing Moyazi's words, the man became agitated. He attempted to alert the others. Yet Moyazi firmly covered his mouth, simultaneously plunging the knife into the man's heart. In an instant, the struggle ceased, for all strength and vitality had abandoned him. After the man succumbed to death, the other three approached. They then beheld Moyazi, who suddenly collapsed to the ground alongside the fallen man, exclaiming, Haoyi, rise. Please awaken. In that fleeting moment, they wondered how Haoyi could have fallen. Thus, they paused at the very spot where they had just arrived. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, someone appeared, seemingly processing the situation. This individual knelt beside the fallen Haoyi and inquired, My lord, what has happened to Haoyi? Haoyi, he is dead. Had it not been for Feng Haoyi's presence, who had witnessed the murder of the man named Haoyi, he might have believed that Moyazi was genuinely grieving. Shortly thereafter, Lu Tianming observed Moyazi addressing the two individuals who had yet to comprehend the situation, standing at a distance. Upon hearing Moyazi's words, the two began to react, finally responding, yes. Their demeanor mirrored that of Haoyi's moments before, demonstrating an unwavering trust in Moyazi. Observing their expressions, Feng Haoyi could not help but let out a sigh. However, none of the three individuals noticed. They were all engrossed in the demise of the prisoner, oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the death and the reasons behind it. After the two departed, Moyazi turned to the figure kneeling before the prisoner and inquired, Do you know how the prisoner met his end? The man instinctively responded, How did he die? In response, Moyazi thrust a knife directly into the man's heart and declared, This is how he died, by my hand. W.I. The man gasped, but soon thereafter, he breathed his last. Strangely, his eyes remained wide open, staring into eternity. After dispatching this individual, Moyazi retreated into the room and eliminated the other two as well. Feng Haoyi did not follow him inside, yet he could surmise the fate that awaited those two. Once Moyazi had concluded his grim task, he emerged and approached Feng Haoyi, stating, Young Master Tianfa, it is all taken care of. Feng Haoyi nodded in satisfaction and added, You must also remember that this letter must contain 500 taels of silver. Do you understand? You are to deliver these items to the dilapidated temple in the eastern part of Qingyan City. The reason Feng Haoyi instructed Moyazi to carry the 500 taels was not for the sake of the money itself, but rather to divert attention from their actions. After all, a single letter could easily attract scrutiny. Your subordinate understands, Moyazi replied. Moyazi swiftly acclimated to his new identity. He was now merely a dog at the side of the young master of divine retribution. After his statement, he prepared to depart. If the young master has no further matters, I shall take my leave, he said. Feng Haoyi gently acknowledged with a soft hum, granting his consent. Just as Moyazi took a few steps away, Feng Haoyi suddenly spoke up. By the way, should that crown prince make any further attempts against Feng Jia, you must inform me immediately. Additionally, discreetly notify Feng Jia or her father. Remember, it is imperative that no harm befalls her. Moyazi nodded in agreement. As he noticed that Feng Haoyi had no more to say, he promptly exited the premises. Once Moyazi had departed, Feng Haoyi found himself murmuring to himself, What has come over me? Why do I still care for Feng Jia? Perhaps I shall consider it a form of recompense. Upon returning home, Feng Haoyi went straight to bed. Early the next morning, Fao arrived at his doorstep. She vividly recalled calling out to him the previous day. Yet Feng Haoyi had remained oblivious, sleeping soundly in his chamber. The fact that he had yet to rise was exceedingly vexing. Last night, Feng Jia had slept quite well. Although the skirmish had been intense, it had not disturbed her slumber. This, of course, was not solely due to their deep sleep. Another contributing factor was that Moya had discreetly sprinkled some soporific powder in the vicinity. The reasons behind their actions were quite simple. They aimed to prevent Feng Jia and others from awakening, thus facilitating their capture. However, what they did not anticipate was that Feng Ye remained unaffected by the enchantment, which was indeed perplexing. Naturally, Feng Ye's immunity to the spell disrupted their subsequent plans. Consequently, a series of events that unfolded after their arrival were poorly executed. To make matters worse, they were ultimately compelled to retreat in disgrace. When Feng Ye stood before Feng Haoyi's door, she boldly declared, "Feng Haoyi, it is time to awaken." In truth, Feng Ye had always been a person of remarkable composure, yet after the events of the previous day, her tranquility had evaporated. Chapter 54. Cultivating new talent residing in this place had become exceedingly perilous. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with a formidable individual last night, they would have faced grave danger. What infuriated her further was that no matter how loudly she called for Feng Haoyi, he remained unresponsive, which greatly frustrated her. Although she speculated that Feng Haoyi might have fallen victim to their sedative, she could not suppress her irritation. Thus, early that morning, she made her way to Feng Haoyi's residence, prepared to reprimand him. Upon hearing her voice, Feng Haoyi, who had only recently succumbed to sleep, roused himself. Upon seeing Feng Ye at his door, he surmised the reason for her visit. Nevertheless, Feng Haoyi inquired, "What has transpired?" His voice bore traces of fatigue, a consequence of nearly a sleepless night. Upon seeing Feng Haoyi's countenance, Feng Ye found herself unable to voice the reproach she had intended. She reflected that, as an ordinary individual, what was there to quarrel about with him? In her eyes, Feng Haoyi was indeed an average man. Despite his role as a constable, he would forever remain merely a common constable. Feng Ye believed that there were matters and truths that Feng Haoyi was unworthy of knowing. With this thought in mind, she gazed at him and calmly stated, "There is nothing amiss, Feng Haoyi. I merely wish to inform you that it is time for dinner." After speaking, she departed. Observing the swift change in Feng Ye's demeanor and hearing her words, Feng Haoyi was utterly perplexed. What was the meaning of this? Once she had left, he stood there in a state of confusion. Little did he know of the internal shift that had occurred within Feng Ye upon witnessing his expression, leaving him bewildered by her actions. Nevertheless, regardless of his confusion, Feng Haoyi chose to remain silent. He splashed some water on his face and proceeded to prepare the meal. Initially, he assumed that dinner was already prepared. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that none of the others had yet arrived. Glancing at the empty table, he began to suspect that Feng Ye's call was not an invitation to dine, but rather a summons to cook. He shook his head with a sigh and set about his culinary tasks. Feng Haoyi refrained from commenting on Feng Ye's behavior, as he was accustomed to cooking for himself when alone at home. He resolved to view this as merely an opportunity to prepare a few extra meals. Finding no significant difference in the task at hand, there is truly nothing to be angry about. In fact, another reason exists: Feng Ye's attitude. The disparity in Feng Ye's demeanor is quite pronounced, and Feng Haoyi is acutely aware of it. Whether it is to invite Feng Haoyi to dine or to have him prepare the meal, it is likely that Feng Ye has concocted these excuses. Soon enough, Feng Haoyi found himself in the kitchen. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that two individuals were already present. "Sister Muyao, listen to me. You mustn't trust that Feng Haoyi. He is quite the rogue." After saying this, she even made a face at Muyao. Upon hearing the words of Feng Jia's maid, Xiaoyan, and Muyao calmly responded, "Little Xiaoyan, in truth, Brother Feng is a very good person. You just have yet to recognize it." Xiaoyan appeared to strongly disagree with Muyao's assertion. After plucking a leaf of vegetables, she spoke in a chastising tone, "Sister Muyao, you have indeed been deceived by that scoundrel. Let me tell you." Just as Xiaoyan was about to continue, and Muyao interjected. Although she was reluctant to engage in any argument or explanation when it came to Feng Haoyi, she felt compelled to speak. "Little Xiaoyan, you are truly mistaken about him. You should take the time to understand him better before speaking ill of him." With that, she resumed her cooking. Observing in Muyao's seemingly serious expression, Xiaoyan suddenly felt that she had erred. A flicker of fear crossed her mind at the thought of provoking in Muyao, causing her to refrain from voicing any further criticisms of Feng Haoyi. However, she soon regained her composure. In my heart, I resolutely thought, humph, it seems that Sister Muyao has truly been deceived by him to a great extent. I must expose Feng Haoyi's true nature. While contemplating this, I spoke aloud, Sister Muyao, how about I tell you a joke? Little Yan's mind was solely occupied with the desire to awaken and Muyao from her stupor. The poison of Feng Haoyi had permeated too deeply within her. Upon hearing Little Yan's words, and Muyao's previously serious expression brightened into a smile. Well, go ahead and share your joke. Encouraged by Muyao's response, Little Yan felt a surge of confidence. This was a promising beginning. A good start is half the success. As she prepared to speak, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Yaoer, you've risen quite early, but why are you here cooking? Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Muyu felt a surge of joy. She turned around and rushed towards him. Just as she was about to embrace Feng Haoyi, she seemed to remember her somewhat disheveled appearance and halted her steps. Instead, she excitedly exclaimed, Brother Feng, you're awake. Noticing her hesitation, Feng Haoyi deduced her thoughts and reassured her, there's nothing to worry about. With that, he stepped forward and embraced Muyao. In an instant, however, he released her before she could fully register the moment. Then, Feng Haoyi continued, let me take care of the cooking. Throughout the encounter, it appeared that Feng Haoyi had paid no mind to Little Yan at all. At this moment, Xiaoyan also realized the situation and directly spoke up. Feng Haoyi, you blind fool, can't you see me? Why aren't you talking to me? Only then did Feng Haoyi turn his gaze towards her and replied in a calm tone, I sincerely apologize. I truly did not see you just now. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Xiaoyan felt compelled to confront him. Observing this interaction, Muyo sensed the tension between Feng Haoyi and Xiaoyan and took the initiative to say, Brother Feng, you should step outside. The kitchen is no place for a man. With that, she gently pushed Feng Haoyi out of the kitchen. Hearing Muyo's words, Feng Haoyi couldn't help but smile wryly. It hadn't even crossed his mind, yet he complied and departed. Before leaving, he said, Yaoer, I shall take my leave now. Subsequently, he made his way to Feng Xiang'an's room. Xiang'an, are you awake? Upon hearing his brother's voice, Feng Xiang'an replied from within, Brother, I am awake. Moments later, Feng Xiang'an opened the door and exclaimed, Brother, you are up so early. Feng Haoyi responded briefly, and as they entered the room, he posed a question. I would like to ask you something. Do you wish to grow stronger? Without hesitation, Feng Xiang'an answered, Brother, I do wish to become stronger. Do you have any idea how arduous this journey can be? Feng Xiang'an hesitated for a moment, and after this brief pause, he spoke again. I do not know how many difficulties lie ahead, but I will strive to overcome them. Are you afraid of killing? This time, Feng Xiang'an hesitated for a long while. It was only when he saw the gradually disappointed gaze of Feng Haoyi that he finally replied, I am not afraid. Yet, Feng Haoyi pressed on. Let me ask you once more, are you afraid of killing? Before Feng Xiang'an could respond, he added, I wish to hear the truth. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Feng Xiang'an spoke again, but this time the response was different. I am afraid of killing. Feng Haoyi then inquired, do you know why I was disappointed in you just now? I do not know. Would you like to know why I felt this disappointment? Yes. Hearing the unwavering tone of Feng Xiang'an, Feng Haoyi revealed a hint of satisfaction and continued, I was disappointed because of your hesitation. Regardless of your fears, I desire you to admit it candidly and to respond swiftly. After this, Feng Haoyi added, I understand your desire to grow stronger, but I must inform you that once you enter this realm, there will be no turning back. Once you step through this door, you will be ensnared in a life of relentless toil, forever living in a world of assassination and being hunted. Do you still wish for this? However, upon hearing these words, Feng Xiang'an resolutely replied, I am willing. In response to Feng Xiang'an's declaration, Feng Haoyi said, Very well, I shall now guide you through this portal. With that, he presented Feng Xiang'an with a set of martial arts techniques. What I am introducing you to now is the realm of Jianghu, where many masters reside. Although this wind god leg may not grant you supremacy in Jianghu, it is certainly sufficient to elevate you above the rest. Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's words, Feng Xiang'an knelt before him. Observing this scene, Feng Haoyi refrained from assisting him. Some individuals may kneel in body, yet their hearts remain unyielding. Conversely, there are those who do not kneel physically, but whose hearts are submissive. If Feng Xiang'an were to kneel at the slightest provocation, Feng Haoyi would never be able to lift him. Thus, Feng Haoyi continued, "In this world, aside from your parents, no one is worthy of your kneeling. Do you understand?" After Feng Haoyi's admonition, Feng Xiang'an rose and affirmed, "I understand." Seeing the expression on Feng Xiang'an's face, Feng Haoyi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He gently patted Feng Xiang'an's head and solemnly stated, "From this moment on, you must always remember to never submit to anyone. A person may face defeat or loss, but they must never be rendered powerless. Do you comprehend?" "I comprehend," Feng Xiang'an replied. Chapter 55. For those who have seldom experienced promotion, this indeed presents a tantalizing opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Benfu was about to speak when the second prince took the initiative to produce a token. Upon seeing the token, Zhao Benfu promptly knelt down. "Long live the Empress Dowager!" he exclaimed. Observing this, the others immediately followed suit, kneeling alongside Zhao Benfu and echoing his proclamation. The second prince, witnessing Zhao Benfu's demeanor, resembled a victorious rooster as he addressed him. "This token was bestowed upon me by the Empress Dowager on my birthday. To behold it is to behold her." After uttering these words, he seemed to revel in the glory derived from the other's submission, his face brimming with excitement, nearly bursting forth to declare it to all. Subsequently, he eagerly proclaimed, "Zhao Benfu, do you still dare to obstruct me? Let me make it clear, should you stand in my way, it would be tantamount to defying her decree." Following this, he turned to the crowd, bellowing, "Everyone, heed my command. Capture those 3 individuals, and I shall grant you all promotions and titles. Do you agree?" "I agree. I agree. I too. Show me his portrait. Is there anyone else? I wish to slay him as well." Hearing the clamorous shouts of the crowd, the second prince felt a surge of elation. He pondered that it might be prudent to summon more allies, for residing in this place was perilously risky. Had they not fortuitously encountered a formidable figure the previous night, they would have truly been in grave danger. What vexed her further was that despite calling for Feng Haoyi, he had not responded, which infuriated her immensely. Although Feng Ya harbored suspicions regarding the matter, believing that Feng Haoyi might have fallen victim to their seductive charms, she still felt a pang of anger. Early in the morning, she arrived at Feng Haoyi's residence. Feng Ya had come with the intention of reprimanding him. Upon hearing her voice, Feng Haoyi, who had only recently succumbed to slumber, roused himself once more. The moment he beheld Feng Ya standing at his doorstep, he surmised the nature of her visit. Nevertheless, Feng Haoyi inquired, "What has happened?" His tone bore the weight of fatigue, having scarcely slept the previous night. Upon witnessing his disheveled appearance, Feng Ya felt her initial admonitions evaporate. She pondered internally why she, an ordinary person, should engage in conflict with him. In her eyes, Feng Haoyi was indeed an ordinary man. Despite his role as a constable, he would forever remain merely that, an ordinary constable. She believed that there were matters and truths he was unworthy of knowing. With this reflection, Feng Ya gazed at Feng Haoyi and calmly stated, "There is nothing amiss. Feng Haoyi, I merely wish to inform you that it is time for your meal." After uttering these words, she departed. Feng Haoyi, left in a state of bewilderment, was utterly perplexed by the sudden shift in her demeanor and her cryptic message. What was she attempting to convey? With Feng Ya gone, he stood there, disoriented. How could he fathom the transformation in her heart upon witnessing his expression? Thus, Feng Haoyi remained in a sea of confusion regarding Feng Ya's actions. Yet, despite his myriad of questions, he chose to remain silent. He splashed water on his face and proceeded to prepare his meal. Originally, Feng Haoyi believed that the meal was already prepared. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that none of the others had yet arrived. Looking at the empty table, he felt that Feng Ya's call was not an invitation to dine, but rather a summons for him to cook. With a shake of his head and a sigh, he resignedly proceeded to the kitchen. Feng Haoyi chose not to comment on Feng Ya's behavior. After all, when he was home alone, he was accustomed to preparing his own meals. Thus, It seemed no different to him to simply cook a few extra dishes. There was nothing to warrant any feelings of anger. Another reason for his acquiescence lay in Feng Ye's demeanor, which had exhibited a stark contrast. Feng Haoyi could discern that whether she intended for him to eat or to cook, it was likely that she had concocted excuses for her own convenience. Before long, he entered the kitchen, only to find two individuals already present. Sister Muyao, listen to me. You must never trust that Feng Haoyi. He is quite wicked, declared Xiao Yan, making a face at Muyao. In response to Xiao Yan's words, Muyao gently countered, Little Yin, in truth, Brother Feng is quite kind. You simply have yet to perceive it. Xiao Yan seemed unconvinced by Muyao's statement. After plucking a leaf of vegetables, she spoke in a reprimanding tone, Sister Muyao, you have truly been deceived by that scoundrel. Let me tell you. Just as Xiao Yan was about to continue, Muyao interrupted her. Although Muyao was reluctant to engage in any debate or offer explanations, when it came to Feng Haoyi, she could not help but speak up. Xiao Yan, you have truly misjudged him. I suggest you take the time to understand him better before speaking ill of him. After saying this, she returned to her cooking. Noticing the seemingly serious expression on Muyao's face, Xiao Yan felt a momentary pang of guilt, as though she had erred. A hint of fear regarding Muyao's displeasure crept in, rendering her silent on the subject of Feng Haoyi. Yet, soon enough, she regained her composure, resolutely thinking to herself, Humph, it seems Sister Muyao has been deeply deceived by him. I must expose Feng Haoyi's true nature. While her mind was occupied with these thoughts, she spoke aloud, Sister Muyao, how about I tell you a joke? Xiao Yan's thoughts were consumed with the desire to awaken Muyao from her delusion, believing that the spell Feng Haoyi held over her was too potent. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Muyao's previously serious expression softened into a smile. Well, go ahead and share your joke. Encouraged by Muyao's response, Xiao Yan felt a surge of optimism. A good beginning is half the success. Just as she was about to speak, a voice came from outside the door. Yaoer, you're up quite early. What brings you here to cook? Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's voice, Muyao felt a surge of joy and turned to rush toward him. Just as she was about to embrace him, a sudden realization of her own disheveled appearance caused her to halt in her tracks. With excitement, she exclaimed, Brother Feng, you're awake? Upon noticing Muyao's movements, Feng Haoyi disowned her unspoken concerns and reassured her, there is nothing to worry about. As he spoke, Feng Haoyi stepped forward and embraced Muyao. However, in an instant, he released her, catching Muyao off guard. Subsequently, he added, allow me to prepare the meal. Throughout this exchange, Feng Haoyi seemed oblivious to Xiao Yan's presence. Realizing this, Xiao Yan interjected, Feng Haoyi, you blind fool, can't you see me? Why do you ignore my presence? Only then did Feng Haoyi turn to her, apologetically stating, I truly apologize. I hadn't noticed you just now. Hearing his words, Xiao Yan felt compelled to confront him. Observing the tension between Feng Haoyi and Xiao Yan, Muyao took the initiative to say, Brother Feng, you should step out. The kitchen isn't a place for men. With that, she gently nudged Feng Haoyi out of the kitchen. Upon hearing Muyao's words, a wry smile crept across Feng Haoyi's lips. He hadn't considered such a notion. Yet he complied with her request. Before departing, he remarked, Yaoer, I'll be on my way. Once Feng Haoyi left the kitchen, Xiao Yan muttered under her breath, Humph. I'll let you off this time, but don't let me catch you again. Subsequently, Feng Haoyi proceeded to Feng Xiang'an's room. Xiang'an, are you awake? Upon hearing Feng Haoyi's voice, Feng Xiang'an responded, Brother, I am awake. Shortly thereafter, Feng Xiang'an opened the door. The first thing he said upon opening the door was, Brother, you are up so early. Feng Haoyi offered a brief reply. The two then entered the room, and Feng Haoyi inquired, I have a question for you. Do you wish to grow stronger? Without hesitation, Feng Xiang'an replied, Brother, I aspire to grow stronger. Do you know how arduous this journey can be? After a moment of contemplation, he added, I am unaware of the numerous challenges ahead, but I will strive diligently. Do you fear taking a life? This time, Feng Xiang'an hesitated for a considerable time, and only when he sensed the growing disappointment in Feng Haoyi's eyes did he respond, I do not fear it. However, Feng Haoyi pressed on, asking once more, "Are you afraid of killing?" Ultimately, before Feng Xiangan could articulate a response, Feng Haoyi added, "I wish to hear the truth." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiangan spoke again, but the outcome was different. "I fear killing." Feng Haoyi then asked, "Do you understand why I felt disappointed in you just now?" "No." "Would you like to know why I'm disappointed?" "Yes." Upon hearing Feng Xiangan's unwavering voice, Feng Haoyi exhibited a trace of satisfaction, and then spoke, "My earlier disappointment in you stemmed from your hesitation. Regardless of your fears, I desire you to acknowledge your intentions with alacrity and provide prompt answers." After this, Feng Haoyi continued, "I understand your ambition to grow stronger, but I must inform you that once you enter this door, there will be no turning back. Once you step through, you will be ensnared in a lifetime of toil and struggle, perpetually living in the shadows of assassination and being hunted. Do you still wish to proceed?"